Welcome to Epic32, day 3. Obviously, we've got the finals happening today there as well. We've seen some incredible CS action over the weekend, and we've seen some just outrageous plays. I just want to take a moment to thank Overclockers, Intel, Logitech, and Blue Microphones for their support over the event. Welcome, everyone, to day 3. My name is Dusik. Joining us, we'll bring the casters in very, very shortly because we're going to get things on the way very, very shortly. So just running back what happened yesterday. So today's game, we have Peak versus Operation Save Spot. Obviously, we had Horus versus Operation Save Spot yesterday. We saw an incredible comeback from OSS. It was just mind-blowing. They were... we didn't catch the entire game, but we caught the end of it live on the previous VOD. So if you want to go watch that, yesterday's VOD will be available, so you can go watch that. So I won't spoil it too much, but it was pretty incredible in terms of a comeback. It was, like I said, it was a great game of CS. So Peak versus OSS, and to bring this one in with me is none other than Yumi and Jammer. Welcome in, both of you. It's lovely to see you both. So, obviously, we had the... just touching on what we had yesterday with Horus and OSS, obviously, that game was just incredible, coming back from a 9-2 deficit. So we're going to be keeping an eye on those today. But tell me a little bit about Peak OSS, what we can expect from these two teams today, and just going forward, really.
Well, I mean, there's going to be no surprises that there are players from OSS that you recognize from within the UK scene. People have had their eyes on Troudo for such a long time from the university circuit, and LVN being this in-game leader that had sort of a few fumblings with Radix and the like. It's difficult for them to transfer into a newer roster, come in against a team like Peak, where in previous events, they have shown that they can be very impressive. In fact, they've almost reshuffled their entire roster, pulling in the likes of Shateri from Vexed, and having Sensei from, I think, oh god, he had some stint on some mixed team that done quite well in qualifiers, similar with Maze from Ambush. So they've got a bit more international experience, but I almost feel as though coming into this, I can't help but root for the UK boys, just because everybody's kind of on the same page. They're all speaking the same language. I imagine that's the same for the Peak guys, but even with all that experience, I almost feel like that extra camaraderie could add that extra dynamic.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to echo your sentiment of how good a showing that Save Spot have had so far. I mean, they are the only team so far to have taken a map off of UMX, who are definitely heavy favorites. And as you said, they've played under a couple of different banners. At least the core of the team have recently playing under Audacity. So we know that we can play well together. Not we can play well, but yeah, when they're hitting their peak, they can definitely take over the map. And yeah, over on the other side of things, Peak, they've not had the strongest showing in ESCA Advanced, only going 3-6 so far. But we know that they're also a very strong team, and they have had a couple of roster changes recently. I do believe that Sensei did only come in 2 days before the tournament, so to see him fragging out the way that he has, it's been a great thing to see.
So we're down to our last 6, and obviously we'll touch up on those games in a few moments, but we're obviously going to focus very hard on the Peak and OSS, and we're actually going to have a look at those map banning right now and dissect into that. So obviously we saw OSS pretty heavy favorites on Overpass, so they are going to be looking to go for that map. Potentially, we'll soon see, with a good showing. And talk me through this map banning situation right now.
Well, in terms of maps, we know that OSS like to play, Overpass, Nuke, and Mirage. They're heavy favorites, and yeah, they just pick straight into Overpass. As we've said, they did manage to take that map off from UMX, who are heavy favorites, and that has been the only map that UMX have dropped. And over on the other side of things, you know that Peak have quite a few different maps that they like to play as well. They have played Train and Vertigo previously, and that will be the decider, in fact. But yeah, Inferno, that's definitely a map that both these teams can play, so it should be a very exciting matchup.
Yeah, seeing the strength that they had on Overpass in that previous games that we've been able to catch here on stream is already kind of bodes well for Operation Safe Spot. They're the only team I think that have taken a map off of UMX, right? We've maybe covered that already, but the fact that they have that under their belt, UMX otherwise undefeated, does already sort of lead them into this idea of where maybe they have that first map advantage coming into the series, and then it's on their opponent to then reverse sweep them. I'm going to correct myself from earlier. I said LVN was on Radix. I'm a bit silly in that regard because I confused him with Ezo, but either way, I believe that his level of calling and just the ability to lead the team, I think will be a big benefit for them coming through.
So when you see a team like Operation Safe Spot, they finished about 2 a.m. last night. Obviously, it's 8 hours since that moment. Now, going into that mindset as well, obviously, you're going to still probably be a little bit tired. But us boomers like me will be definitely tired anyway. But for the younger players, obviously, in the squad there as well, obviously, sleep is not going to be too much of an issue, as we all know. But are OSS going to have... they got Overpass first. This is the map that they played last night before they come off air. So are they going to be in a better situation and come a bit more equipped than a team like Peak, for example, who I don't think didn't play Overpass in the upper brackets? So how are we looking amongst that? So who would you favour here, more importantly, for Overpass especially?
Well, I would say that, you mentioned how they were playing very late last night, and I know it's not very talked about, especially at these kind of like lower to middle tiers, that I feel like a little bit of fatigue could be creeping in for OSS playing, such long hours yesterday. Coming into today, they could be feeling a little bit of the after effects of playing so late. I hope they're not, and I hope they can put in a good showing as we've seen from them so far. But yeah, I feel like I'm going to have to go with an OSS pick there.
Yeah, I can't not root for the UK boys, so I'm going to go for OSS as well. Though I have my eyes peeled on Shatari and Sensei. They look really, really hot for the Peak side as well.
Yeah, coming off the back of it last night, I really like the determination. I really like Operation Safe Spot, and for the reasons you said as well, we've seen some great individual performances. We saw some gutsy performances, especially on Overpass, and I'd like to think that they can repeat this one again. So Operation Safe Spot will be my prediction as well. That's about it, really. What we're going to do, we're going to leave it to these amazing casters to break the map picks down just a little bit more and just to give you a little bit more insight into the matches a little bit. Yumi and Jammer, the stage is all yours.
Well, thank you very much, Dusik. I'm excited. As we have been throughout the entire tournament, we've had so many close games throughout, and now we get to witness... last chance saloon for either of these teams. We're in the lower bracket, so whether or not we get a UK team pushing forward or a European team where maybe we don't get them so much in epic.LANs, or maybe we get them more in the future, that still remains to be seen. But the pistol very much underway, and it's starting off slow.
Yeah, very much so. I do notice that Maze hasn't actually opted to buy into the round, possibly saving for an AWP or a bigger gun into the next round. That's interesting to see what happens there, but as you said, it is a slower round. We have seen Operation Safe Spot around like this similarly. They do opt to peek out, and they're going to push off the back of that. It's all going to come out monster here. Off Noffy to fall back. They do get some nice entries into the site, but LVN answers back with one of his own. And it's a bit awkward as they push out onto the site here. Crypt and LVN doubling up for 2 kills on the site, and it's just left for Shatari. He's going to have to push in. The bomb has been dropped in an awkward spot, but he gets taken out in the end, and first goes to a safe spot.
Yeah, really awkward in the way that the duels go, because Gnoff or Noff ends up spotting them out initially and then falling back towards the site, and it actually baits OSS into this crossfire on the B bomb site, which is very, very difficult for OSS to find trade kills in any capacity. But then they find a flurry of frags in what seemed like an instant. By the time Shatari even gets to the site, it's all but done. So the patience seems to pay off for OSS, although the entries were a little bit labored.
Yeah, very much so. OSS, they've got the aim and they do hit their shots, but there was a world where that could have gone very differently, especially with that dangerous crossfire. And moving into this next round, you see a triple stack on the B side. They don't see anything. As we know, LVN, he likes to play on this B side of the map, often being a nuisance to everyone who resides over this side. But it's not going to be pushing up quite so far this time. He's playing a bit more passive, waiting to see if these pistols have any surprises in store. We are seeing a slower default from OSS, trying to prod and feel around the map, push Peak off their mark and push them back to the sites. And it's definitely going to work here. Scout and the Deagle on Nuffy getting pushed back to the A site. And LVN, we know he likes to throw that lurk smoke into the B side, and looks like they're actually going to stack towards this B side. I think we will see Bomb get picked up here very shortly, and I feel like this stack is on the wrong side of the map here.
Yeah, it's just Noff all the way on that A bomb site by his lonesome, using his solitary flash. It's down to 30 seconds. Operation Safe Spot don't have a lot of real estate to work off of here. If Noff spots them early enough, the rotate could come in quickly, but they're making sure that he's not going to be spotted. Now finally spotting them out from long. Noff with the Deagle, the first kill. It's not going to actually come through. So much damage done. 1 HP on Crypt, but he's the solitary defender, so that's the site gone. That should be the round done and dusted, and now it's just about maybe saving these weapons forward for Peak, because they've invested, they've got armor, they've got some weaponry that they can maybe, I mean, if it didn't work this time, try again.
Yeah, absolutely. Those pistol and armor combos can definitely do some work. We've seen UMX and even Operation Safe Spot pull some magical things off with those, so don't blame them for saving here, especially don't want to give a Mac 10 any more money farming up kills on you, so smart decision to save here. And we will see Operation Safe Spot pull their second round off the board. You get a peek in onto another game here, Pomper versus Aura. See Pomper taking an early lead on the CT side, but there is a force buy coming in there, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. The bomb does get dropped, but will look like Aura will take that one eventually if they can push together.
It is kind of odd that we've got this situation where we've got 2 European teams within the lower bracket and then 2 UK teams trying to fight their way out as well. So yeah, whether or not we fall victim to the EU, that remains to be seen. But I like that Operation Safe Spot are starting things out slowly here on this T side. Quite often you can maybe fall into this trap of expecting that you are this better side, or having this maybe there's no real reason for it perhaps, but this confidence to go for these entries quickly and then slowing the pace down afterwards. Whereas if you are winning rounds by being this or by operating off of the slow default, you can then start to vary things up a little bit more as the other team is attempting to adapt. But whether I do expect that with Peak kind of falling victim to stacking the wrong bomb site, they may try and go for a bit more control and information to start this one.
Yeah, that is very much so true. I mean, with the pistols and armor, you can't really get away with too much being cheeky, but if you do stack on the wrong site, it can definitely work for you. I was a bit worried by how late Operation Safe Spot were leaving it there. I mean, you saw the timer getting down to almost 10 seconds before they were getting the bomb on site, so we may see that play into these later rounds. I mean, will be another save from Peak, wisely building up their economy so that they can give themselves the best opportunity into this game, but ooh, LVN does spot one out, doesn't quite get tagged down, but it will be Sensei. Ooh, I was close.
Yeah, that looked like it should have hit almost. You're lucky it doesn't get hit by a tag there, because the more that this scout finds tags, the more damage it's done. It starts to function more and more like an AWP.
Yeah, it really does, especially on these lower buy rounds. If you can get some tags with the scout, the pistols can definitely clean up. Safe spot though.
Side again.
Yeah, they've made the right reads. I don't know what they're looking into the server as, but they're making the perfect reads into this. And with about 35 seconds left on the clock, they're pushing at the perfect moment. I think Peak Esports are just starting now, realizing that it is going to be this bomb site execution. There will not be anyone there to greet them from Peak. As I say, that Crypt pushes in and spots out the CT players, but the bomb will go down and we'll be stuck in this kind of awkward force into the retake. There is no kit to speak of, so if Peak do opt to go for this, it will have to be quick. They are just waiting, being patient, seeing if Operation Safe Spot overextend, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen so far. Smokes are going to start fading as they start to creep out. There is a nice tag from Tensei. Ooh, nice cleanup there as well, but with only 2 players left alive, doesn't look like it's going to be retake, and that's going to be a third round for Safe Spot. Ooh, Chitari, that is a nice scalp to take, and it will be one of the rifles. Ends up being 3 rounds nonetheless, but they can keep doing chip damage like that. We might see the economy come into play a bit later on. Speaking of... sorry, go on.
Had Crypt been a little bit lower as well, that the loss of the only AK brought into the round could have been that the effects of that frag as well from Shatere. So that's maybe why we're a bit more excited about that than it may just look out on paper. But again, doing that damage has a bit broader implications. The additional money that was built up from having these cleaner rounds by the fact that Peak had stacked the wrong bomb site now 2 rounds in a row does mean that there is a bit less of a buffer for Operation Safe Spot moving forward.
Yeah, that's so true. As we see on the second stream there, Power Your Aura going 3-1 up. That's not the start you want on CT, but it's definitely recoverable as we move into the gun round for that game. So it'll be nice to see what happens there. As we stick with our game though, Operation Save Spot and Peak Esports, it will be the first gun round. There is no AWP on Save Spot. That's something that I kind of want to see Jamie pull out. We definitely know he can use the big green with great efficiency, but won't opt to do so in this round.
Yeah, I think it'll depend largely on how much of an impact Sensei has with his AWP, because we know that he can be massively disruptive. Oh, but I like this from Peak. Already trying to take some space away. The problem is that he's doing this alone, so getting the 1 frag is not really good enough. Sensei coming in up top with the AWP, that should buy them enough room and that man advantage to work off of late.
Yeah, so true. The trades going down at the fountain area is absolutely a great performance from Peak. I do like the push from Nuffy there, getting the info and getting backed up by Sensei. And yeah, they win the trades out for them. And that means that Operation Safe Spot, they're going to have to fall back, reconsider their options, and move towards this B site. We know that they can definitely execute on this site with good efficiency, and will be on a slightly accelerated timescale to do so. But on the side of Peak, they'll be happy with those trades so far. Ooh. Are they going to walk out?
Yeah, the good news is that they can take this additional time, and it's not unlikely that Peak are going to push, but the trade's already coming out through Monster. Now just down to Crypt in a clutch, and he cannot pull it off. Freddy in the off angle wasn't cleared. Initially, his team taking first contact meant that he could just freely fire away, but it all starts off with that aggression towards Fountain. The fact that Sensei and Ganofi are able to get 2 kills as a result of that just disrupted the entire plan for the default there for OSS.
Yeah, so true. That's the first gun round actually going towards Peak, and that could spell a little bit of misfortune for Save Spot. They'd want to start strong. They do have enough for another buy, but this Peak, this is such an aggressive angle to take, and Sensei is definitely feeling it. He wants those frags. He's going to stay for longer. He gets Trouto. What a flick. He's going to try and fall back now. Save Spot, they need to cut him down, and Jamie does so. It is just this one player in the bathrooms now on the A site, and if he falls, as he does, Husky takes his scalp. Maze is able to rotate in, but if they just keep rotating in one by one and losing their heads, then it's not going to be a good spot for Peak to be in. Save Spot, they do slow things down as they wait for the reaction from Peak. Maze, he's going to go aggressive in here. I don't know if they expect this. Crypt was spotting for it, but Maze, he sneaks through unnoticed.
Oh dear. Oh no. Husky is going to get shot right in the back of the head. They'll know that this is going to be some sort of an A-sided play as well. Oh no! Who's flanking who? LVN from behind saves his teammate's life, and cards were shown, but they were quickly ripped in half.
With 30 seconds left now, Peak, they're going to opt to stack towards the B side, and I mean, Save Spot, I don't know how they're making their reads, but it looks like they're just going to be committing to this empty A site yet again, and they're not having the best start of things. They were getting their entries into the round, but as things slow down, they lose in these late rounds, and might just have to be the straight save from them. It's 2 versus 4, and they don't really have a saying in the matter. Really unfortunate there to not get that kill on long, but Save Spot, LVN pulls them out from under that one.
Yeah, you could see that going so wrong, just based on the fact that, I mean, even if he'd gone round towards the bathrooms, likely has this opportunity to flank out not only the bomb, but Crypt as well, who is that supportive player alongside him. But then choosing the one of 2 paths that ends up with him getting shot in the back of the head. It is comical if it weren't so sad.
Oh, What a shot.
And they started out well for Peak, right? Getting that initial kill on Sensei, just unable to get him out of that position because of the faster default that OSS were trying to operate off of. Typically, when they've gone for some bathrooms control, they've thrown that smoke somewhat delayed, but they did it off of the spawn.
Yeah, nice variations from their default as they try and mix things up, and definitely pays dividends for them. Peak, they are going to force into this 2 FAMASs and 3 M4s. It's not a bad buy. They do have a decent bit of utility to work around, so they can definitely pull this upset, but they will be at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of firepower. Do see Safe Spot falling into their usual default, just trying to work up this bathrooms area. But first, they do need to get out of Fountain. There is no AWP, just to remind you, on the server just quite yet. It is common to see Safe Spot not pulling that out on the T side so much. They like to remain dynamic, and they're going to opt to do so. They do have a bit of a slow around here. We know they like to let the side on CT do what they can because they're confident that they can make the right read when it counts, and they have been doing so far. Do you see a nice double long setup here as LVN prods and pokes towards this B site? He loves doing stuff like this. Ooh, Nuffy, he spots out all the players, but he loses his life, and I don't know if that's the spot that you want to be in. I mean, if there was no one there, then you could definitely compliment him for his push, but it's not going to work out, and LVN, he might be able to do a bit more damage. He takes the first, and he gets Elrung, but he gets both, and Peak, they're just losing across the board. It's all on Maze, and if he can cut them down here as they rotate, which it doesn't look like he will be able to do, it's just going to be a 5th on the board, and Safe Spot, they're in full control right now.
Yeah, fully just outmaneuvering Peak at the moment. I mean, Nofe not getting that 1 kill doesn't have the biggest of implications. Sure, you might find the kill on Crypt, but then losing the additional players towards bathrooms while LVN pulls off a very successful lurk. The reads on OSS at the moment are just a step above on Overpass. And I don't know if how well that bodes for Peak in the long term. We were talking about some of the fatigue maybe for OSS, but they're showing some neural synapses that are very, very high in the reactions. They're allowing, and just one step ahead of what Peak are operating off of. They're fully anticipating this faster play as well. They've got 2 players towards the playground, and then they've got a cleanup crew behind it. They're losing some numbers, but at least it doesn't fall out of their hands. No rifles over to that CT side, only Maze in the underpass.
Yeah, that Fountain push can be oh so effective, but Safe Spot, they are so prepared for that, and they do keep 3 alive. That will start to mean that their economy is swelling, and 3 of their players are over 10k now. We'll see a buy come out of Peak. They get the AWP out, which is nice to see. They did do some work previously with that, and Jamie, it looked like he was trying to dance between getting the AWP out and not. Decides against it this time because what they're doing is working, and you know what? I don't blame him.
Yeah, the ability to change up the pace so dynamically at the moment for OSS has been a boon for them for sure. You can see, I think Peak were anticipating a bit of a change once again from OSS, and they're right. Just over towards the wrong site once again. They'd pulled 4 players over to that site initially when they've been playing 2A, and Gnafi doesn't have the information that they're making their way up towards long. Oh dear, peeking right into their crosshairs. There's the peek from Sensei to at least answer right back, but they're going to get caught in a bit of a dicey situation.
Yeah, this push on the A site's going to go down, and the players on Peak are just getting cut down by these bullets from the side of Operation Safe Spot. Freddy does flash himself in. He's going to try and make a hero play, but Jamie cuts him down, and it's just on Shatiri. He does make his location known, and Jamie has to fall back off the back of it, but they've got the bomb down, and they've got the perfect position to counter this. If Shatiri pulls this off, I will be amazed. Just spot the first out as he pushes in to get some kills, but Jamie, he cleans things out, and that is a very nice round again from Safe Spot, keeping 3 alive, and they really are taking full control of this map. It seems that everyone knew what was going to happen here, and Safe Spot, they're doing what we expect them to do.
Well, what makes that round even more absurd is that when Peak have been going for this A-sided setup, or when they've played 2 players towards that A site, they have so predictably gone for a little bit of information towards the fountain. With an absence of that presence, that does start to ring some alarms. If you're OSS, maybe they are going for a different setup. Maybe it is going to be a bit more connector focused, or maybe they're looking for a bit of control towards short water at B. So that just leaves this massive hole where if the AWP isn't over at long, then you're not going to get that information fast enough if you're peak. So just getting caught maybe asleep at the wheel a little bit, going for a different setup that just doesn't pay off. Again, it's another situation where OSS have made the right call in the circumstance, and it's paid off wonderfully.
Yeah, I mean, some days when you wake up and get in the server, all your calls are right, and that is exactly the case here for
Yeah,
SafeSpot.
on 4 or 5 hours sleep, perfect.
Absolutely. I mean, this is obviously the map that they were able to take off UMX, so this is probably the highest that they can play, and they're definitely showing that they are a beast on this map. 7-1 is your scoreline, and they're going to try and take the win at the half at 9 rounds in.
Yeah, almost guaranteed it at this point, unless I think the real resurgence will lie if these pistol rounds or these upgraded pistols can maybe take one away from OSS, start to maybe trampoline off of the fact that they maybe don't clear a close angle or don't predict where peak are. And again, it's just information starved here on the CT side. They've split up considerably. Sensei's in the connector, and he does actually get cleared. Not from where he was expecting, but...
No, very much so. These pistols, they're trying to make something work, but nothing quite connecting yet. It does look like SafeSpot is just going to execute on this B site. There is only 30 seconds left, so if the bomb goes down in an awkward spot, you might see something bad happen, but it's just Shatiri. Ooh, he sits perfectly for that entry and gets the first on LVN. Husky will be trying to push through, but his teammates will wrap around and take the frag, and it will just be Noffy and Maze. Ooh, some nice shots coming through, but it is just left to Noffy now. Bomb needs to get planted. The time started to tick down low, and if they're not able to get it down, it could have spelled danger, but they managed to get it done, and it will be the 2 players left to hold this down. Noffy does only have 2 HP, so needs to make something work, but that will be 8 on the board for Operation SafeSpot. Really good play from them so far.
Yeah, that is a bit of a disaster in the connector. Shateri having a decent hold here, doing some substantial damage, slowing them down on the progression as well, really allows for these rotating players to have even the chance to pull something off like this. The fact that they're double peaked together and, peeker's advantage being a massive thing, the Deagle could very well have double headshot them there. But OSS spacing just slightly away does at least prevent that so far. Now, this is the dicey situation if you're peak. Do you start to play a bit more aggressive when OSS have been playing so slow? Just not having enough information has been a big issue, but Trouto getting the opening, and then they find 3 entries at B in an instant. This is an instant call to save if you're peak. You have lost the site. You don't have control. Your rotate is not going to be fast enough. That's 9 rounds already for OSS. It only feels like we just got started.
I mean, that is outstanding play. There was that cheeky lurk smoke through the monster tunnels, and I feel like OSS, they wanted to apply that little bit of pressure and then just execute straight off the back of the lack of presence almost from peak onshore. As we see, Power Your Aura, they are leading against Pompa, and that's kind of scary to see. 6 rounds on the T side. Ooh, Jamie, he wants to hunt these players down, and it will just be the AWP on Sensi. He does get the first, but if he's able to survive, that will be critical for them moving forward into this game. Does have low money, so peak, they will not be on a buy next round. Operation SafeSpot, they are trying to swarm him, but Sensei, he swims out of danger. The Sharks will not get him today, and he brings that AWP into the next round.
Well, we had Cody tell you multiple times that, what was it? Something means fox in Japanese? I can't remember. Kitsune. That was the one. Thank you, producer. Of course, Jakey. Better memory than I. But Sensei, teacher, more like the student thus far. See if he can teach them a lesson or two, because Peak really could use that elevation. Just someone to start answering back in a substantial way, prove to be a massive presence where OSS may have to make an adaptation in these last few rounds of the half, but they're already going to be content with 9. They can start really changing things up dramatically, and although maybe the round difference could slip, just the added presence could prove a massive benefit to them. I mean, finding 2 kills in the connector is Trouto. They lose the AWP of Sensei with 0 impact in the round, and double digits is upon the horizon.
Yeah, I wanted to see if OSS opt to pick that up, but they do, but they just want to throw it away and make sure that Peak can't come back and retrieve that. So smart play from them. It's a bit unfortunate there to see Sensei just taken out so early into the round with, as you said, not enough impact. And looks like we're going to move to a 10-1 scoreline now. I don't know if I'd start getting too worried yet, but the scoreline is getting to that point where you gotta have those doubts starting to creep in from the side of Peak. I mean, OSS, they're just reading them like a book almost at this point.
Yeah, and that's maybe the worst case scenario here if you're Sensei. The idea would be that there are so many pistols around you, they can look for information, and you can see if you can have impact in rotationary positions, but try not to put yourself in a compromising enough one that you lose the AWP, because now, I mean, although they can still buy up and open to the follow-up round, the fact that they'll have to buy down to practically nothing does have a bit of an impact on follow-up rounds. I mean, OSS just seems so aware. Trauto's even holding for the flank. That's where Peak are doubled up. And, oh, did he go out and clear this? Okay. They shouldn't get away with an AK either, so nothing going well for Peak. The money, not a problem for OSS, as they've had so many rounds in a row, and they have had it at minimal casualties as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw on the highlight there, lovely 2K spray down on Ivy and Pompa. They're having a rough go of things on the CT side of Train. Be interesting to see how far that game can go. But back to our own, it looks like we're going to have a battle go down towards the fountain area. Noffy, he pushes through. We've seen him do this before, and he's going to do it again. I don't know if they spotted that out. It doesn't look like they're aware of it, actually, and that could spell disaster later on. Ooh. That's an unfortunate missed shot there, but Noffy, his flank is going to activate. Oh, they do spot him out, and he's able to get one, but the AWP is there to trade. He has 2 entries into the round, and that is exactly what Peak needed to get themselves back into this. He's still on his lonesome, but he's going to try and get some more, and he does. What a 3K into the round, looking for his 4th, absolutely shutting down this fountain push here. They're going to creep through, actually. Trauto, he's not watching for it, but they think better of it. Ooh, he does cut the AWP down, and it will be the score close, ready to trade, and Maze is able to do so. 2nd round on the board for Peak, and that is a must-win round for them to get.
Yeah, and you touch upon the fact that that is something that Nofe had tried before, but going a little bit deeper this time. Typically, it's been Husky or Crypt going towards that playground position, but they haven't had a push through long in, well, the whole game, so to speak. So there's really no reason for that position to be used all too much. So making use of that additional space, that gap in the default, as OSS maybe get a little bit greedy with it as well, that is exactly what you want to see if you're Peak. And this could start to bring things even further. Nofe going for it once again, and this time there's nobody behind the smoke or pushing past it in towards middle. So this should start to ring some alarms. This is going to be the B bomb site. They may realize a little too late. Trauto going in for the entry. Crypt already there to trade, and Husky spamming them vigorously through the smoke. Chitari's found 2 with a USP no less. And so Peak, while they lose the site, it's still a 2-on-2.
Yeah, this is going to be an awkward retake with the AWP. Definitely not the gun you want to have in it, but we know he can don the weapon well. Oh, there will be a fight going down here. If LVN goes down, that's the bomb. Does manage to sneak past, but he is caught away from the bomb site. Might have to wait for his teammate to come back and flash him out of that position, but there is an AWP lurking around, and you need to be aware of that fact. They are going to slow things down, just wait to see if they can cover their bases. They are able to do so. There is plenty of time for them to get this bomb down, but they'll get it down early, and this retake will be initiated in another must-win round. As, oh, nice shot onto LVN there. Sensi lighting up with the AWP, and it's just left to Crypt now. They're going to start to creep forward together. They are on opposite sides. Oh, Crypt, he spots out the head, but what an adjustment, Sensi. I mean, he's just, when he's hitting shots like that, they can definitely make their way back into this. 10-5 is what they're aiming for, but they'll get their 3rd on the scoreboard so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from Sensei. We know that he is capable with this AWP, and the fact that it was missing for so long, the fact that they weren't able to hold the sites or put up much of a fight on the sites enough that he could have that level of impact, it did begin to show. But now that he's coming online, he's being a bit more disruptive. They are taking space now away from OSS when they've held so much control on these defaults. things are boding well for them to maybe round out this half with at least 5 rounds. But again, over towards Fountain, that's where Nofe is, again, right in their face with the AK this time. But Jamie answering back with 2, bailing OSS out of a dicey situation.
Yeah, I mean, Peak, they've started to read into the fact that they can win this fight around Fountain, and they opt to do so again, almost winning the trades out. Nafi trying to do his best to pull a hero play out of nothing, but he's not able to do so quite yet. And OSS, they're gonna be okay with a 3 versus 3. It does often favor the T side. However, as I say that, Maze, he is doing some dodgy things, pushing through this flank, and we've seen them have flanks before. In fact, it was a Maze who pushed up long and got all the information, but he was cut down by LVN. They don't quite spot him out, and that's the bomb dropped. But Jamie, he's doing all the work. He's got 3 in the round, and he's got 2 more to find. But LVN will be there to back him up. He picks up the AWP. Twice to do so. 5 health left, but is going to be the bomb site. Shatiri, he's going to play a bit of a back off angle. It's wise to do. All he wants to do is spot out where the players are going to come from. Doesn't need to lose his health and his life unnecessarily. As we tick down to the 30-second mark, OSS, they're going to move towards this B site, and we should see ourselves in a 2 versus 2, unless we see Shatiri pull off something quite spectacular.
Yeah, really disciplined play here from Shatiri. But again, like you're just about to mention, time. It's of the essence. 10 seconds left, and Shatiri, if he'd found a kill on that bomb carrier, it could have been a world of a difference. But now they're close enough. They can make this retake possible. Shatiri in towards Graffiti, and Freddy trying to pull off some level of a flank through the monster tunnel. He'll go for the peak, but Jamie's there with the AWP. Shatiri trying to get anything done, finding that trade, not going to be there at all. LVN once again being this almost a closer for OSS, finding levels of lurking on that B bomb site. It has been kind of his playground back and forth, in spite of the fact that the Fountain could be lost so frequently. But Jamie is the hero. He found every single trade in that Fountain position, and then that one little kill with the AWP as well, just the cherry on top.
Yeah, Jamie, he loves putting some frags down with that gun. And he is going to top frag for the side of OSS. 17 kills to his name. Playing really well. Ooh. They go for this Fountain aggression again. And Nafi, he takes another scalp. He's doing some absolute work at this front position. And ooh, he will lose his life to Crypt as the trades just go straight back into the favor of OSS. It almost seemed like Peak could have made something of that round, but they just get traded out, both in Connector and Fountain. And that's kind of unfortunate. They will have to stack a site here. It's a smart thing to do, but we'll wait to see if it's the right stack.
Well, it does seem like the bomb is headed that direction. LVN is gathering the troops. I know that Freddy is pushed up, though. Hasn't had the best of games so far, and that struggle continues. LVN, scalp taken. But the fact that they've quickly rotated in, the fact that there's 2 players here could catch them off guard. Sensei with the deagle finding one, and Maze sitting in the flames, cannot find Crypt in the back. He'll spin around in time. 12-3. I mean, we kind of talked about it on the desk. OSS, Overpass, it's their pick. It's the map that we know that they can play quite well, but I don't think any of us would have quite predicted a scoreline as heavily one-sided as this.
Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like everything was just going the way of Save Spot. And we take a peek into Aura versus Pompa here. Aura, I think they're doing quite well. I mean, they got enough rounds on the T side for them to make something happen. But you do see Pompa on the buy, so it's quite a close game there. But it's pistol round. Oh, we have seen Save Spot actually do the same player quite a few times. I don't remember if it worked out or not, but it's definitely a novel one. Oh, they will hear these footsteps pushing up toilets. Peak, they're definitely being brass and brazen about it, and they might get caught a bit off guard here. Dear. Yeah, oh, Trouto, unfortunate not to hit any shots here, but the fights will be going down in bathrooms as Operation Safe Spot. They're going to push this site. The bomb's going to go down, and that's going to be a retake situation now. Safe Spot, they're pushing together as a team. It's almost like they've reversed the sides, and the peak comes through. Sensei gets absolutely destroyed, and they're going to just push the site together. We might see a defuse come through. Yeah, Trouto is going to drop the smoke and just hold E, and I don't blame him. His teammates are going to fight around him. Oh, they're dropping, but he manages to get this. Oh my god. It's pandemonium on the site. We see a knife come out, but Safe Spot, they get the round.
Oh my days, what is going on? There's 5 players in the middle of the map. I mean, that's the fastest rotate that you can get. in any capacity, either site, and they hear every step that Peak take towards Banana. I can't believe that has panned out the way that it has. Like you said, it was almost like a complete role reversal where they're suddenly having to enter the site as a CT player, but they're so used to this T side already.
Yeah.
Just absolute chaos. And that had to be one of the lifelines for Peak. Trying to take that pistol, close in on that gap a little bit more. Take the gimmies where you can get it. Unfortunately for them. Again, they think they're pulling off a master play, then somehow they've been outflanked by OSS.
Yeah, I mean, Peak, it wasn't a bad strat by any means, but it kind of seemed like they had an over push in towards CT there and kind of left the bomb site isolated. Offie does get a nice entry onto Jamie at the back of A site there. That's going to leave A site kind of vulnerable. LVN will be your rotate player and he'll start to creep his way over. It is just Crypt in this close corner. You expect him to be checked, but if he doesn't get spotted out early, he could do some damage. We are going to see Peak creep their way up now. It's all on Crypt's shoulders. Ooh, he does spot out the first player, but a nice headshot from Nuffy. We've seen him take those all day. 30 seconds now as they're on the bomb site. LVN gets the first, and he's trying to get a little bit more damage done. Ooh, he gets a second. Nice team flash. Almost the third. Sensei, he's able to clean up, but he is only on 10 health now. Trouto, likewise, 9 HP on him. Ooh, you almost feel like that nade could have done a bit more damage, but it will be the retake situation. Trouto has the kit, but he is such low HP that if he decides to stick this, it could get spammed down. There is no smoke to speak of, so that will make things that much harder. And they have a nice boost here. I don't know if they'll expect this. Oh, what a nade. It's just a maze now. Oh, he does spot out the player defusing. It's a little bit awkward, but he taps him down. It is just Husky. The time's ticking down. Maze is going to walk up the front of the site. Husky gets the kill. Will he be able to get the defuse? It looks like he'll barely be able to get it in there. It's close. No. Oh, no. Peak. They pick up a fourth.
Oh, it is so close. The fact that the nade sails in and finds the kill on Sensei is perfect for OSS, but it almost works against them. They think that they've killed that one Dividers player, that they don't have to worry about that as a post-plant position. They're so concerned about Long that they end up losing one player for free, then Husky's forced into that 1v1, but enough time bought at the end there for Peak to pull out one from underneath OSS.
Yeah.
It was a close one. It certainly was, but it was expensive for everyone involved. So you can see the cutbacks here on OSS. It is pistols and Peak. Sure, they've got some rifles, but they're missing out on some crucial utility. No Molotovs to clear out some of these nooks and crannies that these pistols could tuck themselves away into.
Yeah, very much so. It seems like Peak are taking a page out of OSS's book and having this 3-1-1 set up on their default. They will start to clear out the bathrooms and find that no one's there because, as you said, OSS, they're on a low buy and they're going to be stacking towards this B site. It does look like Shatiri is moving back, possibly thinking about picking that bomb up. Ooh, LVN. Is he going to get spotted out here? Looks like they're checking for it, and yeah, that's LVN gone, and the only player getting any information on A side. Kind of seems like Operation Safe Spot are going to be in an awkward position. Do they decide to rotate? Not quite yet. So there is 40 seconds left on the clock, and this bomb could end up going anywhere. We can see it is moving towards this A site, but OSS, they can't see through walls, and they are going to stay on this B bomb site, standing fast and standing firm.
Yeah, in the same respects that OSS were outmaneuvering them on the stacks, Peak are doing the same. It seems like. Ooh. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Why are you moving towards the connector bomb? That doesn't seem like the right call at all, but Shateri trying to get an entry, something going, but overwhelmed by the Deagle up close. They've rotated right back towards that A site just in the nick of time as well. They should be able to get that one planted, but that almost came to a disaster. They were starting to move back towards that connector, and until Shateri noticed that there was some sort of a presence on B and there was a lack of presence at A, then that's when they made that call to rotate. But it was so far ground off of the clock that it could have been a disaster. They might not have had a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were going for that fake, as you were saying, but player that moves onto the site kind of realizes, hang on, guys, I know I'm selling the fake, but there's no one here.
Yeah.
And he manages to call the rotate just in time, especially as Shitiri, he starts to push off the execute and spots out the players, and that leads to Peak's 5th round on the scoreboard. Much needed round win, and they get it on the scoreboard.
And something that we're noticing in this game so far is that, I mean, we haven't seen much of Peak's T side yet, but OSS were very adamant on having connector control. We haven't really seen a CT side fight tooth and nail to keep control of that, to prevent those rotate plays from happening because of that quick ability that the T side has to operate off of. If you do start fighting for short water and connector control, it can be massively disruptive to what the plans are for that T side. But neither team has tried to operate around that as of yet, and maybe not realizing that their opponents are making use of that connector as stringently as they have.
Yeah, you can see Operation Safe Spot, they're in a very similar buy to the last round, of course, with the exception of Crypt on the AK, but they're going to do something very, very similar. It almost seems like they're doing the exact same play, but LVN has called Crypt over to hold that toilet down so he doesn't get shot in the back like last time. Ooh, fights are awkward, but Crypt is there to bail LVN out. They will spot 2 players out towards this long area as they push up. LVN, he's going to have to hit a shot. Crypt, the fadeaway kill. And the 3rd even. He's doing all the work and more with this AK on the A site, and it's just going to be left to Shitiri and Freddy now.
Crypt, he's got a rifle in hand, but he may as well be the American sniper. LVN, just acting as a spotter, but now he's lost his weaponry. He's lost the man that can actually shoot them in the head. LVN's been peppering around the shoulders just a tad. The Peak already at a massive man disadvantage, all thanks to Crypt. A 4-on-2, and moving over towards that B bomb site, that is the stronger of the 2 sites. Sure, there's no rifle in their way, but they have to make sure that they clear every angle.
Yeah, Tralto spotted the shadow out, and they're totally prepared for this. These Deagles are doing so much work, and it's just on Shitiri now. He's going to have to get 3, but he gets none as Husky shuts that down. Husky and Crypt doubling up to close that round out, 14-5. That is not a round you can afford to lose if you're Peak Esports. See LVN giving people free haircuts, but Shitiri doesn't like those, so he takes his health, and yeah, strong showing from Safe Spot so far here.
Yeah, Crypt currently sits at 21 kills. He has been having a massive amount of impact in these rounds, although a lot of them have been trades and entries alike. He has been a man of many hats.
Ooh. LVN not going to get much damage on that nade, but he will be able to spot the players out and will be able to relay that information to the rest of the team. Oh, Jamie with a nice peak boost onto the kill long, and that will be a much needed frag. Peak, they do have to force into this one with pistols and 2 rifles, and going to try and get one of those AKs back. They will be able to do so as the flash buys a bit of space. And they're going to start to walk towards clearing this bathrooms area, realizing that auto pick often means that there's no one in toilets, but they will play this one cautiously. Save spot.
Sorry, this is a must-win round for Peak. After losing the last round where they have the advantages weaponry-wise, and then losing in the fashion they did, that was their lifeline. That one storyboard that they can maybe pull this one back to closer numbers, and then it was stolen from them by Crypt and Husky alike. So they need to win this one and answer back in that same fashion if they want a chance of pulling this one back.
Yeah, Jamie, we've seen him pull some highlight plays back here in the bank up against UMX, and he's going to try and do so again. They're going to let this time tick awfully low. 30 seconds left on the board as they push through. Jamie hits the first, but he's going to have to get a couple more. There is the man, Crypt. He's long, but he's not spotting this. They're going to get the bomb down with 20 seconds left, and 3 versus 5 in a retake. Peak, they're going to have to do some really good kills. Shitiri, he does get 1 on the lurk, but he needs to get a bit more there. Crypt, he's going to make his way, and, well, everyone just gets cut down on Peak. They were trying to get a stronger hold there, but not able to get it to work, and it's going to be map point here for Safe Spot. Over on the other side of things, Pompa and Aura, they're still in a very close affair. One will get put down, and it's 11-13. Very close game so far.
Yeah, it seems like it's a back-and-forth battle there on train for them, but it's a one-sided affair for us here on stream. OSS in the driver's seat, and Peak, they've got a long way to climb 10 rounds in a row is what they need, and I don't know that they can quite pull it off. We even saw that there was a flank attempt in the last round. They needed far more than just the one kill to even make them question how much they should be concerned about that flank. Let's see if they can at least save some face, build some confidence moving into their own map pick, because that's where I think they may start to have to consider what their plans are in that regard, because OSS, Overpass just seems to be under lock and key. Peak, they have some rifles, some utility that they can play around, but they've given up all of that B site area. But because OSS have this lead, they're not going to make any of these massive blunders. They want a nice decisive victory, so they're playing it slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Peak, they are going to creep their way up mountain, and looks like they're just going to execute quickly off the back of it. They have been leaving things a bit late previously, but they're going to push off the back of this. Jamie spots one through the smoke, but can't quite convert on it. Oh, the trades come out. Crypt only able to get one. Jamie gets cut down as well, and that's going to be a nice clean take from Peak. They're going to get the bomb down, and they should reposition off the back of this, picking up the AWP, and a rifle in the form of a Galil is critical. Sensei, he's going to play up close. He's not going to fall off. He's feeling the AWP, and he needs to get some frags with it. There are two players at bank. Let me try and get the first. He gets the first, but there's two more to find. LVN, he creeps around, and they don't spot him. Oh, it's awkward. He's getting frags, but he needs a couple more. There is a smoke.
The head just narrowly hidden. Now the smoke on that bomb. Can they actually line up the kill as he's got on the defuse? It doesn't seem so.
Oh no!
So it's stolen from them. Trouto in the smoke. There's been back-to-back. I mean, we've at least had two smoke diffusers on that CT side from OSS. So many things going right for them. They were just outmaneuvering. They were pulling off some plays where there were players still alive, and yet they were getting the defuse off. I think that's just a map that Peak may just want to forget about.
Yeah, honestly, when Safe Spot were able to pull that one out onto the map vetoes, we were like, okay, this is their strongest map. They managed to take it off UMX, who are the favorites in this tournament, and they just put an absolute dominant display on yet again. So impressive stuff from them so far, yeah.
So we have Overpass. It was almost a bit of a speed run, although there were so many slow rounds involved. We now move into Peak Esports' pick. That is going to be Inferno as our second map. Will they stay alive, force us to a map 3? Or maybe, just maybe, the UK will continue throughout the lower bracket. We'll have to wait and see. Over to a break before we find out.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's Apex when you need him?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 2. It was a one-sided affair on OSS's map pick. Now Peak have to answer back with Inferno. And this will be, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were bringing this up before, the first time OSS have actually played Inferno this tournament.
Indeed, it'll be interesting to see what they can bring out here. We know that they have some strong CT setups, and it looks like they're going to go for a strong stack towards this B site. But on the side of Peak, they're going to play things patient, try and get the stack back towards the logs, and there will be a fight going up towards top banana. His Husky getting gushed, and that'll be all that Peak want to do there. It seems like they're going to fall back, and they have a couple of different bits of utility. I want to see where these will be thrown. They go for this A site execute. Will be LVN here actually to hold it off as the execute starts to get initiated. He will be stuck in pit on his lonesome as we see Peak start to prod and poke. The nades start to fly over now, and LVN, he's going to have all the pressure on him. He needs to get some kills. He gets the first, he gets the second. He's got a couple more to find, but he gets cut down. And that's going to be the A site taken by Peak Esports.
That is far more impact than you're expecting LVN to get in a one and done after he has not only been the solitary player on the site, but his team have fully stacked and are not close on the rotates whatsoever. So now a man advantage coming into this, and like you had mentioned, there's at least some utility here for OSS. They have now a flash, a kit available as well, and they're fully fighting in the site. Husky finding the first, but they still have to deal with both of these pit players. Maze trying to keep them at bay, but now it's just Maze. He's lost his support in Chitari, and they can get on this bomb ever so quickly. Maze still not finding the kills, still not finding the damage, and OSS will take it. The first round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, OSS, they have these dodgy pistol plays, but their retakes are so strong, they can fall back on them, it seems like every round, and I believe they've won both of these CT side pistols.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I think they may have actually won every pistol so far.
Oh.
That would certainly help with the scoreline that they had on Overpass.
Yeah. Oh, Peak. They're just gonna bail their way up second mid, take that apps control. They will have a couple of rifles and the MAC-10 to do so. They're in their close angles. Operation Safe Spot, they're going to fall back slightly after showing a little bit of utility in the apps, trying to feign that control, but they will be waiting to see what Peak Esports do. Of course, you can dictate the pace of the game on this T side of things. Ooh. LVN gets a bit overzealous in apps there, tries to throw a nade, and he gets taken out for it. Husky, he's going to refrag off it, and Chitari, he's going to get those frags every day of the week. It will be Jamie left on the scout note, on his lonesome on the A side, and he's going to fall back. Ooh, tries to get one peek on to Chitari as he peeks out. Oh, what a shot on Nofi as they initiate this execute onto A. They are going to wrap around the site and push Jamie off his mark. Oh my god, the trades are going down on Arch, and it is going to be a 2 versus 3 retake. Safe spot. They don't have a kit on these two players, but I do believe there was a kit down somewhere. They might try to pick it up. There you go. Crypt does pick it up. We'll pick up a Galil as well. And they're going to try and spot out where these players on Peak are. Chitari, he's going to bide his time in Graveyard, try and activate at the perfect moment. And yeah, the time's starting to tick out too low. They get their second round on the board. And I mean, first round in the second round of play as we move into this close scoreline. I do like to see this match heating up here on Inferno. That's a very strong showing from Peak, showing that they're definitely not going to let a repeat of Overpass happen, and they're going to come into this stronger.
You say second round on the board, but that's actually an easy mistake to make because that first round looked like it should have been Peak's through and through. Then OSS made that retake work. This time it's less successful. They get minimal impact from the players that are actually committed to the sites because of that apartments pressure that Chitari is putting on them, and getting that double entry is exactly what you want. Although they had maybe called things better in the first round, that second one does at least open up this massive hole as a result of finding kills, and it pushes now OSS into a position where they are going to go for some aggressive plays. Rip using his teammate as a bit of an information gathering tool as he had nothing on him, but losing his life for the one and done trade. That means that Galil is out of their possession. Only the scout that saved over is a weapon that they can work around.
Yeah, and Peak, they're going to slow things down now, realizing that Safe Spot, they're going to push down and lose that man advantage that they were hoping to gain from that banana push. Ooh, LVN almost getting caught off guard there. Peak, they're going to go for this long push yet again. It seems like they've read into the fact that this is going to be empty. Of course, safe spot, only 3 players alive. They start to creep around here as Freddy entries with the bomb. Jamie, he starts to realize that, hey, I need to rotate back. Ooh, LVN gets absolutely destroyed, and Husky's going to try and find his time in the site. Ooh, gets Fane cleared, but it will be a second on the board for Peak finally.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. Only the couple of rifles that they had to deal with, but they were dealt with at the start of the round. Really sharp kills as well on these entries. Maybe just starting on the T side is where Peak will rely on, just because of the fact that maybe they couldn't get the ball rolling on that CT side before, you know, being a bit more aggressive and feeling out the map and being able to dictate your fights a little bit better on that T side does have its advantages. And now with these SMGs, you should expect Sensei to clear out a number of players, find a hefty chunk of change as a result. 600 a kill, nothing to scoff at. Nofe, some additional damage. But they are moving into what is technically a stacked site, but it's almost as if they have chopped off the latter part of their elbow, the forearm. So, like stealing candy from a baby. Third round for Peak, and this is where we should start to see OSS prove a bit more of a fight. Try and get these rifles on, see if they can get Jamie operating with that AWP. We saw him hit him a nice scout shot earlier on, but whether or not that translates and just what type of risks he's willing to take on the CT side with that AWP still remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, see the AWP versus AWP battle coming out here, and it's not always pulled out on the T side of Inferno, but we'll see it this time. Ooh, I thought we were going to get the AWP battle there in the middle, but Jamie thinks better of it. He's going to try and get a peek into this apps jump. Ooh, Nofi, oh, he's absolutely going to get taken out. Jamie, blast cannon, but he hits his shots, and he can fall back off the back of that. OSS, they did have other players there to support him, and they opt to fall back as well. Very smart decision with the man advantage. Looks like Peak are going to be funneled towards this B bomb site. They don't have that apps control, as can be seen from that map. But they're going to slow things down, see if they can pull that advantage back. They do have the AWP in the hands of Sensei, who is very capable. We've seen some of the damage that he has done so far. But do obviously slow things down and...
Such a good read.
Yeah.
This is such an instinctual reaction here from Jamie, getting a pick over at A and expecting the opponents to go B after they've seen the AWP at that A bomb site. So this is now the weaker of the two sites. The archers are completely open, and Peak can make use of the space.
Indeed, we're going to see this wrap come out. We've seen that Peak use this time and time again. It is all going to fall on LVN's shoulders, although he'll be smoked off. That smoke almost working for him as he dances around the side of it, getting the first. Oh, he's trying to get another. There's so many players to find, and he won't find any. Freddy takes him out on the edge of that smoke, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3. As you said, safe spot stacking towards that B site. Jamie trying to play into the minds of Peak, but Peak take advantage of it, and it's going to be retake it as they all push through the short position together. There is a kit on Crypt. We will see that come into play in a moment, but Mazza and Freddy, they can try and hold this crossfire as they push up short. Time is ticking down as OSS, they play things a bit slow. They're going to try and use some utility, but they're just not pushing. They need to get a move on. The time's ticking down. They push in, and the trades are going all in the way. Peak, it's just Jamie, and he's glass cannon. He needs to run for his life. Oh, he gets the first, but he needs to find one more. He's hunting him down. Oh, he gets taken out from the bomb. That glass cannon playing into the end of that one, and Peak, they pick up the fourth. OSS, they were just a bit too hesitant on that retake, and they weren't able to get it done quite in time.
Yeah, and such a strong read from Peak, even being that man down, understanding what the rotations are likely to be with that AWP, and then playing around it. The fact that there was that massive hole in the archers, even though the execute was coming in towards that A site, they had limited information from as both players were committed deep in the pit for OSS. Really well done from Peak, being that man down to start and still finding this massive advantage and exploit that they could pull off against that CT side.
Yeah, safe spot. They're having a rough go of things here. It's a bit of a juxtaposition compared to Overpass, where they were absolutely dominating, but Peak showing that they can definitely do the exact same here. Looks like they're going to feign this B push as Bomb will head towards A, but there are 2 players here. Oh, they're actually going to pull a rotate in the form of Husky, and that's absolutely what they wanted. Oh, I thought Maze would see the top of Trato's head there, but Trato, he is able to take out the first, and they should start to realize it's going to be A as the utility gets used towards this top mid area. Will they be able to rotate back in time? We have yet to see. Peak, they look like they're going to just push up this short, and I don't blame them for doing so. There are only pistols here, but we've seen that they can definitely do some work. LVN takes a speckled shot, but he gets mollied out. He's going to try and take an off-angle shot, but Sensei is too fast with the AWP. They're going to push onto the site here. Jamie doesn't get spotted out. He gets one, but he needs another. Oh, they don't know where he is. It's all going wrong.
Oh, no.
Safe spot, they managed to do it with pistols.
You know, the first kill on Maze as he's lurking into that B bomb site serves you right. He pulled off the silencer on the A1S, and that disgusts me. So I'm glad he dies, but then not clearing out these angles, not making sure that the balcony is clear and that you don't fall into this crossfire on the site, maybe not using as much utility as they could have as well, just to flush out some of those more troublesome positions, that is something that cannot be excused. OSS, like you said, stealing one completely away from them. They were on a save. Now they've got a money buffer off the back of stolen weapons as well. This could really slingshot them forward and actually close the gap that Peak had built up from those previous round wins.
Yeah, I mean, if Operation Safe Spot are able to build into this, then we could absolutely see them take the momentum and take control of this map. Will be a bit of a slower default here from both sides as Peak just gained that top banana advantage. And yep, they're just going to hold that map control and see what they can get out of OSS. There is a smoke used, and utility starts to be a factor moving into the latter stages of this round. There are only 2 minutes to play with, and they're going to have to use that utility to hold off Peak as they start to move towards top middle. Sensei, he will be trying to spot out players with this AWP. He's done some work with it already, and he's trying to get a bit more done. Husky trying to spot out this boiler. I like the re-aggression as they might realize that they're just going to leave top mid control. And Jamie, yeah, he starts to fall off, starting to realize that time's ticking down and he can't showing much of their hand on towards this A site. The exec will start to come through, 30 seconds left. Crypt is going to use that flash a bit prematurely, and Trouto, he gets mollied out of position. Trades are going to come through, and Peak are getting all of their frags and more. Jamie goes for a no-scope, but he's not going to connect quite with it. He has been partial to these shots through the wall, but it's all going wrong for OSS here, and they're going to get shut down. Jamie even gets shot in the back, and just gonna have to save off the back of this, even if they can get this done. There is no smoke to cover that fallback, and Shitiri, he's not getting any prisoners, going for that kill on LVN. Jamie, he might go for this ninja here, or at least try and make his way back into this round. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to fall back and Peak. They're reading into that with that boost up at the flower pots.
I mean, they have to know that he's still here, right? They've got someone clearing through the arches as well, just to make sure that they hadn't missed him by some stretch of the imagination. Ooh. But just a peek in from Sensei shuts it all out, but they lose that additional player in Nofe, as he, I think, tried to pick up the secondary AWP. I thought I saw that on his back just before he died, but maybe that was just a parting gift, an offer to the gods.
Indeed, and that offerings are going well for them as they move to 5. Well, we will see another full buy come out from Safe Spot. Husky will be knocked down onto that Deagle, but apart from that, got level pegging. Ooh, Husky. That's an audacious play, my man. Sensei is fast with the AWP, but not quite fast enough on this round. And Jamie, he has been partial to these apps peaks. He has got this frag previously, and he will get the first in this one as well. Husky slightly blocking him as he's blinded there, but he won't get punished for it. Ooh, the retake nades at top banana. I think that's the first time we've seen that, and I do like to see it at this point. This is the common counter reaction, though, as we boost the AWP over the logs. Obviously, he will be able to spot over the smoke there, but there will be no one aggressing. We will tick down to the 1 minute mark as Peak start to decide where they want to go, and it looks like they're going to try and get this B wrap undertaken. It has been fairly weak on both sides for Safe Spot, but they're going to try and put a bit more of a fight here. Ooh, Husky, he's off in no man's land, and Shitiri just takes him for free almost. It's going to be this B bomb site that's taken advantage of, and Crypt has to watch his back. It's just going to beat Trouto to hold off on his own. He's going to try and stay alive, and yeah, Crypt gets that lurker in, and that's a much needed frag for them to be able to get this. Ooh, Sensei peeks over the smoke and gets that kill. 3 versus 3 as Trouto tries to stay alive. Sensei doing all the work and more, picking up 2 into the round. Jamie will be able to trade him out, and that leaves it in a 2 versus 2. Trouto, he's trying to get some saying to the matter, he was blocked off the whole round and he gets taken out. It is just left on Jamie. He has to hit some nice shots into the round, but 2 more to find. He starts to get some shots rattled off through the woodwork, but nothing's going to connect. And with no kit, he has no hope. He will just fall off that, and that'll be 6 for Peak Esports.
Yeah, really fantastic timing on that, and making sure not to fall into a trap. You could see that this time around, when OSS got that pick off Jamie, that's the second time he's gone for that particular angle in that particular fight. Winning it once again, finding an opening pick, it could have well ended up where Jamie rotates over towards that B bomb site. Then you're falling into what could be considered a stacked bomb site, having that AWP now in play. But instead, they double down. They instead go towards B, and they read it correctly. Jamie had stayed in that A site with the AWP instead, hoping that the reaction would be similar. And just Shateri pulling off that lurk play, causing a bit of turmoil on those B site defenders. Even with Jamie saving the AWP, tries to go for a pick in this one, but it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah. Swing and a miss has kind of been the story to tell for Operation Safe Spot. They have been swinging, to give them credit, but as you said, not quite hitting a home run yet. They do only have 2 rounds on the board, and they are hopefully trying to get a couple more before the half comes to a close. But it will be an eco semi-half buy here, trying to get some deagles around the open, get some work done. There will be a slight stack towards this B site, but as the bomb gets picked up at the 1 minute mark, does look like, oh, actually they're going to walk towards the stack, and Safe Spot, they might get the info here. They're pushing into apps, and it's a bit audacious. There is a player in the form of Shateri. He is the man on the lurk, but the execution's going to come on towards this B site. First man does fall, and the trades will go down on A. That's a critical frag for Safe Spot to know. It is going to be towards this B bomb site. Jamie, he will be called upon. He misses the first, but he's going to be able to fall back and try and get some more. Oh, not quite hitting the second. And trades are going to go in the way of Peak. It just will be Husky left now. Kind of left with the AK in his hands and not much else to speak of. It's kind of just sitting there being like, guys, we had the stack there. What happened? And, well, they're not going to be able to tell him much because Peak, they just win out that round.
Yeah, you definitely expect more from Jamie in a position like that where you have left an isolated player, well, I guess a couple of players over at A, and they get the successful lurk kill, so they know exactly what's coming. Shateri has been on this lurk so many times, either in the apartments or trying to linger towards mid and that archway position. So once you find that frag, once you recognize that he is that lurker, then all the signals should indicate that B bomb site. And instead, falling victim early, just having to fall so deep within the site and not having a clear fallback path with that AWP costs him. And it means that he doesn't have solid fights and solid angles. He even smokes himself off some of the easier shots to hit with that AWP when you are at the back of the site in hopes of saving his life somehow. But it causes a world of other issues, a much harder shot for him to hit that ultimately results in this site being lost. So Peak, once again, these executes have been very explosive, very fast, and surprising at times for OSS to respond to. And it shows that as to why they picked this map. They seem to be very comfortable with some of these executes and operating around the mid-round.
Yeah, speaking of that comfort, Operation Safe Spot, they have been going for these kind of risky plays. See Jamie try and push down middle a little bit there, try and get a peek into second middle, but he gets pushed off, hearing that smoke go down on the molly, and will be Pete starting to make their way into some top banana control. This is very standard in a default, but what isn't standard is going 7-2 up. And Peak, I'll try and take advantage of that. Ooh, Sensei trying to spot over the smoke. Tries to flick, but doesn't quite connect yet. And we'll see actually some significant damage coming on to the Peak players. Nofi and Shateri knocked down to 10 HP, roughly thereabouts, as they initiate this top mid control. They will forfeit Banana, and Bomb will start to make its way over to 8. There are 3 players here. Ooh, Shateri, there's going to be 2 players for him to find, and he doesn't find any. LVN's able to pick him up, but they just bound through this long position. They've read into it, and they're going to wrap this site. Husky gets the first. Oh, sorry, LVN is getting 2. Husky, I thought he was going to get those 2. He's only able to get 1, and LVN, he just does absolutely everything. 4K in the round there. It's a shame we missed it, but I thought Husky was going to get it all.
Yeah, it's like that round we had on Overpass where LVN is shooting with the Deagle and Crypt is killing everybody right behind him. It's LVN, that supportive Overwatch player, to make sure his teammate doesn't get rushed in the site. And eyes are not on LVN, so it's a shooting gallery. Instead, Husky is drawing all of that attention, and Peak having to barrel through smokes makes it so difficult. But what a pick through middle from Sensei, taking a deeper angle, far more free-flowing, and this makes this massive hole in the defense. They could actually wrap towards the arches if they want to. There's no information here for OSS.
Yeah, OSS, they're just going to commit to this apps peak, and I mean, I don't even know what the right play is here, because they've lost top mid control. They could absolutely be wrapping, and yeah, they start to go for that information play. LVN, as audacious as you like, just pushing down second middle. He's not going to get the info quite yet. The bomb is yet to be picked up, but we could see him activate later into the round. Do you see OSS trying to vie for that top banana control as they realize that Jamie, he's cutting off the rotates and making sure that they can't be wrapped upon. Looks like OSS, LVN, he's not going to hear these players falling back, but when he will actually. When does he activate? He's going to hear them rotating to B, and Stack will be moving in there. LVN, trigger discipline, gets 2, trying to get 3. Oh my god, it's pandemonium. Maze takes the team kill out, but LVN will be credited with those, and he shuts that round down. Maze is going to pick up the AWP, low HP, and just sprint over towards this A site. He likely knows that because of that lurk, it's going to be a bit empty here. There is 30 seconds to play with, so he could slow it down if he wanted, but he's going to try and get that bomb planted, and they do need that money from the bomb plant. They are going to be knocked down towards a low buy if he's not able to do so. Site will be free, as OSS say. We will give you the site control, but we're going to retake, and we have seen those retakes play off for them previously. Oh, Maze. He's going to go for this long peak AWP versus AWP battle. Oh, he doesn't consider it. Decides to turn back around, and OSS, they haven't quite spotted him out yet. They are circling him, unbeknownst to them. Jamie should get this frag. Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be OSS moving to their 4th, a really critical round, and it will knock Peak Esports down on to maybe a 4th. No, they will have enough to just fire up those pistols. Nice entry there from Sensei, but LVN on this lurk. Yeah. We've seen him do it on Overpass. We've seen him do it on many other maps, but Inferno, that'll be his first highlight reel.
Yeah, just clearing and containing, and then hearing the rotations back through middle. You just knew he was going to be able to line something up fantastic. They didn't realize that he was there, and by the time they do, it was like you said, pandemonium over towards Banana. Just complete disruption and chaos. Jamie, this shot on the AWP seemed like he was given a free opportunity there, but it's a half buy here from Peak, so the pacing may be a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. These pistol rounds, they are very tough to win on Inferno, as the utility is going to be king. Do you see the smoke top banana come through? And I feel like Peak might just choose to execute through this. That smoke might give them the veil cover that they want. And yeah, they're going to absolutely push through. There is trades going down. Trato gets 2, 3 even. As Crypt tries to spray one down. There is a wrap in Coffins. Maze does get spotted out. He's not able to get the frag. And that's going to be a quick shutdown, as it's just left to Sensei. Jamie pushing through the smoke. And Trouso doing everything and more there on the B site. 5-7 as Operation Safe Spot. They start to make their way into this half.
Yeah, really good job there from Trouto as well. Once they boosted up on that triple position, sometimes you'll see players fall into the trap of maybe playing from underneath and then playing a bit of a bait and switch. But that's an easy enough adjustment to make if you are a player entering the site. So getting that distance, his teammate getting flashed up as well. He was the one that bailed him out when he was elevated. And now Peak, can they respond? Keep Operation Safe Spot at bay. Oh my days. Maze is right behind them. Surely not. And just like that, the flash timing is perfect as well. By the time Husky spots him, it's far too late. This B bomb site, extremely vulnerable. Jamie trying to get anything done but the jump across. Sensei able to pick one up. And that should be the round done and dusted. Sensei even picking one up above the smoke. And Trouto, solitary kill. But that's it. That's the round.
Yeah, I don't know how OSS don't realize there's a player there. I mean, it is very common for teams to just send 1T bounding up banana, but I mean, yeah, just OSS caught lacking unawares as Crypt and Husky get taken out. Nice kills there from Peak Esports. Maze getting the first 2 entries on towards that B site, and then Sensei just pushing in with that AWP and getting 2 nice frags to close out this round.
Fantastic
Trout.
stuff from Peak
Sorry.
thus far. No, we're perfectly fine. It's hard to really describe just how well they are playing so far on this T side, the way that they are being both reactive but pushing initiatives at times as well. While it does sometimes lead them into positions that have them give up that opening frag, the mid-round decision making off the back of that has been stellar. And although OSS are maybe cluing themselves up into it, like we saw that one round from LVN trying to deny some space from the T side in particular as well. I mean, just losing track of players as simply as that on Banana is something that is maybe a testament to how infrequently OSS may play this map, how maybe they're not as comfortable as they were on Overpass, because some of those issues, I mean, we wouldn't have expected to see that on the first map, but really good that Peak are putting them in these positions where they can exploit it.
Yeah, very much so. Unfortunate there for OSS, trying to make a play and ends up not working out. Speaking of making plays, Peak, they're going to make a play up top mid. They're just going to wrap around this A site. They've done it so many times and it's worked time and time again. Jamie whiffs. That's a much needed kill and trades go down. LVN can't do anything and it's just Crypt and Trouto on this B site, kind of left in this awkward retake situation. And yeah, that's a really fast round from Peak. Nice decision from the IGL to change the pace up and just absolutely explode onto this A site. It will be Crypt and Trouto, however, on this retake. They are going to put their feelers out, see if they can get any work done. If they do get a kill early on in this retake, they might just initiate the retake off the back of that, although they do need to predict where these players are, and they are going to be positioning in strong spots to do so. They are going to push through. The utility comes out. Oh, Noffy gets the first. Trouto gets the trade, but Sensei, he swings out for the refrag, and that will be Peak moving to 9-5.
Yeah, we can see in the other stream as well, they've kicked off their second map as Power Your Aura actually took Train. So both, both UK teams taking the first map, but the expectation could be that we go 3 mappers in both, and I am all here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Aura did have the advantage there, 6-1, but they do win in the end after a quick comeback and overtime. But as we move back to this Inferno map here, you have seen Save Spot go for this in this case SMG, but Apps Peak, should we say. Ooh, Tensei not quite hitting the mark there, but we have seen him try and rattle those shots off very often. But yeah, coming back to this double Apps Peak, we've seen them do it a couple of times. It's not quite worked out for them, but this is the round that it would work on if it... Oh, LVN gets caught out trying to pick up a gun, only expecting one to be there. Maybe a little bit... Ooh, Husky, awkward fight, but he wins out in the end. There's going to be one more, and Maze can refrag off that. It will be Jamie left on his lonesome. He's got to do everything and more with the AWP here. Pull off some antics as he dances around the smoke. 50 seconds left. He spots out the player. He gets the first, but there's 2 more to find. He can push up short as he repositions him here. Oh my god, it's just the 2 AWPers now battling out on this A site as they wait for this smoke to clear. Jamie has done everything. He needs to do more. Oh, Sensei, nice trade. He's got a couple more players to find as time ticks down. He hasn't quite picked up the bomb yet, but will have the opportunities to do so. Crypt and Trouto, your B players, they will have to retake this. There is 30 seconds left, and he hasn't picked up the bomb yet, but he's going to take this peek in the middle. Absolutely rings Crypt's head, and it's on 1 versus 1 now. Trouto, he's going to push into this apps. I don't know if he reads into this, and you're absolutely right. The time is ticking down. He needs to go back for that bomb. Trouto's in the perfect spot for it, and he wins that one. 9-6 is your score at the half. Trouto pulling it off in the clutch at the end there, and that was such an exciting end to the half. You almost don't expect Peak to be in such a strong lead at the end of it.
Well, Peak actually catch a couple of players sleeping here. After they get the pick in the apartments, LVN trying to grab a gun, you know, the kill in the arches as well. Similar kind of story. It seemed as though he just fully wasn't expecting a secondary player to be in a position to trade there for Peak. Sensei, I mean, you can't ask for anything more in the clutch as well. Pulling it very, very close, but just such a hard prediction to make when you don't know where they're rotating from in particular. Rounding out that half nicely. I mean, 9-6, it is certainly redeemable from either side, but now on the CT side, Peak are going to have to pull a full-on 5-man retake because they stacked B.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a bit of a misread there. Maybe they have a demo that we don't have, but they are going to have to rotate from middle.
Oh,
they
my
are pushing as a
days.
5-man, and LVN, he's doing it again.
Oh.
Sitting in underpass, but Shatiri, the last man pushing past. You hate to see it. He gets the frag. Trouto, he's going to come up against multiple and have to fall back. Oh my god, the trades are going all in the favor of P because they bound onto his A site. Jamie hits a nice first, but he needs a couple more. He's shooting them down. He gets one more as they push out onto this A site. It's the 3 versus 3. Oh my god, the trades are going all in the favor of Save Spot. They're going to push around this pit area, and it's not going to work out. Jamie cleans up 3K. Husky chiming in for 2, and that's going to put 7 rounds. Much needed pistol for Operation Save Spot.
Oh my god, what is going on? For the longest time, just expecting LVN to pull off that flank, and then Shateri just realizing, wait a second, he was here on the CT side. Why wouldn't he be here on the T side too? Then Jamie and Husky bailing them out as well as a 3-on-5 on the retake when Peak had found those initial 2 kills on LVN and Troto. It seemed like that was Peak's round to win, but losing the kit into the pit as they were trying to jump out from the balcony, that felt like it made a world of a difference.
Yeah, it really does, and Operation Safe Spot, they're going to try and build off the back of that. They will bring 3 rifles out, which is definitely optimal, especially when you're coming up against the pistols. However, on the converse side of things, these Deagles do have that one-shot headshot capability, and that will be lacking in 3 of the weapons on Safe Spot here. So there is a deficient head armor. There will be some dodgy boosts going on here, actually, at the top of Banana. Not sure if that nade will quite reach them. They opt to fall off it anyway, and see Save Spot gaining that much needed top banana control. Jamie does get the first up at top middle, taking the frag on the scout. Ooh, Noffy tries to go in for a bit more, but there's no dessert for him. Ooh, as I say that, Jamie, ooh, he gets tagged down. Shatiri gets one on LVN, and this could heat up here. Trades are going back and forth. Jamie is low, and there's a lack of utility on both sides. Safe Spot, they are going to move back towards this B side, and Freddy's going to push in for more info. Ooh, Crypt goes for the jiggle, doesn't quite lose his head, but they're going to double up for all the kills. Oh my god, they are going to cut them down, and it's just left to Trouser on the Mac 10. He's going to have to do it all. 4 players to find, and he's just going to push onto this B site now, making his way around the corner slowly. The time is counting down. He needs to kill these players and get the bomb down. Gets the first. There is only 10 seconds. He needs to get the second, and he can't even do that. It is 10-7.
And that all stems off of the fact that Shateri gets that kill in the apartments. The fact that he not only has a smoke as well that he can deploy to threaten the deep apartments push from that CT side, as well as recover an AK and potentially be disruptive in that regard in holding that A-bomb site, it forces OSS towards B, and that's maybe why they were so unsuspecting of a player to be up close at B, is that they may have figured that it could have been a stack, but it's a force buy right in response here from OSS that's already netted them a frag. Sensei gone through middle as he tried to push deep, and his teammates not close enough to trade.
Indeed, Peak Esports, they do gain banana control, and that allows them to rotate one more player around to this A site as the bomb makes its way in the same direction. As we said, conversely, in the last round, these Deagles can do work, and they did do so in Operation Safe Spot. I'm going to try and replicate that success on the T side here. There's one player lurking around the apartments who is the closest to getting an engagement. But Safe Spot, I'm just going to wait things out. Actually, Peak Esports, they decide to stack 4 players over here. And it's going to be the battle going down. Husky with a nice entry. There's a couple more players to find as Safe Spot. They're reading into this, just as they did on Overpass. Ooh, LVN cut down on the lurk. But yeah, just as they did on Overpass. They're making all the right reads at all the right moments. And this B site is going to be theirs for the time being. As I say that, though, Peak, they're going to start to rotate their way around, realizing that bomb's going to go down here very shortly. Let's see what the post-plant positions are for Safe Spot. There are no mollies or nades in the game to speak of in the form of Peak, but they're going to push together as bullets is all they need. Maze, he has taken the silencer off his gun, but he needs to get the kills as he pushes in to do so. Time is ticking down as they boost towards this banana area. Cans D over the smoke. Oh, they do try to initiate it, but the players are getting cut down. It's going back and forth, and it's just left to Jamie. They do tap the bomb. He gets a little bit of spam out, but they're going to stick it. Oh, Jamie does he read into this? Oh, he gets the round. 8-10. much needed for safe spot, and they do bring it to an 8. Oh, that was such a strong retake, but unable to pull it home there for Peak.
And I thought with all the tag damage, it was going to be enough for them to take over that round, just because you could see how low they were. The nades came through as well on the retake. Peak had some additional utility to make that one work, but the pistols, they answer back. After OSS have the Deagles upset their particular round, it's right in call and response almost. So not much between these two teams. You can see that they are fighting hard for each and every round, and some great mid-round decision-making from both so far. You can see both of them have largely, throughout this series, been dodging out on these stacks, and it's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Peak, they kind of missed that smoke down at bottom banana, and that allows Trouto to get the first in there, but they do realize there's a gap in it and spam him back down, and that'll be a quick trade. 4 versus 4 does often favor the T side, and I believe it will do again in this round, as it's just Sensei stuck on the scout here at B. Will be flashed off his mark and concedes the angle as Safe Spot do make their way up to that banana control. They haven't picked up the bomb, so I'm not sure whether they're going to execute off the back of this, but banana control is imperative to the round success. Do you get that? And they get the bomb picked up. Let's see where they opt to go. It will be moving towards this A site here, as we do find the stack over towards this side of the map. These 4 spies go back and forth, and we'll see if they go back and forth again as the top mid take is initiated. They are just going to push straight up short. Noffy able to get the smoke down, so that will prevent any molly from pushing him out. Although, as I say that, trades go in the favor of Peak, as they just cut down. That crossfire is too strong from Peak, and they bring it to 11. These 4 spies are doing so much work on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of odd to see them. I mean, I just highlight the fact that, they've not been going towards the stacks, by the way. And then they go towards the more stacked site, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Either which way, it's a great understanding of just how to utilize the closer range angles. Again, I criticize Peak for kind of falling into that trap as well on their T side. OSS maybe not deploying as much utility as they should have coming into the site, just getting cut down as a result of playing these closer angles. And the Deagle, it only needs a couple of shots to the chest to take you down when you are going through that site. So you're getting peppered from both sides. Not much of a chance. So flashes are certainly your best friend. OSS seeing if they can take some space away earlier this time by just probing with individual players. Not exactly in great positions to trade. Ooh. And Sensei thinking to reposition. Jamie catches the timing wonderfully and makes use of the space.
Yeah, and with that frag, Jamie buys so much space that he tries to push into the CT spawn here. Oh, Maze not quite catching him as the players try and watch for this angle. Jamie might be activated later on as OSS start to push their way down short control. Pick up the scout, but he opts to use the Deagle. Nafi and Shitiri will be the players to watch as they push onto this A site. Oh my god, what? Jamie gets double! Oh my god, he didn't even mean to kill Maze, but he'll be happy with those frags nonetheless. It's just Freddy who just kind of has to sit here with a M4 in his hand and go, guys, what happened there?
I feel like I'm back in 2002. I'm trying to click on a link and then suddenly a pop-up blocks me. He's gotten a free frag out of nowhere, and it has turned the tide on that A site. That is so silly, and yet fantastic for OSS. Again, these upgraded pistols shine through once again. And again, we get to re-witness that timing play over towards the arches. He doesn't mean to kill him. He's aiming at the guy on the site. Maze has suffered for his teammates' consequences. I cannot believe it.
Well, what a play from Jamie and OSS. They're going to need more of that action if they want to bring this map in their favor. We do see Pompa versus Aura there. Aura taking the early advantage on that CT side. It is often the case, but be interesting to see how that map plays out. Of course, Aura, they did win the first map on train, so they're hoping to close this one in a 2-0 on the same page here in Inferno. OSS, they're doing work. Jamie, 121 ADR. On the opposite side, Sensei, 100. So both the AWPers doing work here. It's not often that you see the AWPers doing all the work, but they're doing some damage on this server.
Yeah. And it's not as if we haven't seen moments where both have looked a little shaky. I mean, even looking at Jamie's CT side, there were some opportunities or rounds that felt like they pivoted on him hitting a shot or missing it, and there were quite a few misses. The same could be said for Sensei, but then they've had these standout rounds where they just take so much control that, I mean, you can basically overlook it.
Yeah, very true. It will be the force buy yet again, and I don't really blame Peak Esports. They've been winning these trades out. Let's say that Maze gets a peek into logs and realizes there's no one at B, so they can rotate off the back of that banana control, which is why it's so critical for the CTs to gain. Especially on these low buys, it could play into the late round very effectively. Do you see OSS poking around this apps area? Husky does have the bomb. I'm not sure if he's aware of that. And if he goes down, that could spell misfortune for the side of OSS. Kitiri, he's going to play around the edge of this smoke and might see a FICO go down. Oh, as I say that, Trato spots out Shatiri and we don't get to see that play out. But there will be 3 more players here on the A site as OSS execute quickly off the back of that. They're just going to push the site, and it's all on the Peak players. Husky gets the first, Husky gets the second, but Sensei, he's going to do his best to hold them off, only able to get 1, and it's just Noffy on this B site. He has to hold this M4 into the next round, and safe spot. They move to 10 rounds. They're making this one close.
And you can see that there's an adaptation. The last time we saw them go for an A-side execute, there was less frequent flashes. You know, they weren't probing early into the round either. This time they have some presence in the apartments, and the bombardment of flashes as they went in, they did not want to fall victim to those upgraded pistols and the force buy once again. So they're breaking the cycle slightly, but it's based off of a bit more information being gathered in the early round and being a bit more prepared as well for the execute.
Yeah, very true. They are going to hunt down this player. Well, LVN, he swings around into the crosshairs of Nuffy, and he might opt to upgrade to the AK. Indeed, he does. So the smoke as well, and he'll be decently happy saving that into this next round. He might opt to. They do have actually. Do they have max loss bonus?
They are not on max loss bonus.
No, not quite. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so they're not going to force into this. They will barely have enough to scrape a 4 buy into the next round. But it will be just the pistols and the singular AK. We have seen AKs doing work on their lonesome so far. That was on overpass and try and replicate it. Ooh, does spot the player out and he gets the spray down. I didn't think he'd get that kill, but comes out on top in the end, and they're going to rotate straight back to that B site, realizing that if they get this kill and just show their presence on A, that safe spot, they're going to be funneled toward this B site, or at least try and funnel them into that direction.
That's exactly what you want from Nofe as well. He was such an instrumental piece of turning things around on overpass and just making things a little bit closer, now being the catalyst again. But oh my days, how does this keep happening? They've stacked the B bomb site, and OSS set their sights on A instead. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know how they do it. I really do not know how they have circumnavigated these stacks so frequently, and sometimes just on a whim. Just, oh yeah, you know, we're set up outside of B. You know, I'm not feeling it. Let's go the other way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fine. You know, you're the in-game leader. Why not?
Absolutely. I mean, OSS, they're reading into this game, starting to wake up. Might have been a couple of misreads early on, as you did say. They have pushed a couple of times into the stack, but time and time again, they've been able to avoid it, circumnavigate it, and navigate up their way around it. Oh, LVN, I don't know if he expects them to be in second middle here. Looks like they're going to try and get a little bit more for their money on this full pistol buy and maybe save a couple more AKs. Picked up 2 so far. LVN, he's not going to expect it. He will go down to these 3 pistols as they're just going to try and pick up a couple more rifles. They are able to save that AK into the next, and Shatiri, he's going to use that util top mid, but I think better of pushing in and just losing their lives, and they'll be happy, more than happy with those 3 AKs bought.
Yeah, that's almost a circumstance as well where you are saving 3 weapons already. That's where you would want maybe 1 or 2 of those players that have nothing to really lose going into the next round, just throw their lives away to try and do a bit of economic damage. It wouldn't have implications for this round, the next one, or the round after, but at least you would have this small margin where you're not losing anything anyway, so try and make use of it where you can. Do some damage. They've tied things up here, OSS. It seemed as though Peak were in a dominant spot, but a much closer showing here on the second map, and looking for aggression to start things off. He's getting flashed in, seeing if he can find anybody peering through past that bottom banana smoke, but instead, OSS sitting back, playing a little bit more passive, and actually, Peak are leaving Maze by his lonesome.
Indeed, Maze doesn't feel any pressure coming through the smokes and helps to stack towards this A site. Hearing the AK fire rattle off, actually, they think better off it and rotate back in. That's probably the smart thing to do so. Don't want to stack too early into a round without a proper read. And in fact, they're gonna overread into both of these things and start to move their way towards B. The take is going to come through. Freddy, he's got two, I believe. Sorry, Maze has got one as well, but doesn't matter. They're just going to get all the kills through the smoke, and it's just left to LVN and Jamie. LVN sitting in the smoke. He's going to try and pull off some dodgy plays. Ooh, almost gets Freddy, but without that, Jamie really has no hope in the round. That was a change of pace from OSS, and they just caught a wrong timing. If they pushed a little bit earlier, there might have only been one player on the site. They won't know that, as we can see through the walls, and although it might appear they can, they can't.
Far too true. Especially as commentators, it can be so easy to be like, why didn't they do this instead? But then you realize just how wrong that is. 15 seconds left, although Jamie gets that one frag. The bomb's dropped to deep spawn, so that smoke goes down, but he can get nothing further from it. It is a firing squad right through. Peak narrowly edging back out into the lead, and it all catalyzed off of the fact that they went for this boost, a timely one at that. That was only deployed maybe 3 or 4 seconds before the site hit came out from OSS, and the flashes did nothing to prevent the sight lines.
This isn't something you see every day. There are 4 AKs on the side of CT, and that can spell trouble. That one-shot headshot capability coming into these rounds. You see Aura versus Pompa. Aura taking the lead on that T side, but the interesting to see that one too. As I say, close it out. Sensei wants to close this one out and move to a third as he gets the first onto Trouto. Will fall back off the back of that, but they'll be happy with the 4 versus 5 man advantage. Nuffy, what's he gonna do here? Yeah, he thinks better of it. He sees the utility come out, and he's gonna lose his life out of that. Might be able to do a bit more work there, but OSS, they're going to have to push up short here. Sensei, as fast as he like, he gets the first. He's got 2 more to find, but his teammates will rotate in, and it'll just be LVN now. Trying to spam through, tries to pick up the bomb by looking at it, but that's not how you do that, and he loses his life as Sensei peeks over the smoke.
I think you could do that in another TAC FPS. Don't remember what it's called. Something about ranting. So at the very least, there was an attempt, but the fast rotates from Peak absolutely shut that one down in its tracks. Stopped firmly. You could see that there was counter utility deployed by the CT side, so there were smokes that weren't a part of the execute that really helped confuse OSS as well. So good reactions, and the fact that they've maybe been leaning towards leaving a solitary player at B at the start of these rounds and then rotating back in the mid round is maybe what helps to strengthen that A-bomb play, to make that a possibility. Now there's some upgraded pistols to see if they can overwhelm in the apartments, but to no avail. So much damage onto Shateri, but no frag.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a rough one here for OSS now. We do see the Maze, he hears that, and he might read into the fact that that's the bomb. See if that comes into play shortly. Oh, yep, he hears the player rotating off, but he's not going to push off it quite yet. As I was saying, the 2 top players, Jamie and Sensei, they are level pegging right now, but it seems like OSS the rest of their players can't quite match the mark of Peak. Oh, as I say that, Jamie tries to get a shot off towards long, but Maze, he's going to push down Banana finally and pick up 2 frags for his troubles. Trouto is not going to have any other say into the matter, and Peak Esports bring it to 14.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Look at the money that they've built up here on the CT side. So now there's a buffer where should things go wrong and should OSS close that gap ever so slightly, they can continually buy. Not only that, but afford up the AWP on Sensei, who's had so much impact, sitting at 22 kills currently. Both AWPers in the server tied for that amount. We'll see if OSS maybe pick up the pace. They've tried to go for some of these slower default rounds to make correct reads and moves in the mid round, and it's worked out for them. But Peak seem to be reading into this fact a little bit, just based on some of the protocols towards the apartments and Banana respectively, and are starting to stack and lean towards sites based on some of that early information. So the fact that there is a lack of dynamic where we saw a bit more of that from Peak Esports' T side, does lead to be a bit of a disadvantage coming into it. And it being Peak's pick makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can tell that the lack of playtime has led to a little bit of lack of cohesion here on OSS, as not able to close things out when maybe they would have on the map of Overpass. But we'll see this be execute initiated shortly, I believe, as LVN. Oh, he tries to lurk his way through, but Sensei's having none of it. He's saying, you sit down, my man. You're not going to be able to pull any of that antics quite here. OSS, they are going to start to creep around the smoke at top banana. 45 seconds left. I'm wondering when they're going to activate this take. Smoke does fade, and that's when they decide to push in. Husky, he's going to push through that CT smoke, and oh, I don't know if he gets caught off. No, they don't notice it, but the rest of his teammates do get cut down, and they might start to consider that he's done this. Jamie, he's going to try and tap the bomb, but Maze, he's going to push through the smoke. Hussey, he gets the trade, but that's all he can do. And we move to 15 at that point as Peak try and push it towards a third.
That can be such a scary position to be in if you're Maze as well. Creeping around that smoke, it can be cleared so easily, but with the additional attention being brought from CT spawn, just so compelled to look at the spawn smoke and make sure you don't get spammed, or maybe answer back with some damage of your own. But Maze just navigating between those two players in a sandwich as they try to get that bomb down. Perfect for Peak as they look to take us to a third map. They sit at 15 rounds. It has to be 4 in a row, but Maze subjected to the flames early.
Yeah, I mean, he thought that smoke next to him at car would have extinguished that, and I thought it would have too, but Source is not perfect, and he's going to lose his life for that. OSS, they do have a firepower disadvantage, but as we can see, that man disadvantage can mean so much more as they push through this short. Husky gets the first. Nuffy sprays them down. He's going to get 3, and it's just Jamie and Trauso. They're going to push through this A site, but Freddy, he's got an off angle. They don't expect it, but Jamie can adjust in time, and the bomb's going to go down. Sensei, oh, he does spot out the player, and it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Trauso knows where he is. Sensei knows he's on the site. Oh, he spots out the shoulder, but he gets the frag as well, and that's going to be it. Peak Esports bring it to a third map as Sensei does all the work and more.
Fantastic stuff from Peak here on Inferno. It wasn't quite as clear-cut as the first map, but Sensei, some celebratory, maybe a little bit of a BM, depending on your perspective, as they want to close out and push us to a third map. It will be Train forced in the series, as we had much more one-sided display on Overpass. Both teams don't seem like they're that familiar with each other's map picks, but now we're into equal territory, a bit more of the Wild West as we go towards the train yards instead.
Yeah, I don't believe I've seen Operation Save Spot on Train yet, but looking at their AWPers and the way that they play, they will definitely prove to be a formidable side on there. However, on the other side of things, Peak, they have played Train, I believe, losing to UMX 16-9, so not the best performance, but I mean, seeing the way that these teams are stacking up, it could go any way.
Well, it's an AWPer's paradise. A long bit of sightlines on every part of the map. That is the third map of Train. Who's going to take it? Will it be the UK side, or will it be the Euros coming through in an online tournament? That remains to be seen. We'll be back after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are through to our third map here in our first game of the day. There's more games to play. There's one lower bracket game already concluded. We caught the tail end of it on stream, although we were technically on a break. Power Your Aura powering through as the UK team continues through that lower bracket. We now have the last European team remaining here in Peak Esports, and I'm, in a way, hoping that they can continue forward, because having additional representation, always a massive benefit. Of course, joining me, as always, is Jammer. We've already had a pretty back and forth series where both teams have taken their own map pick. Now we head into Train, where OSS, last they played it, they lost it in the group stage, losing 16-14. I don't know where this is going to go, because Peak could be much more prepared than OSS are ready for.
Yeah, I really think it's going to be battles of the AWPers here, as we've seen Jamie and Sensei. They're doing so much work on these last two maps, and they're going to have a lot more to do here on Train. It is an AWPers paradise, as you said before the break, and whoever comes out on top, I feel like their team will eke out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just how pivotal both of those players can be in respective positions, whether it was on site holds or going for opening picks respectively, just how much kind of hinged on them creating those opportunities for their team. And I think Nofe is one of the people we kind of touched on as well as being one of those catalyst players for Peak. So even in spite of the AWP, I expect to see him trying to get in and amongst the sort of backlines, being disruptive in the setups. But that all remains to be seen. OSS starting on that CT side here in our third and final map of the series. Trouto already finding a sharp kill on the USP, but it's fast through Ivy.
Absolutely. The players on OSS, they're doubling up for these trades, but Shatiri can answer back with one, maybe two of his own. Doesn't quite get the kill there, but they will swing round on this site, and the trades are just going all the way of OSS. That's a strong pistol for them. Nice opener.
Yeah, it felt like it was a lurking player towards that team main position that just gets shut out far too early into the round. So while it's supposed to be a pincer, it ends up being effectively a one-pronged assault that OSS read into rather nicely. So it's a fast pistol, but one that OSS do edge out ahead in, and a full save from Peak as they got nothing really going for them. No additional money from the kills, no plant either. LVN hearing a lot of steps towards B. This is a throwaway round, and it seems like they're just going to run into his loving arms. Him and Jamie on this B bomb site, completely shutting it down. Trouto on the rotation as well. By the time they even got to the site, there were 4 players there, so not much hope in overturning that one. But now into rifles.
Yeah, very much so. Those 3 FAMASs will have to come in clutch here. They don't have that one-shot capability of the AKs that we're used to, but they can definitely do work. There is also that MP9 and Scout, but we'll see how this one plays out. You might see Crypt try and get into ladder room, possibly somewhere else on the map, try and get those close engagements and hopefully take away some of that long-range rifle advantage. Ready, just get a bit of space towards Pop Dog as Peak Esports. They're going to move towards this B bomb site. Will be LVN on his lonesome yet again. We've seen him do it time and time again. This man survives on an island, and often he thrives, but as the time ticks down, Peak Esports, they prowl towards this side of the map, setting up their execute. Whenever they initiate, the rotates will have to be on point. Ooh, LVN decides to throw a smoke out, gets a molly down, but he gets tagged up in the process. He needs to get kills, not nades, and he gets cut down. It's a 3 versus 5 retake. I thought they were going to get more entries, but Trouto, almost getting a double there. Only get 1 for his troubles, but Husky's going to tag Shatiri down, and this might have to be a straight save. It's a nice nade there from Husky as he cuts 1 more down in the form of Shatiri, but the rest of these 3 players, they have HP and they have a good chance in this round. There is 1 player lurking around in the form of Sensei at the Z position, but Jamie gets the first into it. He's going to need a little bit more, but Husky can trade off each other, and that's a 1 versus 1. The time is so low. He does have a kit, but I don't know if he's got time. No, Sensei is going to be able to cut him down. Oh no, Husky, what an adjustment, but he's not able to get the round, and that's going to be the first gun round, in fact, going to Peak Esports.
And it seems like more of that hesitation coming in from Inferno. We noted it before, the fact that they were so slow on some of these retakes, maybe not even considering that they should be going for it in a round like this as well. They activate that retake a little bit late, albeit because of the late nature of it. Peak were unexpecting of them to be going for these peaks. But it's a very costly round for Peak. Even though they narrowly edge out a win, they're down to Galils as well. Sensei doing so much work trying to get some additional space, just create some opportunities over at A, but Crypt spamming him through the smoke. That's an opportunity gone awry. LVN now over towards B is going to feel a lot of pressure as they start to walk his direction. Jamie and LVN both chiming in simultaneously as well. They tried to capitalize off the fact that Molotov just went down towards ramp. They are getting gunned and mowed down. Peak not getting a singular frag, and another successful hold here for OSS.
Yeah, very strong performance from Jamie and LVN, doubling up to hold that B site. Like B is the site of choice for Peak Esports as they try to abuse it, both on Inferno and now carrying that over onto Train, but they get shut down in this case, and they're going to have to be forced back on to this eco. It's a strong start, but you do need a strong start on the CT side of Train. We'll see Jamie bringing out the AWP. He's hit some nice shots already, shut down these B pushes, and yeah, he's going to be pressured yet again. Looks like Maze, he's just trying to force that molly out early on so that maybe his teammates can double back around and possibly catch him off guard, but we'll see the spread out of players right now. might be trying to just waste that utility, you know, try and get every little advantage that they can and have an impact on the economy at least if they can't win that round. Oh, Crypt hitting some nice shots, and if you can get players like him activated, then you might be in trouble on the side of Peak. They do decide to push out of A main here, and they're going to try and jiggle around these boxes, but they're just getting cut down left, right, and center, and Freddy will be the last man to fall.
And unless my eyes deceive me, unless I'm just looking at the wrong thing, but Peak, they played this in the group stage. They won 16-0. They played Train. The only time that OSS have played, they lost. So whether or not that sets an unhealthy precedent, of course, the group stage and the playoffs, fighting for survival in the lower bracket, all very different contexts.
Yeah.
But OSS, I mean, how many times has LVN been effectively gifted a frag by a player jumping into his bottom ramp Molotov?
So true, and they're going to double up on B here, actually, as LVN decides to mix things up, and he will have support in the form of his AWPer, but it doesn't look like Peak are going to be moving towards that side of the map. They've lost on B quite a few times and kind of been scared off from it, but there will be players stacking up towards Ivy. Might just try and get a little bit of Ivy pressure, a little bit of Ivy control, and then fall back, as Bomb is still quite far back. There's a player guarding it. He will be called Freddy, but Husky will be the one under pressure. Ooh, this is such a standoff between Sensei and Husky. Wonder who falls to the chicken first. Ooh, as I say that, Jamie does get a pick onto Maze, and that smoke goes a little bit too deep. Sensei can see over the top of it, and he will be able to spam him down, but he loses track of him. Husky still gets one before he falls, and he'll be okay with that. They are going to have to push out Ivy here. Oh my god, Nuffy. He gets one, but Jamie can answer back yet again. 3 versus 2, and Peak Esports, they get a little bit caught off guard there, but they can still make something of this round as they walk around this A bomb site. We'll slow things down, try and spot into where these players are. As I say that, they feign the bomb plant. 30 seconds left on the clock, so they have a little bit of time to work with, but they do put this bomb down. Sensei playing a bit far back. Not what we're used to from him. He is going to be the hard entry, but he will be trying to hard clear this side of the map. As we see the retake come through, 2-man pushing through the connector. There are 3 kits available, so whoever defuses this will have 5 seconds holding that. Sensei, nice timing onto Trouto. That will leave it in a 2 versus 2, and Freddy cuts down another. Jamie's going to be stuck in an awkward position. An AWP on a retake is not what you want, and he's going to get cut down as well. Will they be able to grab the AWP? Absolutely, and that's such a tough round to lose. They will be able to buy back off that, but they really should have got more for their money there. Crypt going down for nothing. If you can get one there, that might change the outcome of that round. But 4-2 is a round difference that we'll be playing with now.
Yeah, it seemed like that was a round in which Peak should have had the advantage from the start because of Sensei's boost in towards Ivy, but the fact that they read it correctly as well, the positions where OSS were going to go for that retake, fantastic work. Sensei as well really activating in that round in spite of not having the AWP, but now that it's in his hands, LVN is the first victim. Picked out of the B holes. They had an additional player right behind him in Jamie, seeing if they could work the angle together and get that early information. You can see the response now because they lose someone at B. They wanted something over at that A site instead, but now they've just lost one at each of these sites. And so now having to gamble stack is the likely scenario. Trouto making up for lost ground, but Peak making their way over towards B instead.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get this info, but Muffy's going to take another head as he activates on this lurk. But Trouto and Jamie are just going to have to save their guns into this. They've got no say in the matter. It will move to a 4-3 scoreline here as the bomb gets planted.
Simple stuff. Now tracking these players down and hunting is there's certainly an argument to be made because we know that getting the AWP out of CT hands can be such a big difference maker. However, because of Peak's economy, less likely a scenario because they're more preoccupied with getting their own affairs in order. So OSS, well, I suppose Operation Save Spot, should be able to save in a safe spot.
Absolutely. Their namesake coming in to play this round, but yeah, 3 rounds on the board. Where would you be happy with if you're T side? How many rounds?
I mean, definitely it's in the same respects as the likes of, I suppose, Nuke and Overpass, right? These maps with these longer angles where CTs can so effectively fall back to the sites. 6, 7 is really the ideal. I mean, that's even when we were looking at the Power Your Aura game in our little picture-in-picture, we can see that CEX, or sorry, Power Your Aura, such a new transition. My brain can't quite rack my head around it. They got that early advantage up to 6 at the start of the game, so everything else is just gravy, right? So if Pete can get to that, that is the ideal circumstance, but OSS are not going to make it easy.
Ooh, Jamie caught with his knife out there, unable to retrade. He will try and take this trade in the end, using his utility wisely, but there are 2 players to find, and I don't know if he'll expect the second, or maybe even the third player. They're all tagged down low, but they need the kills. They need to make something work here. There is a flash out to try and support the peak. Trouto does get the first, but Sensei will be able to trade, and Trouto gets the second. If they can save some of these rifles, then it wouldn't be a bad spot for them to be in. I don't know if they noticed, but they did actually gain bomb control there for a short moment as Jamie held down that long angle with the AWP. Does get cut down, and Sensei can save that from the clutches of save spot, but yeah, it's going to be B.
Yeah, this lurk from Maze is fantastic. They may not expect him to be here, but it's a fast adjustment from Trodo. Maze got the drop on him, but he couldn't adjust in time, and so now it's Sensei weakened up with Freddy. And you have to put a lot more onus on the high HP player here. Freddy trying to close that gap, siphon off the rotating connector player. It seems like he'll be able to accomplish it. Crip taken out, but now Trouto there with the response. It's only Sensei. Can he make use of that space? Somehow slip towards that A bomb site. Even if so, LVN is in a great position to flank on by, but he still thinks it's B.
Yeah, the time's ticking down. If LVN could have got the right read there, then it would have been a quick round, but Sensei does get the bomb down, and the bomb planted on this A bomb site does put things slightly in his favor. I almost feel both these players are low. Well, all players are low, but the AWP doesn't care about your HP. It's going to take your frag. Ooh, that's a rough one. You need to hit those if you're Sensei, but he does get to reposition and will be moving around. There is no kit, so time is going to be a factor. Oh my god, what a shot. He's going to try and get another. Oh, the bomb was tapped, and Trouto, he's going to have a hard time of it. Sensei, what a clutch to pull off here. Absolutely needed, and he's just going to play around with his food at this point. He's going to get the round win. He knows it, and that'll be a 4th for Peak Esports.
What a shot from Sensei in the clutch. Thought the high ground would catch him off guard, but Trouto had such a phenomenal hold in terms of being not only at Ivy, but stopping this B pressure, and Sensei bails them out. What a flick, what an adjustment to make in such a big moment for Peak to maybe start to edge out in a bit of a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. The economy factor starts to play in now as both of these teams are getting quite low with their economy still, and if there's a decisive loss here on either side, that could knock them back onto an eco, spell misfortune. However, we're not quite at that stage yet, as we see what Peak decides to do with this almost default style, clearing the Ivy position with their AWPer. And the way that Sensei's been playing, I don't blame him for dry peeking. There is a slight adjustment on LVN using an a nade instead of a molly, but that's because he can't afford a molly in this round and decides to smoke it out instead. They were just trying to bait out their utility, so objective done there on the B side as they reposture towards this A side of the map. The bomb is down, almost in a very rear position, but still have a minute to work with, and they're going to just wait things out and let these smokes clear. Ooh. I don't think Jamie spotted out this player that's so close, but we know that he's as quick as you like, and he will be able to get these frag. You feel like, yeah, absolutely can't see that man. We will see Peak Esports posture towards this A site. Operation Safe Spot, they are playing further back. Oh, Jamie, very quick on the trigger and gets the first entry into this. Let's see if that can spell misfortune. 30 seconds left on the clock as the bomb needs to make its way towards the site. Oh, Jamie, imperative whiff, but the bomb does get knocked down. 20 seconds left. Sensei is going to make his way out of Ivy, and he needs to do a bit of work with this AWP. The bomb is making its way there slowly, but Husky, he's ready for it. He's going to take the first, and it's awkward here. Sensei trying to dance around the train. What a no-scope. Needs to get 2. 10 seconds left on the timer. The bomb needs to get planted. Sensei, get the bomb down. Stop hitting some insane frags, my man. Oh, are they going to stop it? They do! 5-4. Safe Spot pulls something out of nothing.
And this standoff over towards Ivy felt like it had so much impact, but then Husky in the middle of the site being disruptive. Sensei, he just needs a little bit of help here. Somebody else to go and grab that bomb for him, because you could see he was absolutely feeling each of the peaks that he was going for and hitting the shots he needed to. That made things far more competitive, so much more worrisome for OSS in particular. But that first opportunity that Peak have had to take over into the lead, instead, OSS answer right back, and it's a really close cut on the timer as well.
Yeah, that was such a tough loss for Peak Esports. As we did say before, the economy comes into play, and they're going to be knocked down onto this force buy with pistols and that one AK. I was wondering if they were going to go for that jump boost there. They will indeed. Oh, Maze. I don't know if Elvian spotted out the leg. It looked like he did, and he's going to fall off that angle, realizing that his position is compromised now. Peak Esports stuck on this eco. See if they can do some work with these deagles. Sensei, we know he can aim with the AWP, but with that pocket AWP in his hand, sorry, not a pocket AWP, Tech 9 in this round, but even so, I feel like he can do work with any gun.
Yeah, already finding an early pick is massively disruptive to the CT setup. Not being able to have eyes on all of the avenues over at A, it's spreading them out significantly. The Peak are actually moving into the easier site to defend effectively, expecting maybe that OSS will have reinforced A as a result of that earlier pick. LVN gifted up a frag as Maze is unsuspecting of the angle, and so now Crypt as well, rotating in at the right opportunity. Jamie in position with the AWP. Sensei's just trying to creep on past, but that's the bomb. Dropped at the oil train, and Chitari can do nothing to stop any of it. Nofe, a long flank, but one kill won't do, and he doesn't even get that. OSS, they make a suitable read, and Peak maybe getting a misrepresentation of what was actually going on, because OSS don't spread their assets out to reinforce A. Instead, doubling at B is completely unexpected for Peak.
Yeah, these stacks and reads into the game are just going OSS's way ever so slightly, and you get a 6th on the board. Peak, they won't be disappointed with 4 rounds, but they are hoping to get a little bit more, as it looks like they're just going to bound towards this B site. They are stuck on all pistols. Maybe, well, there is that one deagle actually in the form of Shatiri's hands, but he gets taken out straight away, and it's just stuck on these Glocks now. We'll try and push down. LVN needs to get that molly down. It's all on him. Actually, as I say that, Trouto, he doubles up for a double, and LVN chimes in, and that would be a quick 7th for Operation Safe Spot. They needed to keep that round clean, and as a consequence of that, their economy is starting to look healthy now.
I think every time we've seen them go for a play exactly like that, the response has been the exact same. LVN gets 1 kill, whether by a Molotov or spraying away at the person sitting in his Molotov. So they've been unsuccessful at breaching that B-bomb site via that ramp position. But I mean, even just looking at the record throughout this tournament for Peak on Train, they are 3-0 as far as I can tell. So yet to lose once on Train, but OSS putting up a good argument to be the first to do so. And the double push from Ivy completely catching Shatari off guard.
Yeah, Peak, they realized that with so much presence on Ivy, that means their A bomb site is exposed, and Nofi spots the edge of that player out. However, he gets caught off guard by Trouto's positioning, and it's going to be a war on this A bomb site here. The bombs are picked up, but the players are on the site, and they're just fragging out. Oh my god, Trouto, he's doing all the work and more. He's got 3 kills in this round. Husky was able to get 1 before he fell, but it will just be left on Sensei. He does have 100 HP. He does have the bomb, but he's got 4 players to find. Let's see if he can pull this one off. He goes creep down, Pop Dog, and spots into this A-bomb site, but with players watching it, I don't know if he can get an angle into this round. Oh, as I say that, safe spot. Oh, they spot the edge of him out, and that is a much-needed information play, as they are aware of his positioning now. LVN repositions off the back of that information, and looks like safe spot. They're going to win the half at this stage in the game, unless Sensei has something special to say about it. He does make his way up the pavement of short on this B-bomb site. Crypt thinking better of peeking out connector, and LVN catches him completely off guard. 8-4 is your scoreline as Operation Safe Spot move towards winning this half.
And our expectation is always going to be that the CT side, of course, is going to be the more favored of the two, especially if we're maybe racking up this argument or this narrative maybe where neither team is as comfortable as the maps they picked into. But even still, the way that OSS so far have looked on the CT side, they have these protocols in place for these site takes, and I'm glad we get to see finally a pause called here from what I'm going to assume is Peak, because this is a map that they have won so far within this tournament, and now are met with a bit more turmoil. Ideally, again, we're looking at maybe that 9-6 scoreline for them on this T side, and falling a bit short of that. I mean, there's only 3 more rounds left within this half. Hope to see something a bit more flashy, maybe a bit of differentiating between some of these rounds, because when they have gone B, it has looked very, very similar time and time again, and OSS likely cluing themselves into this, but they're getting so much distance on this A bomb site, and OSS maybe recognizing that it's pistols, they're playing for the retake.
Yeah, that's a symptom a little bit of their B stack. They were kind of reading into the fact that on all of these lower buy rounds, Peak were going to head towards that B bomb site, but Peak mixing things up, they get the bomb down. Maze gets the first into this round as they realize one's heaven, but the bomb is ticking down and they just need to wait timeout. Sensei tries to go for the information play down heaven, but there are still 4 players left to find. Oh, the trades are coming out, but Maze has doubled up to 2. Oh, Nafi, he gets sprayed down. Elvian with a nice double and a much needed one at that, but Freddy, oh, he's going to push down and spray down the diffuser. That might be it. He's got 2. He needs to get 3. Jamie's going to stick it. Oh! Peak Esports moves to 5 as Freddy gets the clutch.
And it's the pistols that overwhelm. Like you said, a symptom of that B stack to start things off from OSS. The change in targets just because of the economy. I thought the round may have just been done there. That should have been a sitter of a frag for Nofe to trade his teammate. But Freddy completely comes in clutch for Peak.
Yeah, that was such a critical kill from Freddy. With the last 2 bullets, he takes down the low player, LVN, and he's able to pull off that clutch. Much needed round for Peak Esports, and now they could run away with the rest of the rounds in this half. They will be happy with any extra rounds they can get past this point. 5 is by no means a bad scoreline on the T side. Train did used to be a home map for this Peak Esports side, so they will be pretty comfortable on the CT side, you would imagine. Nice flash peek there as they cross over from Ivy. They are going a little bit faster here. Over a minute left on the clock. I'm going to take Ivy control. And oh, Sensei, fast as he like, picks up LVN. Jamie is here to support, but he was going to fall off the angle. He doesn't see anyone, so he cleverly repositions, and he's aware now that they're out on the bomb site. Sensei, he is holding the long angle. Oh my god, Jamie is just lurking around here far too long, but the bomb is going to move towards this A-bomb site. Safe spot. They're in no position, and they're going to have no info on this either. The bomb will go down almost for free, and might move to a 6 for Peak Esports. I don't know if Jamie... Oh, Jamie, timing. Does use his smoke wisely. Sensei tries to rattle one off through the smoke, but the bomb will go down on this A-bomb site. It is a 3-man retake, round 14. I don't know if they go for this because their economy isn't in the healthiest spot. They can't get 2 entries onto this site. They might opt to save. It is the hardest bomb site to take, or one of the hardest bomb sites to retake in the game so far. And they're going to start to peek out now, prowling around the bomb. They might be able to get to the bomb, but they will be cut down as they approach it. Trades are just going all in the favor of Peak Esports, and Jamie has no kit, has the AWP on a retake, and he's going to need to try and save that into the next round because he has been doing work with that so far, and we'll try to do a little bit more with it.
Yeah, and it's a great read from Peak. It seemed as though they may have set their sights on B because of a lack of presence, but OSS were setting up outside of it for a full-on retake. They still had Jamie up in the heavens with that AWP, that unseen element. If they'd fallen into that trap, things could have gone completely the other direction, but recognizing as well, wait, okay, we've made noise on B and there's nobody showing face whatsoever. There's a gap somewhere, and they exploit it over towards A. Like you said, that bomb going down for no real contestation at all. And so now it's the time where OSS changed things up ever so slightly, getting aggressive towards the brown holes, but to no avail. LVN dropped, and it's over towards Team Main as well. But they clear out the close angle, but they don't fully clear out that nook. And so they both die for their troubles. Now just Jamie on the rotation with the ult, finding one, bringing things a little closer. Husky as well, dropping the bomb.
Indeed, Husky does drop the bomb. He's going to look for more. Nuffy, oh, he has been spotted out. I didn't think he'd go notice there, but he will move forward. And, I mean, After going
Surely not.
2 versus 5, you might not have fancied Operation Safe Spots. Chances in this, they do pull 2 back, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2. The minute ticking down, they have full bomb control now, and they're going to try and hold that. It's their avenue into this round as Maze and Freddy, they slow things down. They're going to try and see and find any holes in this defense here. They do have double AWP, so trade fragging will be a little bit tougher. They are trying to hope to spot both these players out before that can occur, though. Maze, he is starting to poke his way out of Z here, as well as Freddy. It is almost like they've swapped positions as they move back towards the bomb. Jamie spots out the player moving out of Z, but he's going to get overzealous, and that's not the kind of peak that you want to see out of him. There's 20 seconds left, and if they just push in and get the trades, that might be it. That might be all that's said and done for. There is a couple of seconds left, and that's the trade. 8-7 is your scoreline as peak. They make a pretty impressive comeback here on the T side.
And it looked like that was OSS's round to lose. After they initially go down 5 versus 2, then Husky and Jamie making this so feasible. Getting all these kills to make it a 2-on-2. But like you said, that overzealous step from Jamie. Just no information on that secondary player. Understanding that maybe he's outside of T main where he'd last deployed the smoke, but making that long wrap around through Ivy completely caught him off guard. And so now Peak, like you said, recovering that half, coming into the second half with a newfound step and maybe a bit of shaky confidence given how close that was, but it's going to be a fast play from OSS towards A.
Indeed, Jamie takes the first scout, but Maze can answer back with one of his own. Ooh, Sensei chiming in, but the trades are going back and forth. Freddy and Shatiri will be stuck out of this bomb site now. Has Safe Spot gained control, and the bomb will go down. That could spell trouble as there is as I say that, Shatiri! 2 kills, and it's just left to Trouto. 1v1 against Freddy. Hit smoke could come into play here, as that will help him get this defuse. He might opt to ninja it, but he's going to get some info first. Moving it around the E-box area. Oh, Trouto, he has the info. Whiffs the first, but he can clean up in the end, and that is a much-needed 9th safe spot. They stay ahead, and they maintain that lead.
Yeah, and you touched upon it earlier. Such a difficult position and such a difficult site to retake from as a CT player. On both sides of the coin, whether you have multiple people or not, just the elusiveness that can be performed as a result of all these slithers and nooks between each of the trains that you can reposition off of, so difficult to work off of, especially in a 1v1. And now it's the upgrade from Peak to try and get a response going. OSS, of course, buying forward. They do have an SMG, they have a scout as well, so a tag and a bag off those two could certainly be to some success. But you'd expect that this SMG is that probing player, in spite of the fact that he seems to be carrying the bomb for now.
Yeah, very much so. There is an awkward battle going on between Maze, completely repositioning every time Husky wants to spam him down, and that molly will finally force him back. Such an annoyance there in that pop dog position, and that could spell disaster for Safe Spot. They do get some nice info towards B here, forcing that utility out and making things costly on the side of Peak Esports. They are chipped down, but these Deagles can definitely do work. Ooh, are they going to push through this smoke? They might just pincer around this pop dog position, and I don't blame them. Oh, Maze almost gets that kill onto Husky there, but unable to do so in the end. Oh, these players are just getting cut down. Safe Spot, they're pushing through and pushing through well. Peak, they're going to have to rotate from this B side, and it doesn't look like they've got the best avenue into the matter. It will be 3 players left up, and they might just try and save these guns into the next round. They don't have too much of a prospect of retaking this, especially with no kit, no util, but they might try and save some of these guns, actually, as we see the players pushing together towards this A main position. Crypt is going to save some money with that. Oh, no, he turns the wrong way. Can't farm any money whatsoever. I don't know if that's going to get picked up. It will indeed actually bite Freddy, and they're gonna continue to lurk around this A main area, try and get a little bit more for their money, be a bit cheeky, as we know that they can be. Oh, Sensei spots out that player, but can't quite adjust in time. Jamie is going to dance around on the bomb site. They will hear this, but I don't think they'll be able to pick up any of the kills. Sensei just kind of running around on the site, see if he can get anything extra. He gets taken out for his troubles. He does only have a deagle, no armor to speak of, so I don't really blame him for that. But 10-7 is your scoreline, moving on to round 18.
Definitely not what he was expecting to have happen, you know? catch one player falling back from the site, get a kill, fall back through ladder. You know, it was probably going to be a bit more suave than that. Instead, it's like trying to do a flip on a skateboard and then just, you know, head to the floor.
Absolutely.
Helmets on, though, as Peak have, of course, saved some of those weapons from the previous round. One player, in fact, does have head armor, but he's not going to be the one investigating. It's Maze who gets his life taken early.
Absolutely. We will fall into a 5 versus 4, and that will always favor the T side. When you can get that first pick, especially on a map like Train, it will leave one of these bomb sites vulnerable. As I say that, Shatiri answers back with one of his own on Trauto. That is a much needed trade, and it will give Peak Esports a little bit more of an avenue back into the round. Do you see save spot posturing towards this B site? Ooh, Nuffy, he's going to hear Jamie pick up that AK and might try and get a timing play on him. Decides to stay passive for now. Realizes that Jamie probably won't realize that he's close, or probably won't expect it, rather. Oh, bomb is there as well, so if the time ticks down a bit too low and this execute comes in, might see something dangerous happen. I was going to bring up the fact that the two players from B were pushing through and they get to trade. Nuffy, he does get crypt, and that will be the bomb, actually. Peak, they've bought themselves an avenue into this round. Jamie and LVN have to make something special happen. 30 seconds ticking down. Flash will come through, but Nuffy's not blind at all, and he'll get that trade. Oh my god, this might fall. Oh, safe spot. Do in fact lose that round, as Peak Esports, they make everything work.
Nuffy, once again, is just inserting himself within the setup of OSS and causing a world of issues. Even just in a play like that, it's something that OSS tried to do on their CT side a lot, but got punished for so frequently. But Nuffy finding a great timing and tripling up on frags in that position, completely winning the round there for Peak. And it's with that additional attention that's brought into other avenues, not reinforcing, not maybe going for some of these flash protocols or even some close Molotovs to make sure that doesn't happen here from OSS. So Peak making sure that in future rounds, OSS will have to be as meticulous as that, else they could fall victim to something similar. Still, the SMG and the Scout brought forward from that previous round, OSS technically still kind of have the upper hand in terms of the weaponry, but an AWP out for Sensei is definitely threatening.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be a lower buy in the hands of OSS as Peak. They go for all this information, and they're going to realize that there's no one there to receive their bullets, and based off the back of that, they can have Sensei posted up with the AWP here on B. It can be such a lethal position. We saw Jamie doing work with it, and Sensei's going to try and mirror that performance, see what he can do here as OSS try and regroup, rally up, and reposition towards this B-bomb site. Jamie does have the singular smoke. If you can drop that down and cut off this line of sight for Sensei, then it might mean that he won't get as much of an avenue into the round, but we'll see. As 30 seconds reaches the timer, this execute will be executed. There we go. Sensei, he does get the first in the form of Husky, and they will have to wrap around this A-bomb site. Sensei doubling up, and oh my god, it's all going wrong. OSS, they just fall, and Jamie can't do anything either. 9 to 10, and Peak, they're impressive on the CT side.
Yeah, having no AWP in their own right as well definitely hurts, but we saw that AWP in Sensei's hands, and we kind of know what to expect. We talked a bit about how it is in AWPer's Paradise. We saw Jamie have massive amounts of impact as well with his own AWP, so no surprises that Sensei is able to shut them down as effectively as that on that B site. The B bomb sites in general have been pretty airtight from both teams. Well, the variations and the larger amount of successes have been seen at A, but it is so much more difficult to exploit the timings in that regard.
Oh, that stack. It does pay off initially, but Husky loses life to fall damage, and doesn't look like they'll be able to get anything else done there. LVN try and pick up the Mac 10 and the smoke, but he's going to get spammed down, and 2 HP. He doesn't look like he's going to be able to do much else. Yep. Full milk, and as he dabs into that death, Peak Esports, I'm going to move to draw this one up at 10 to 10.
Yeah, not much that Jamie can do in a position like this. Oh, Well, okay. He tried to go for a quick peek just to see how close they really were. But Nofe said, that's enough. No information for you. Double digits for both teams, tying things up here. Peak, double AWPs out. Chitari as well, picking that one up. Not somebody that we saw AWP too much on a previous lineup, another sort of UK-based team in Vexed, but did sometimes frequent it on a double AWP setup, so no surprises that that is in his hands. And Sensei, as a result of having another AWP on the map, will choose to be a bit more forward-facing, over towards that brown holes position, has that doubled setup on ramp as well, so the A site significantly weaker for wear, but Chitari, after spotting these players out, they may just call for a rotate.
Yeah, absolutely. They have stacked at 3 towards this B bomb site, and that is where the bomb is. But if Safe Spot can read into that, then they'll find themselves a much easier bomb site. Just as I say that, though, Peak realize that time's ticking down and they can't stay there forever. They're going to rotate back towards this A site, giving Sensei all of the control that he wants in this brown horse position. Safe Spot, they are posturing around this A site. They drop the bomb and try and make some presence be known on this B side. I think they might be reading into the fact that Sensei, he does have the AWP and could be peeking in here. Ooh, Husky tries to walk out and Sensei's going to hit that every day of the week and more. Does fall back off the back of that, but he'll be happy with a 5 versus 4. Safe Spot. Looks like they're going to reconsider their position after that frag. 30 seconds left on the clock, and ooh, I thought LVN was going to move to B with that, but looks like he was just trying to feign a B push. There will be 2 players there as they expect a B push, but 25 seconds left. They're going to push out onto A site. Maze and Trouto, they're back to back in the smoke, but who gets the frag? It will be Maze. They're going to trade out for each other. Maze doing more work. 3 versus 2, Crypt and Jamie. As I say that, it's just Jamie gets 1, but he needs to get a couple more. He will be 4 HP. 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, he's going to go for the peak, but Chitari can shut him out with the USP. And Peak, they take the lead now.
And it's a fast double entry there from Crypt as well on that site take. But Maze just being so elusive in that smoke, getting the first and that second kill. It almost looks like a drive-by. But and then keeping himself alive long enough that Chitari can chime in with the AWP. Fantastic discipline and knowing when to pick your battles there from Maze on the site. It's difficult now for OSS. Now that these double AWPs are on field, they have to work the map so much more meticulously. It's why even at the sort of tier 1, tier 2 level, it can be so difficult as soon as those weapons come on field. And you know that Sensei is going to continue to go for peaks just like this. It's a swing and a miss, but it's only pistols, so they can't really punish off the back of it. And they could even call for reinforcements if they like, but no real need to yet.
Yeah, absolutely. They have 2 players here, and they're 2 very capable players as well. So I'll be happy with their positions for the time being, as they realize that pistols will have more of an avenue to get in towards this B site. Ooh, I say that. Try and spot out the position from Sensei. Trouto playing chicken with an AWP, and I don't fancy his chances, but he does bait out the shot. In fact, Sensei, seen him be quick, but not quite quick enough in that case, and looks like Safe Spot. They might just choose to exec off the back of that. Freddy is in an optimal spot to shut this down, but he turns away at the wrong moment. They're going to be able to get out onto the site. He does cut down 2. The bomb falls down in such an awkward spot. Oh, Trouto's leg, but that armor saves him. He'll be able to get the bomb down. Barely, as he gets cut down with the nade and molly, but that's all they wanted in this round. Maybe one more frag and they'd be delighted, but
surely not.
No, it doesn't look like it. It will be left to Husky as the bomb gets defused. Oh, that's a scalp to take. Sensei, he will drop the AWP, and they won't be able to recover it, but they do have the money to drop him another, so they won't be too worried about that just quite yet.
Yeah, just holding true to their setup for such a long period of time, in spite of the fact that they'd heard and seen people over towards B, you know, not calling for one of those faster rotate positions like connector just to peer on out and maybe provide that additional level of support there for Freddy. But no harm, no foul. Seems like Peak had it under control. They had the utility, of course, for the retake. Now that these rifles are back on field, OSS, how do they change the game plan up? Because Peak, they're going to continue to take these long angles with the AWP, and so closing that distance can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times, actually. Maybe a bit of lack of experience coming through as they missed the Ivy smoke on the left side there. You want that to go a little bit deeper, cutting off the old bomb side, maybe CT side of that Ivy position, but doesn't look like they're going to be punished for it so far in this round. There's a minute left on the clock, so they have time to wait it out. They do have a lack of utility, however, to push onto this. It will be this wrap onto the B site they're expecting, as they have one close in Pop Dog. And I mean, Peak Esports, they're set up well for this. Maze spots out the first, unable to clean up that frag, but that's what's going to activate this B push here. They do get the site for free, but Sensei, he's got this long avenue. Oh, whiffs. You don't see that often from him. He's going to try and get a little bit more. LVN, if you swing out, you can get that kill, but he doesn't have the advantage of Ass point of view, and Sensei, he's going to pick up another frag. Oh my god, it's all falling apart here. OSS, they need someone to save them, and Trouto will do just that. 2 frags. LVN able to adjust, and it's just Shiteri. Trouto, they know where he is, but is he going to be able to do any work with it? Climbs on top of Oil Train. Bomb's not planted for him.
Oh dear.
Shiteri, he's going to stick this, and Trouto, he needs to sprint up there. It's not going to be enough, and Shiteri gets the 13th on the board.
Really good recognition there from Shiteri. The bomb not planted for him. The people that were towards that brown hole's position where they were supposed to play the after plant a bit more traditionally, it just doesn't work out. They get taken out of the round early enough, and Shiteri closing that gap to the bomb, making sure to make use of that, tapping and sticking all the way through so as to not give Trouto a chance. Peak edging out, now 3 rounds ahead of their opposition. And I like the idea from OSS, a different level of a B-sided take. They split from Ivy as well, but just getting caught out and not maybe taking as much ground as they should have on that B site.
Yeah, Maze being as annoying as he like in this very advanced position in Pop Dog, and that's going to mean that they can get a quick rotate here if they do exec on the B site. Peak Esports realizing that their weaknesses do lie over here at B and posturing themselves perfectly for the retake as the execute comes in. It's all going to fall on Freddy, close on the bomb site. He is full blind, so is Crypt, but Husky's going to be the one to frag him out. Oh, Sensei, quick as you like, taking down Husky, and that will be the bomb. It means there will be a delay in this plant that can go for the bomb, and it means that Peak Esports, they can get this retake initiated so quickly. Sensei and Maze doubling up for 2. It's just left to Trouto. Oh, he's stuck in an awkward fight, and that's going to be a quick round to Peak Esports. 14 on the board. They're trying to close this third map out in style.
I don't know how they don't spot out Sensei on the high ground there. I mean, these opening kills, fine. Sensei, kill to the back of the site. Then repositioning onto the high ground and on the rafters. Both players pushed up close to Con, staring the right direction, and somehow Sensei has slipped on by and found 2 kills from not only the backside planter, but the teammate that he has next to him at the red train. Something that should not happen, and maybe that's why a pause has been called, because maybe it's a breakdown in the communication, not understanding what is open, why people are getting caught off guard in that fashion. Peak are fully capitalizing. They are making sure to be proactive, not only on the retakes, but as soon as they realize where the initial plan is, taking ground away from some of these common retake positions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you lose a round like that, where you make the right call, you get the bomb down, you're in good positions, and you still lose the round anyway, nonetheless, to a man walking up the catwalk, as you said, it can be quite tilting. So, good pause there. Maybe try and reset the mentality, and it will be the semi-A wall of smokes coming out here as they push out really quickly. They change the pace, realizing that double AWPs aren't going to be good in this retake, but Crypt, he turns the wrong way. He can adjust in time, but the trades are coming out. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Oh, the bomb is down on the site. Jamie and Trouto, they're going to try and recover this, but the man you want alive, Sensei, he has the AWP, and he's lurking around this bomb site, trying to spot it out. Trouto spots the edge of the barrel. He's going to clean up both, and that's going to bring it to 11.
Yeah, Sensei maybe not realizing that his barrel was sticking out and that he was more exposed than he once thought. But things were going back and forth all the way through. You could see the kill feed was just a zebra crossing of kills between both sides. And now Peak, they are running out of funds. They do not have that buffer that they had from having so many rounds in a row. Now OSS, this is potentially a turning point. Winner of this round likely gets themselves up to 14 or wins the map. The stakes could not be higher as of right now. OSS, where do you make your call? The B site has seemed like a vulnerability. They've been taking that site, just not being able to hold it in the after plants. And then a faster play towards A, that was maybe the idea, thinking that Peak might reinforce B instead. But now that you've used that card, where does Peak go? How do you reach that? Nofe, trying to do some damage to start things off. It's an exchange in the affair, so down to about equal HP, but they double drop into him, and Noffe shuts it down.
That's really not what you want to see from the side of SafeSpot. They had the right idea, but they execute a little bit too early and fall into their own molly, getting damaged, and Noffe's there to clean up. He does lose a significant amount of health, but geez, things are too strong from Peak Esports. They're just taking frags left, right, and center, and seems like SafeSpot are going to be shut out of this map, and that will bring things to map and series point here for Peak Esports. This is one of their older home maps. Ooh, Shitiri, critical miss there, and that will give the jig up. Sensei, he can convert, and it's just going to be left to Jamie. As I was saying, Peak Esports, this used to be their home map, so it's a bit of a question mark as to how this one fell through. Maybe Peak Esports winning this best of 3 based off that map veto, but as we say, it's not over and done with just yet. There is one more round at least left to play. Jamie will try and bring this up into the next round and see if he can do any work with it.
Yeah, still a big question about whether he even gets to save. If he dies after time here, that is the worst case scenario. Somebody coming his direction, it's Noffe, so critical shot to hit, although it is an easy one for Jamie. That is an AWP saved over to the follow-up round, but that round pivoted entirely off of Noffe holding firm towards the ladder position, and now Peak in the driver's seat. Unless something goes awry here, should OSS somehow overturn this, this is a must-win round. This is their last chance to keep themselves in this, not only for monetary sakes, but they need to do it convincingly as well. Shitiri finding the first. Maze, unsilenced M4. I hate it to bits, but he's still finding kills. Troto and Jamie as well finding impact, but realizing that the ladder is open. Sensei coming in the flank, the secondary player unexpected. Both players low.
Absolutely, it will be the 2 AWPs on the retake here. Oh, SafeSpot, they opt to go towards this B site, and Sensei, he's read into it perfectly. Oh, he whiffs on the first one. That was so needed, and it's just left to Shitiri on this AWP. He's going to try and retrieve a rifle in this retake. Needs to win it for his team, or nope, he's going to save it, actually. He's got rounds to work with. He realizes the economy position that they're stuck in, and perhaps he wants to trade that over to Sensei, and that would be a wise thing to do so. Building that up into a bit of nothing there, but Operation SafeSpot, I'll be happy to be alive in this map nonetheless.
Yeah, my brain didn't quite realize just how much of a loss bonus OSS were. So that was the point that I was making in the previous round about it being a massive swinging moment for either team transfers over to this one as a result of that loss bonus. So Peak saving this weapon over has some implications, right? Their money isn't great, like you're touching on. But the fact that they are able to weasel out with a victory in this round when somehow Sensei getting that backstab off, reading into that B-sided push as well, but just missing out on the shot makes all the difference.
Yeah, so true. I mean, the trades were going left, right, and center, but ends up being SafeSpot in the winning side this side, and it's really unfortunate. Peak could have closed it out there, but we will move to round 28. Could see all 30 here as Peak are onto this Deagle bite. The Deagles can definitely do work, especially around the AWP. Ooh, Noffe, timing play, not able to clean Jamie up, but does significant damage in the process. There are no nades to clean that one up, but I'll be happy with the info that they've got at least. A bit upset with the frag, but the bomb will move towards this B site. It will be your 2-man setup here. Freddy trying to spat out the cross. He does see one, and they don't actually get any damage on him. I'm surprised, but that will allow the AWP to rotate in here. Operation SafeSpot, they've had the reads into these stacks so far, so good, but they'll need to do it one more time here if they're gonna keep themselves alive. 1 minute left on the clock as they slow things down, reposture, reposition, and prepare for this execute. Maze,
oh dear,
gets boosted on Freddy's head. It is an interesting boost, but we've seen them do work with a similar setup before.
They brought Shitiri over as well with the AWP.
Absolutely. Oh, the execute's going to get put into motion here. Shitiri gets jiggled out on the first, but Freddy can do a little bit of work. Oh, the trades are going in, and it's Operation SafeSpot here on top. Sensei, he's going to run out unawares, and LVN's going to clean that up. 13 to 15. It's really coming down to the wire here, Yumi.
Yeah, you talk about them navigating around these stacks so frequently. This time, Peak make the right call. They go towards that B bomb site. Shitari, that is a critical miss. If you wanted to distract from those players boosted within the site, draw some attention towards back lanes, that is a must-hit shot. Falling there does keep Peak slightly away from closing this series out. OSS still with that lifeline in. 2 more rounds necessary to force us into the overtime, and it is only pistols to try and contest here in round 29. So we're likely to go the full distance.
Yeah, absolutely. They are saving for that full buy into the next round. And I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but if they lose that one convincingly, that might put them back onto another eco, and that'll spell trouble, potentially moving to an overtime situation. Ooh, Noffy, he is trying to get this information in team main here, and I think they might have seen the leg of someone crossing back over towards the alt area, but they flash themselves in. Stack is there. Trouto is making a meal of the spray, does clean up, but there's 2 more players left to find. Oh, he gets 2, but he has to reload. Sensei, he's trying to play into the fact that they won't expect him there, and he's going to hear this rotation. They can push over to the B bomb site, and yeah, they do indeed choose to do so. They don't have the manpower, they don't have the rifles, but they can still build themselves an avenue into this round, especially with the lurk of Sensei being so advanced. I don't think they're going to read into this, and you might be able to pick up a multi-kill here. Oh, he will see the top of Jamie's head. Oh, whiffs on the kill, and that'll be all she said for that round. 14-15, we move to round 29 and potentially overtime.
We have all been there on the flank, and then somehow it just doesn't work out. Where some of us may not have been, though, it's top of the scoreboard with as convincing a scoreline as this. 33-13 on Trouto to keep Operation Safe Spot in this. He has had so much impact throughout this map, and you see more of it. Although it is 2 kills, anti-eco kills effectively, we saw that be a troublesome position for OSS to deal with previously in this half. Peak, can they bring it over the line here in our final round? They've got the double ops out once again. Chitari, no armor to speak of, but it shouldn't matter all that much. OSS, where do you even go? What is your plan coming into round 30?
Well, not much has worked for them on these full buy rounds, but they're hoping that it works for them in this case. It kind of looks like they're going for this B pincer from CT spawn, but Noffy, he's going to get all the information in A main here. Realize that there's no one there. I might spell a trade over to this B bomb site, and that will mean all-out war. Ooh, a nice flash to force the players from safe spot back, but Shitiri is just going to hold the angle and watch into that point. Nice smoke there from safe spot, forcing Shitiri off the angle, and that does leave this B site slightly vulnerable here.
B-site split again,
Sensei,
it looks like.
Yeah, Sensei, he's going to rotate round, expecting this B push to come through, and he's going to have to go absolutely nuclear. Oh, he rotates at the wrong point.
Oh, dear.
30 seconds left, and as this smoke fades, he's going to need to get a multi-frag. People are going to come in behind him. Oh, they're crab walking down. This is so awkward for him. The time's so low.
Oh.
Trouto, he's going to get a dink onto him. Sensei, I'm surprised he missed that one, but bomb site's going to be free. 20 seconds left, and the bomb's going to go down. Sensei will get Trouto on that lurk, and Jamie, he's going to get caught off guard as well. 3 versus 3, 2 AWPs and a retake and no kit. This is absolutely doable for Safe Spot. They've made everything work, even when it was going against them. Let's see if they can get this retake on, though. Peak Esports, they have had every avenue into the rounds prior, but they're falling when it matters most. We come to the end of this map, and time is ticking down. They don't have a kit. LVN takes the first, and that's a big one. Oh, it's just left to Shitiri now on the AWP. No armor, no kit. He's just going to have to run out and die. It looks like overtime. Wow. Safe Spot, bringing it to overtime here in map 3. What do you like?
And what a call to make as well. We saw them have success doing this last time they ran this B split, but falling short, not pushing quite so far up, maybe not even capitalizing on late timings. This time around, though, Peak, crucially, do not have flanking players. They do not have anybody moving up through ladder, disrupting the back lines of that retake, of the post plants for OSS, and it works out. They pull it back. They force the OT. It is a 3-map overtime slog here in our lower bracket game. First one on stream today.
Yeah, and what a first one it is to be the 3rd map. Ooh, it's going to be an A execute, interrupting me. Husky, they're dancing around the smoke and they're not sure. Oh, these trades are going to be absolutely critical. Noffy picks up 2. Trouto does get the first entry, but it's not going to matter. Jamie answers back, and it's a 2 versus 3. They're going to concede the A bomb site as the smokes dissipate, and OSS, they're going to have to reposition and try and get this bomb out of the middle of nowhere. Peak Esports, they do reposition around the map, trying to hunt down these players. LVN, that is a critical frag to get. Jamie, he needs to watch the right angle at the right time, and Freddy might just catch him off guard. Indeed, he does. It will be all left to LVN. Clutch at 1 versus 2. 1 minute left on the clock. He will be able to retrieve the bomb, and let's see if he can make anything of this round. Safe spot. They have been making things work in the end of this game, but he gets caught out the last minute there. 16-15. Peak Esports, if they got that round one earlier, we might have seen the end of this map, but move into the next round of overtime.
He may be able to navigate his team around stacks, but in the clutch, caught in transition, trying to do exactly that. They were kind of all around that A-bomb site, trying to find different avenues that LVN may not expect and not able to pull it through. Each of these rounds has so much more weight than when we were in regulation. So Pete getting that one on first certainly bodes well, especially when OSS had that momentum coming into this overtime. And it was, again, Nofe that came in with a big set of double kills. He has been such a disruptive element when OSS have gone for site takes. I wonder if he'll even tempt himself with a bit of a timing play over towards ladder. He can essentially hear players just above, over towards the brown holes. There's been some noise made. They've been favoring this double drop a lot here on OSS as well.
Yeah, very much so. I feel like OSS, they were gaining some traction when they could force the players out of Pop Dog, and Peak Esports realizing that so much control is giving them rotates on either side of the map. Wherever OSS go, it has spelt trouble so far. I feel like if OSS want to win this overtime, they need to force these players out of Pop Dog, or it's you just frag them out. That is a critical smoke, and what a time to use it. Maze can double up from that position. Shitiri chiming in as well. LVN can answer back, but it might be too little too late. Yeah, Maze triples up. Oh, Shitiri looks away at the wrong time, but Jamie's stuck in a 1 versus 3 with 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be absolutely insane for him to get this on. Does spot the player in heaven and decides to fall down. Very wise to do so. Yeah, 14 seconds, absolutely, and Sensei can clean that one up. Man, this is so tough for Safe Spot. They managed to fight their way, claw their way back to this overtime, and can't make anything work now that they're in it.
And it's these A-site players. The B-site has seemed more vulnerable when OSS have been to attack it, but it's about getting there in a way that doesn't have you gunned down by numbers. Especially with Sensei's over towards that direction, he is more than likely going to take one out of the round early, but I like this. Something faster. Jamie trying to jump straight out towards team A, but he's now left off on an island as the Molotov separates him from his team.
Absolutely. OSS biding their time as they force their way out to this A-bomb site. Jamie, clips Noffy straight through the corner of the train, and he's going to lose his life. OSS, they're falling at the final hurdle. They need to get some more frags into here. There we go. Trouto answers back with one. Needs to do a little bit more work. Spots one at the top of the green train, and they need to do a little bit more work as they move this bomb straight towards the chain. Husky gets cut down. Sensei doing so much work and more, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3. OSS, they reposition and reposture, realizing that all 3 players are here towards the A-bomb site. Sensei, he will have the quick rotate, but at what point he decides to do so will be up to him.
50 seconds to navigate and potentially throw Peak off their trail. Sensei playing it safe, just peering above the trains, not postured up for a shot whatsoever. So this is purely an information game. If they go towards heaven, though, they may have enough chance to fire off the shot that ends his life, bringing it to that 2-on-2. Sensei, how quick do you react? Shots fired off, some tags accomplished. So that OSS should be able to get this bomb planted swiftly.
Trouto peeking over the top of that smoke in towards Z. Sensei will lurk around the bottom of it. Will he get spotted out? He will. And there's no trade to speak of either. That's such a tough spot for the remaining 2 players on Peak. Trouto doing even more work, and Shitiri, he's going to have to do it all with the AWP. They need to get their 18th on the board to make things easier, but they've done good so far. He does run up, and they will hear that. And there you go. Trouto cleans up with a nice 4K. Oh, 38 kills from that man. He is dragging OSS through these rounds by their heels, and he's going to try and bring them the win as they move to their CT side.
Yeah, talked about him having so much impact in regulation, and the one round that they win on T side is off of him with a 4K. OSS really needed that just for a little bit of breathing room moving back into that CT side. Something that is touched upon very frequently as well. When we get into these OTs, going back to the half you started on, it seems like such a long time ago, some 20 rounds ago, that you were even on this side. And even then, the setups may change. The approach and the ideas coming from your opposition may change. And so it's difficult, but already going for something slightly different themselves. Boosting above the smoke, that's an early pick for Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie doing some more work with the AWP. He's not been able to activate with it too much in this game, but getting some much needed impact in this overtime, and they're going to need a lot more from players like him to be able to win this one out. Peak Esports, they were successful in getting 2 rounds on their CT side, and Operation Safe Spot will need to win all 3 if they want to bring this map to a close. They will posture towards this B bomb site, bringing the bomb over. Peak Esports, they might not have as much success as OSS did in the regulation time, but they're trying to replicate the success that OSS had here. There are 2 players as Jamie rotates back, and that's a timely Molotov coming through just as the nades go down from Peak. They are going to push out. LVN has it all to do. He sees the barrel. Can't quite get the kills. Sensei will take one out. Trouto, he's the man to take. Nuffy doubles up on LVN, and this is going to be such a tough spot. Oh, they stopped the bomb from going down. That's imperative. 30 seconds left. They will have time to get it down again, but 2 versus 3, 2 AWPs on a retake. This is absolutely doable for OSS. They are going to have to wait. They try and get some avenues with these AWPs as they wait for Crypt to activate this lurk, prowling through the back halls. 2 AWPs are dancing around. They don't spot anyone out quite yet as the time ticks down, and Crypt, ooh, might have seen the edge of Sensei. He does see that. Oh, Sensei, that is a much needed kill, and now these AWPs need to get a move on. Oh my god, they're getting flanked as well. Such an important round for Sensei to have impact on, and he's going to do it all. Jamie answers back, but there's no kit. Is he going to be able to do it? No! 18 rounds, Peak Esports. They move some map and series point yet again.
Sensei, such a great bit of game sense there towards the end, realizing that neither of those 2 players that they had spotted out were scaling up to the bomb site, so that can only mean one thing. They are waiting for something to happen, and it's likely in the flank. Sensei peering at the back at the right time makes things so much more difficult because, like you said, waiting for Crypt's activation just takes a little bit too long in that endeavor, and by the time they realize that that isn't a flank that they can rely on, it is far too late. Peak, once again, at match and series point. Just need one more to bring this one over the line. OSS, they had a much better CT side half, but the dependency on that B bomb site being under lock and key with LVN and the rotationary players alongside him, so imperative. LVN above the smoke. Again, they find an opening pick here for OSS.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a much needed kill onto the star player here for Peak Esports, and that might give them the avenue that they need to come back into this. Husky, he's going to push through this smoke, not quite spotting out his counterpart there at Ivy, but it's not going to matter too far. There is a 4 versus 5 on the score so far as they push through A main here. Crypt is trying to spot it out. Doesn't have the ideal weaponry to take a frag, but the information is what he's looking for. They will get this exec activated as 40 seconds rounds on the clock. As I say that, though, it's a fake. They're trying to bamboozle them, and it looks like they have. LVN uses his molly, but Upper is a little bit vulnerable. Jamie is able to rotate back in time, but there is a timing. Yeah, just as I say that, Maze, he goes down the ladder. LVN, he doesn't spot it out. The trigger discipline. Maze is just going to scale up and absolutely eliminate him. 20 seconds left, and Jamie, he's going to have to do some work. He gets mollied off, and that could be all she wrote. Peak Esports, they're doing everything. Only 3 players left to find. As I say that, Crypt will chime in. It is a 3 versus 3. All 3 players with kits. Jamie on the AWP, and they're going to have to go all the way around to CT spawn to get this retake done. They are making a lot of noise as all 3 Peak Esports players are in advanced positions here. Jamie gets tagged down, can't quite clean up, but the trades are going back and forth. Shatiri and Maze, they're doubling up and in even more advanced positions off the back of that. Crypt is the only man left, and that'll be it. Peak Esports take this in 3, single overtime, 19-16. What a game.
And it's the B bomb site, something they struggled with so much in regulation to get through. They finally crack it open. It's as if the brick house that they once had was converted to glass. That last round from Maze, it is so instrumental, finding LVN and just taking complete control. That is ridiculous. I cannot believe that they've closed this one out in that fashion after the T side that they had. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but I am a bit gobsmacked. And I guess a little bit sad that we have lost the likes of OSS when they looked so good. Trouto, what a performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Trouto, he was putting in work. He's not always the guy you'll see at the top of the scoreboard, but when he is, he takes over the game. He's not able to do it in this case, and commiserations to OSS. They put in a really good fight. Obviously, Peak Esports, 2 versed on Train, and they're able to squeak out ahead.
Well, it's a fantastic series. We have a continuation of our European team within our tournament through the lower bracket. Commiserations to OSS, but Peak, the better side for the 3-map series. It was such a difficult one to call coming into this because even when we looked at the vetoes, there's some information that is somewhat lacking. You know, we can look at the previous maps that they played in the tournament. Talked about it a little bit how Peak, this used to be a home map. The fact that they have played it a few times within the tournament and not lost yet, that flawless record continues, I guess, but it is a much closer affair than any of the ones prior. Whereas it seems that that same issue that plagues OSS comes through. The last time they played Train, 16-14, really close game where they lost. And it's happened again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Peak Esports, just got to give all the props to them. They had all the fortifications down on Train to be able to do it. And I mean, just want to re-bring up the fact that Sensei is the new addition to this team, and to just come in 2 days notice before this tournament and frag out the way he's playing, it's absolutely insane to see. And what a pickup from them to be able to get that working so quickly off the board.
And just having an AWPer that is so characteristically aggressive as well. He's not overly so. Sometimes you'll see AWPers take a shot, linger a little too long, but he's willing to go for some of these stronger angled peaks where, especially on that last map, you could see the area denial that comes with it. The same could be said for Jamie on the other side, but Sensei, especially when it came to clutch moments, had the timings a little bit more in tune. How often did we see Jamie caught between 2 angles and then get shot in the back of the head? That didn't seem to happen to Sensei. So it seemed like he was much more dependable in the clutch when it came to an AWP versus AWP comparison. But in general, I think when we looked at the actual progressions on bomb sites, OSS seemed to actually have almost better executes, just weren't able to close the rounds out as effectively.
Yeah, I mean, OSS, they definitely need to have a look at their map pool, because Train falling through there, I feel like it was almost a little bit of a misread or a mistake. I feel like if that fell onto a Dust or Mirage or one of these other maps that a lot of teams are versed in, this could have gone a different way, but that's not the case in this one. I do believe that we are trying to line up an interview coming in shortly, but yeah, just going back to that, I mean, OSS, they've put in some really good showings. They're obviously one of the strongest maps that we've seen, teams, maybe even the strongest team on Overpass, taking map off the likes of UMX. I mean, that's the only map that they've dropped so far, and to see them kind of stumble and fall at the last hurdle, it must be so like damaging to their kind of psyche to go like, oh, it was so good, and I know we've not had like the most practice as a mix, but like to get so close yet so far, it's definitely going to sting.
Yeah, having an overpass as strong as that really set the tone for the series to maybe go and lean into OSS's favor. But I think you're right in terms of the map pool. Just looking at the vetoes and understanding that Peak effectively, if we're considering Train as an old home pick, get 2 picks into the series. But you can maybe see why it isn't their first pick anymore, because of the fact that it was a much closer fight, and their T side did seem like it was lacking, especially at the start. The momentum and I suppose just the calling in general seemed a little bit more lackluster, seeing if they could just overwhelm and take control, take early fights, and just win out duels. When that didn't work, then they started to fall back on some strategies, and that's maybe why the overtime looked that much more convincing for their T side, is that they realized that, okay, we can't just take these straight up fights, and they'd already, in regulation, put themselves in a rut by trying to go for that early.
Yeah, I mean, often as an IGL, when your defaults aren't working, just as they weren't for OSS, you kind of just have to fall back on your executes and hope that that works out, because they are your, rinsed and repeated strats. They're ones that you know off by heart, and if you can't get those to work, then you're kind of just stuck in no man's land. But OSS, they get those execs to work maybe a bit too late into their side of T. But yeah, commiserations to them as see them get knocked out to the likes of Peak.
So I don't know about you, but I know we've talked a lot about Sensei. Who did you think really gave the best performance out of Peak in that last, in the series as a whole, I suppose?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that Sensei was definitely doing the most work with the AWP. Nofi doing some great information plays, but yeah, it's got to be Sensei for me as well.
Yeah, I think Nofe and Maze seemed like they had such a phenomenal amount of impact in that last map, but I do believe we have our interview ready, so I'll hand you over to Dusik, who I believe has LVN on the line.
And here we are at Epic Reactions, powered by Blue. LVN, wow, what a game. That was quite something. Talk me through it. Obviously, it didn't end the way that you obviously hoped for. We did obviously see you finish at about 2 a.m. last night. How were the preparations for this morning going into this game? Because it must have been quite a difficult one with all the fatigue potentially.
Well, yeah, I think we played about 15 hours. Pretty much, like we hadn't breaks for dinner, but 15 hours straight, and then finished about 2. I had to be up at 9:30 to warm up and then play this game. So definitely tired, but yeah, we make it hard for ourselves. Like we dominated in the first map, but it's just being a mix versus a team. Just sometimes it's just can be a struggle at times. And I mean, if you look at we're pretty chuffed with our results this weekend. Like Peak, we could have been in a best of 3. UMX, we lost 16-14 on the last map as well, so could have been them. And then I think Dobbo and Co. also in the grand final. We played them in groups and drew 15-15. So that wasn't a best of 3, but still. Yeah, like our results have been great. It's some say we could get any further and following it last map, but it happens.
So all in all, you'd say there's more positives to take from this than negatives, correct?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, our team consists of Trauto, who's retired, Husky, a Valorant player, Crypt, who has one eye and missing a finger, bit off by a parrot, and then we do have UK Zaiwu on our team.
UK Zaiwu,
yeah, Jamie G does help, and I just tried to do my best to pick up the pieces. But yeah, it's we're all happy with our event. We're upset because we know we could have gone further, especially with the teams we lost in how close, but we're happy with what we did.
Fantastic. So we do obviously see the end of Operation Safe Spot for this tournament. Now, what I want to know is, are we going to see them in Epic 33? That's what we really want to know.
Who knows, to be honest. It's going to be a LAN, isn't it? I think it's after all the restrictions. I don't know if it's online or LAN. Who knows? We'll have to see. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Who knows?
We'll see what happens, indeed. Thank you so much for joining me, LVN. Really appreciate it. Congratulations to OSS for making it this far. It was a pleasure to watch you, and we hope to see you at Epic 33 and definitely somewhere in the CS circuit there as well. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Wow. That was absolutely just... I'm mind-boggled by the end of that game there. Obviously, we all predicted Operation Safe Spot to win. Peak just coming in the clutch at the last minutes there. Went to an overtime in the last map. There's just so much that went in that game that was just... it's hard to break it down. There was a lot of excitement in that as well. UM3, take me through it. Take me through that situation of the last... the overtime. So obviously, they brought it back, OSS... Peak were looking very, very good on train, it had to be said.
Yeah, and I've talked about it a little bit already, but just the fact that OSS seemed to have these firm site takes, their executions looked really strong. They were getting into bomb sites a lot, but when it came to sort of clutch moments, that's where it seemed like Peak shunned through that little bit more. Sure, they ground away to get to the overtime, but that vulnerability to not being able to close out the round seemed like it really hurt them. And then, when it came to them holding on the CT side in overtime, suddenly LVN, that was such a dependable figure, also fantastic interview. Love you, LVN. But when it came to actually holding onto those sites in the overtime, it was just an absence. He almost not gone missing, but they had adapted the way that they approached B to almost counteract it.
Yeah, and individual performances did shine throughout the whole of the match, to be honest with you. So we did touch up a little bit on that one, but I want to put this one over to Jammer. Who were your two best players? So obviously either side, impactful, and why?
Well, on the side of Peak, I mean, their new pickup is an outstanding AWPer. We've seen some absolutely nutty shots from him, almost a mini simple with some of the shots that we're seeing. So it has to be Sensei on the side of Peak Esports. And then Operation Save Spot, they are a pretty skillful roster. They're pretty stacked, but that performance from Trauto was out of this world. I don't know if he broke 40 kills or not, but like he was playing out of his mind. So it has to be Trauto and Sensei there for me. Yeah, great performances by them both.
So during Overpass as well, we saw OSS take that one quite convincingly as well. It was a very good performance on the back of the result yesterday against Horus, which was an incredible comeback. UM3 as well, was there a little bit of fatigue probably crept in towards the second map or so?
See, I'm unsure about the whole fatigue argument. Sure, I mean, it's something that can be considered, but coming out the gates with such a dominant display on your own map pick and really outmaneuvering your opponent as effectively as that, it didn't seem like polling-wise that was the case. I mean, especially even on the aim side of things, we have Trauto on the third map showing up massively. So I don't think that's really an argument either. So it could be considered, but I don't think that's what ultimately edged out the victory here for Pete.
There is no excuses when it comes to Counter-Strike. That was Operational Safe Squad versus Peak. Peak will be going through to face Power Your Aura in the next round. That is going to be an incredible game. Make sure you stay tuned the rest of the day for that one. Do we have any last remaining thoughts on this game at all from the both of you?
Commiserations to Operation Safe Spot. I mean, I know LVN personally, and I know he'll be disappointed with that performance. But yeah, really, really good to see what they can do out here. And congratulations to Peak. Yeah, thanks for having me on board. This was my first Epic, so yeah, excited to come back and do some more of these events. And hopefully you guys will enjoy hearing my voice down your canals again.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Thank you very much. You've been absolutely incredible. We hope to see you very, very soon on our screens as well. So thank you, everyone. Make sure you follow Gemma as well on his socials there as well. UM3, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be hopping into the next game. We'll be right back after this one. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
welcome back to Epic32. So far, we've seen an incredible matchup, and we're just about to dive into some more. We have Dobbo's Bowl Cuts versus UMX. It's going to be an incredible game. Make sure that you're sticking around for this one because it's going to be a very spicy affair. Joining me are Yumi and Retro as our casters for this game. Welcome on board. Obviously, we've casted the last game together. Retro joining us. How are you today, Retro?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, talk about the last game, sitting on the sidelines. I really couldn't tell who was going to win that. I think we were very undecided at points, OSS unfortunately losing out against Peak, but as you mentioned, a very spicy best of 3 coming up ahead, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, so we do have map veto coming very shortly as well, as players are starting to jump into the server and get ready for that one. Obviously, looking at... Oh, we have it now! Thank you, Mr. Director! Oh. All right, so we do have the map bans here. So casters, take me through this one, and let's see how this lines up. UMX, obviously, Nuke with our hometown map, and let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke, Vertigo, there's quite a few that you could maybe see UMX taking in, but getting it banned out in the first round, that makes a lot of sense if you're Dobbos. I mean, coming into it, they've got a wealth of experience, but maybe not so versed on Vertigo and all the timings, but picking into an overpass as well for themselves. Interesting.
I think something to highlight as well is I think, Dobbos have only picked Overpass because UMX have only dropped one map on it. And so obviously we see Inferno Train banned out, Mirage to the side. Luckily, I got to talk with Keto not too long ago. And he was saying basically they're ready for any map. I mean, they're able to take it 16-14 against OSS. And so for it to come back up and crop up as a third map, I don't think they're going to be... They could be too inexperienced on it, I guess. I think it's more about the factor of if Dobbos can perform on those maps, not if UMX's unfamiliarity will get the better of them. We know they want to practice these maps. They're willing to be thrown anything at them, just any map just flung in their faces, they'll deal with it. And so for having Overpass and Mirage, I mean, it's teeing up. Dobbo probably favoured in this veto, but UMX, we know they're comfortable playing both maps. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yep, so those will be your maps. Mirage for the decider there as well. Echoing what you said yesterday, Retro. When I spoke to Keto yesterday myself as well. Very much prepared in every situation. They came in prepared. Nothing really changing throughout the whole group stage. They're clearly cut and confident. Obviously, the winners of the last event at Epic 31 as well. So obviously going off the back of that one, Yumi, confidence is going to be flying high with UMX.
Oh, yeah. As soon as they won that one as well, they took to Twitter, celebrations. There were songs. It was a bit of a... I mean, one might look at that and be like, okay, that's a little bit cringe. I don't know. But celebrate in however you want to, especially when there's no LAN environment and no after party to sort of recoil some of those reactions. Sure. Go on to your creative side. I like this UMX side a lot, and I don't think anybody's shy from saying that they are the firm favorites as a team within the UK scene, but just the amount of experience and talent on the Dobbo's Bowl Cut side, it cannot be understated how close this game may actually be, in spite of the fact that UMX as a full team should have the advantage.
All right, so we're going to do our little predictions right here. We're going to start with you, Yumi. Which side are we taking this one to for this map?
I'm going to go against the grain here a little bit. I'm going to favor Dobbos in this one. Epic has always had a history of mixed teams doing a lot better than they maybe should do, and I kind of expect that maybe that could be the case here.
All
right, for Retro as well, your prediction, please.
Do you know what? I think after watching OSS take Mirage nearly 16-14, I think they had a lot of time to prep for it. I think we're all in agreement that Dobbo's slightly favoured in terms of the veto. I feel like UMX have Nuke in their pockets, but I think that knowing that Overpass is still in there and Mirage, I still think UMX have a great chance. They've had the experience on it. They've had time to prepare and learn. I'm gonna go split down the middle so far, and I'm gonna say UMX to take it 2-1.
Yep, and for myself, I've seen a lot of UMX this tournament. They're looking very, very good. Obviously, heavy favourites coming into this one as well. UMX will be taking this one, I think, in a 3-mapper. That's going to be my prediction anyway.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're going to see the 3 maps. I'd love to see all 3 maps. I love seeing a nice slugfest in Mirage. So we're going to hop into it with with the casters in just a few moments, but obviously make sure, I just want to take this time to thank our sponsors in Overclockers, Intel, Logitech, and Blue Microphones. Thank you so much for your continued support. We hope to work with you in future endeavors, and it's been an incredible tournament so far. We're not done just yet. We're going to jump in to the game of Dobbo's Bowl Cuts versus UMX. Yumi and Retro, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dusik. I'm kind of worried about my prediction, to be honest. I hate that we're doing the predictions in the first place. The thing is, I prefaced my point with saying, yes, I think UMX should take it, but I just know how these things have gone in the past. I've seen it far too often where the team that should, in theory, be at an advantage because of the level of prep that they have just get outclassed on an individual level. And so that's really where my vote is coming from. But I'm still wary. I think coming into this, nobody's going to have a clear-cut, definitive answer as to which of these teams will come out ahead, especially when we even, on the desk last series, we all predicted OSS to win. And although it was a close game, Peak show us that they are more than capable.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. I think we're both in agreement, though, that quite honestly, either team could take this, right? The vetoes dictate that Dobbo, quite honestly, as I mentioned, that advantage, playing two maps that I feel like UMX aren't exactly too comfortable on. They haven't really got as much experience in it as their other maps. And so it becomes quite a problem for them, but we know that they're a team that have molded such a force and willed such an amount of power behind them that it's one of those things where if UMX do it right, they would clatter Dobbos. But as you mentioned, Dobbos have that experience. Yes, they are a mix, but that epic.LAN curse, the mixed teams doing slightly better than they should, as you mentioned. It throws the questions up in the air on how it goes. It's not who's going to win. I don't think we make our predictions, but we can't answer that question in an honest state at this stage as well. It honestly could go either way. As I mentioned, I feel like UMX will tip it at the post, and I feel like it's going to go a 3-mapper. But as you mentioned, either team could take this realistically.
And I know it's been sort of memed about in the chat every so often. Like, I've seen the copy passes. Like, I don't think it's talked about enough, but how well UMX have done. That was
my tweet.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, it's my tweet. It was my tweet, man.
But
chat doing me dirty.
It has been copy pasted quite a lot, and I mean the points are true, right? UMX are one of the only fully fledged UK teams that have maybe broken out of the international or into the more European and international circuit a little bit more so than previous rosters outside of the likes of Endpoint, who have now, of course, fielded more European players than UK players. So are they even still a UK team? I know that there's still a UK organization that still loves grassroots, and I'm a huge fan of what they're doing in that respects. But UMX are the, I suppose, last hope as it stands for UK Counter-Strike outside of the likes of Endpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think UMX is our knight in shining armor for the UK scene. I think it's safe to say that. But of course, as you mentioned, there's no undermining the side of Dobbos. They're a great team. They know how to play the game. They have that experience. They have that firepower behind them. But against a side like UMX, a very well molded force. They know they're just a tier at the game. They are delivering. They've had many chances now. They've shown that they're the best. They're one of the best in the world. I think they were ranked 75th or along those lines off of the back of the Omen tournament just not too long ago. And so they've really pumped themselves up like the power ranking effectively. And the UK scene most certainly going to take that in awe, I guess, more than anything. But Dobbos, again, you were talking about this, a mix coming in, only dropped one map, they drew one in the group stages. It's basically the same as UMX, bar that draw. Both teams shaping up to be it's going to be the clash of titans, right? There is no David and Goliath story. This is just going to be a clash of two great teams to decide who will come out on top, who will drop down to the lower bracket, and who will remain and go forward to the grand final.
Yeah, and I think something to maybe draw in parity, right, is because of how UMX have come in to be one of the top teams in the UK. It wasn't as if there were these players that came into the circuit and then people had information from previous rosters so much. It was very much a new beginning and a very forward-facing approach from these players. They sort of cosplayed as Furia for quite a long time. I know that they're big fans of that style and they've adopted a lot of those strategies. And versus the likes of even the players on Dobbo, you've seen them in previous lineups. You've seen them in previous projects such as maybe London, or there have been maybe some Bulldog experience from other esports organizations within the UK scene, but not seeing that same level of success. So there is a differential to make, and it's, I suppose, this sort of clash of roads where you can typically go by working through the circuit through different teams, seeing how you do, and then elevating from there on out, instead of just making this project work from what seems like the get-go, even with them switching players in and out as they have recently.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we are having some connection problems, so we're going to throw it to a quick break, but hopefully when we jump back, the action will begin. UMX versus Dobbo's, the best of 3 to decide who will remain in the upper bracket, about to start very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Stones can break my bones, but love will not desert me. Checking on my horoscope before I walk out the door. Gonna make it beautiful, no matter what's in store. Got a lot of shit to shoot and dollars to be made. Whatever you wanna do, I'm free on Saturday. You're feeling yourself tonight like we wouldn't believe. So get up off your feet, we're dancing to a different. This is the way I am, it's just the way I am. And I wanna dance with you, yeah, I'm your biggest fan. Got a lot of attitude, but if they don't understand, tell them that you're coming through, say it's just the way I am. You think you know me? Yeah, you think you know me? Read the sign of my heart. Real bitches.
Well, the shortest of breaks, as we are right into the action, straight into the pistol round, as we start off our first map of Nuke. Dobbo's starting on that CT side, of course, having the side selection because this is UMX's pick, and it's starting off slow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tadpole's put hashtag let him know in his name, and he will do exactly that. Adam dropped immediately from Dobbo's bold cut, and Giraffe to follow suit. Dobbo taken out of the round as now the oppression comes on in, and the classic UMX vents drop. They love this strategy. They just take it under their wings and emphasize it to every point made. Atrox going to be moving forward towards Secret, but Extinct to pump in those digits as the bomb goes down. Takes the duel towards outside, and it will be Artist that finds it. And I think it's safe to say that UMX have solidified themselves a very comfortable pistol with a lot of prowess to it as well.
Yeah, getting that such a healthy man advantage to start off the round certainly bodes well, even when they went for that vent drop. And so Ash, Solitary Man, Kit, and Smoke on his belt. I don't think he's going to be able to quite escape. They know where he was last spotted, so Artist tracks him down. No utility saved into the follow-up round. Like you said, very clean and decisive round there from UMX, getting the entries that they needed, and then going back to a tried-and-true strategy to seal the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it couldn't have been more effortless from UMX to get a bomb plant. You know, everything just teed up nicely for them. Dobbo, of course, the reinvestment somewhat there. I think that, you know, these Desert Eagles, we know they can pack a punch. A couple of these players, obviously Gamer Legion players, they're very strong side. Individually, can they make it work with pistols? And in fact, how on earth has this happened? Artist charged down once more. He's found his way already onto the B site. Massa to follow. Hadrock silenced towards ramp immediately. Literally, not even 20 seconds of the round gone, and they've already found a bomb plant.
Oh, fast as you like. UMX making sure that there is no slowing down here to start off this game. And while Dobbo's have force bought, they have stacked the upper site, while UMX somehow, some way, weaseled their way into lower. So saving into the follow-up, as they would have nothing anyway if they had lost all of these weapons, makes a whole lot of sense. If they can get some exits as well, securing out ramp is a great avenue to pursue, and that's where the weapons are headed. Just SMGs along the side, but one-for-one exchange, not all too bad.
Absolutely, and I do believe that was a Mac 10 drop from Artist, so I don't think that's going to be something they're going to frown upon completely. You know, he's just literally going to scoop one back up and go again effectively, because Dobbo, of course, they're now in a bit of a predicament where they have got that Eagles invested once again, being saved 4 of 5, NBL the only man not to. They are going to eco, but now it's the added pressure for UMX, right? They know that these players have saved these weapons. The pistols most certainly can do the damage. The question is, can Dobbo line up the kills? Artist, again, vent drop. This man is just a machine. He just doesn't stop for anyone. And Dobbo's bowl cut, not exactly going to expect it. Adam going to maneuver his way around towards Secret, and so might be able to catch off the vent diver himself, but he is going to squeeze his way back up and ride the ladder to the top. And in fact, swings wide, finds the first headshot. That is beautiful. Mazza with a second. Do they check the player towards top? They do in the end. Artist and now the headshot. 5-on-1 this man's going. Adam gonna find two of his own, but gets caught on the door. And Mazza to gun them both down. Rambo style. UMX 3. Double spell cut 0.
I thought Artist only knew one direction, and that was down towards the B site, but he shows some versatility, going up the ladder instead to find the entries. I'm loving that that is just a firm part of their game plan and something that is very hard to predict. You know, you hear that vents drop, you understand that Artist is going to be a nuisance in that direction, but I mean, I've been playing a lot of chess recently. You know, the knight goes forward, it can go back as well.
I'm expecting a lot more chess analogies from you then through this best of 3, you me. You've set
Checkmate.
yourself up nicely. Oh, okay. Firing back once again. But UMX, look at this. Another strategy that they just seem to take under their wings, right, is this just aggressive play towards outside. And they don't go secret. They try to keep the verticality at minimum, and they try and just force an A-site push. But when Atrox is around and nailing shots like that, it's not exactly going to be any favours for the UMX side, as he does line up a second. Adam, of course, catching one early doors. Who's Artist and Tadpole in a very tricky 2 versus 5. The nade goes deep. Dobbo down to 13, but he just survives. And so UMX now, I think this is a fight for damage more than anything. Tadpole has found one, and so we'll try and reduce the economy very slightly. And I think UMX know at this point, right, that the money for Dobbo's bowl cut isn't great. The investment once again, and so any damage they can do is a plus for them because they've got money to reinvest. It's now going to be the remaining players just on the MP9s or whatever they can afford.
Yeah, had they found that kill onto Dobbo, it would have made a world of a difference. A 2-on-3, certainly more doable, but Dobbo is being so elusive, making sure to reposition continuously towards lowers, and Tadpole having to recover that bomb. They know where he's likely to be, but Aatrox, a crucial miss. 20 seconds left now to relocate back towards this A site, and they know it. Flash on through. There's a reposition immediately. They've gone to the far vent, and that's Adam that cuts him off in his tracks. Dobbo, a firm hold towards outside that put them at that advantage to start, all pivoting off of Aatrox with the ult.
Yeah, absolutely. This double kill was absolutely crucial for Dobbo's bulk up. But as you mentioned, I think had Tadpole found that kill early doors, or Artist, excuse me, found that kill early doors towards the player in lower, he would have found himself a great opportunity. You know, that would have opened up the B site completely. They'd had to force the rotate from ramp and really opened up the passageway. But as mentioned, UMX, fortunately, do have enough money to reinvest off the back of the 3 rounds to nothing. Dobbo's response will be at large once again as Dobbo himself up close, good for 1, and the tag onto Artist is substantial but not enough to convert, as Atrox now the only man to fortify the defenses towards outside, but the cavalry has arrived. Adam, a lovely shot from him taking down the low HP player, and we transition into a 4 versus 3, and Dobbo's bowl cut seemed to have captured the OMX aggression completely.
And they've slowed it down after having a chaotic fight towards outside. Instead, it's just Tadpole walking into the crosshairs of MBL. Could have been caught jumping up and down off top of the boxes, unsure about how he should elevate himself. But still, a pivotal duel could have drawn him out, made things a bit more difficult on the rotations. They still don't have someone towards this lower bomb site as of yet, but holding that man advantage, they can play it firmly for the retake.
Absolutely, and now the bomb that goes down, UMX are going to be a little more fortunate if they lose this round. Money in their pockets, most certainly going to be grand. 3 flashbangs is all they have for this. A little bit more equipped for the Dobbo's side, but they will take their time, and this is where Giraffe will exceed, right? Holding this close angle, spots out the leg of the player. I'm not sure if he's going to communicate that. I think he does know, but MBL way too quick. Mazza alone, AWP against 4, has found 1 though. Could be enough for a second as he rattles off another shot, and it is going to be the push on forward, and he nails another, and the bomb has been stuck. No, it hasn't. It's been tapped. Atrox now going to try and respond. Oh my god, I thought Mazza landed the shot. Fortunately, it's just shy, hits the leg, nothing too much. And Dobbo's bowl cut narrowly avoid a 4th round for UMX.
Such a close round at the end there. It may have looked like they were in firm control, but Dobbo's a bit of hesitation in terms of sticking that bomb, just making sure they didn't get spammed by this AWP as well. The fact that Mazza gets this close range no-scope made things so much more doable. There was a gap in the smoke as well where he could have potentially spotted out just a slither of his opposition. But Dobos do convert, bringing it to a secondary round. And so now it's a half buy here from UMX. But that pace is going to continue. This faster play towards outside. Dobo feeling a lot of pressure, feeling sandwiched between both door and that main position, diving down the vents instead. Oh, pace right after him.
Tadpole, an absolute menace, diving down the vents, following suit for the Dobbo player as Dobbo himself gets cut out of the round. Adam quick with his response, but yet again, UMX, this is what I'm talking about, right? These explosive plays just work out as Tadpole finds a second now. Extinct finds two for himself and it's down to Atrox 1 versus 4, and the Tech-9s, the half-buy just seem to shred through the CT side.
And you almost wonder with the pace, just how much UMX like to get into the face of their opponents. Are rifles a deficit? SMGs and pistols can just close that gap, get that distance that much quicker than you may anticipate. I mean, Dobbo just gets completely overrun and outgunned. Just no idea that someone could be tracking him from behind. Maybe that's the fault of Adam. He was the one that was sort of holding towards that top side event, but may not have expected them to make such a brazen play like that.
It's UMX. They dive everywhere, and they're going to quickly realize as they continue to abuse what seems to be a massive hole in the side of Dobbo, at least for the time being. We know they're a side that can quickly patch them, though. You know, technically, realistically, being undefeated in the best of threes. They have drawn a map in a best of one and lost a singular map against themselves. But now, this matters majorly, right? Because you saw at the bottom of your screen the peak game going on against Power Aura, and the loser of this faces the winner of that game to keep their dreams alive within this tournament, you know, down to the lower bracket. And so the pressure remains. Whoever wins this is through to the grand final, competing for first place, the championship title. And UMX, they're looking for back-to-back titles. I was talking to Keto not too long ago, and he was saying that we're here to try and make a statement more than anything. We want to play whatever maps we can get, and Nuke seems to be their comfort play right now. Was Atrox? No. Mazza reads into it perfectly. 5-7 of Adam doesn't do anything. NBL good for 1, but at the end of the day, UMX, again, just sophistication within their plays, but make it look too easy.
Yeah, Atrox maybe not realizing that they weren't scaling into the bomb site just as quickly as he had thought, so they were able to hear the steps of him flanking with that AWP, so that could not have gone worse. Nice. Getting cut down once again. The money for Dobbo's not in a great place, so the half buy is what is on the cards. UMX 5 rounds already here on this T side. It almost felt like we've just started the map, yet they found themselves in a firm position to have a successful half, and it may just continue to be virtuous. Ash able to get 1 in response. Coachman can still aim, that is for sure, but he's kept them back from ramp.
It's more the holding ground more than anything right now, but he's going to be challenged by 3 as he peeps his head back up. Luckily, his dome piece remains intact as now the flank from Atrox could do wonders. Flanking the ramp play, but UMX are going to double back and they are going to go elsewhere. Adam actually finding his way towards Squeak Door as well. And so as UMX walk around here, even if Atrox goes down, will they expect Adam to be there? Of course, Tadpole reading into the play so effortlessly. Dobbo and Ash, 2 versus 4. And it seems to be UMX. They're just picking up rounds like nothing. You mentioned this feels like just the start of the map here and now. And UMX just effortless in their performance and somehow just make it look way too easy.
Yeah, the closest we've seen it has been on these lower site drops. But when they get the entries at A, just it seems like the defense crumbles for Dobbo's ball cut. Again, it's that pacing and maybe just the way in which UMX are moving around the map that is so much harder to predict than is traditional.
Ash alone.
Oh.
Versus 4 all.
We were catching a little glimpse.
Yeah. Teasing us.
It's like, you want to see this? Yeah, here you go.
Fortunately, though, we are only 1 round in for Power Aura. Peak are on. Seems to be a force buy-in for Power Aura. That should be an easy 3-0 realistically, right? And falling back doesn't look too great for them. But as we cut back to the main game on stream right now, you were mentioning UMX. They're stapled to the throne at Nuke right now as that vents drop, and they've adopted the rifles, but the pistols and the SMGs do just as much, and so you know UMX are going to bring the heat no matter what now.
Early deployment of smokes outside. Oh, they want to get aggressive here on Dobbo's, and Giraffe fully flashed up. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Adam gets aggressive, but That's not going to be enough here if you're Dobbo's bowl cut. I mean, sure, the SMG going 1-for-1 is about as much as you could ask for, but it's so early on into the round and so deep as well that UMX could move wherever. Even with these smokes going down, that will signal some alarms, but won't cause a rotate as of yet for Dobbo's bowl cut. So this is an open B site.
They seem to just love to deploy all their force onto this B site. Atrox's going to try and rattle off a shot to deny any life of the UMX side, but it's Mazza that one-ups him. Snap reaction with the AWP, and it's been scooped up by Dobbo, but Artist just painting the picture to his success as he runs through the molly. Extinct, luckily, going to burn his teammate alive, but manages to work things out eventually. And this UMX, they're so relentless, right? We've just seen. They don't care if it's a molly, a smoke, and they throw anything at them. They're just gonna, they don't care. They couldn't care less what you throw at them. They just run right through, and it seems to work effortlessly once again. That's just going to be the aim of the game for UMX. Their nuke is just unbelievable, and you're seeing it right now, you know, against a team like Dobbo's bowl cut. You wouldn't expect it to go 7-2, especially on that T side you were touching on as well, that, you know, it's not exactly the most favoured of sides. It's arguably a very CT-sided map, probably the most CT-sided map in the game. And for them to piece together 7 out of 9 is just uncalled for.
Yeah, and I know this opinion may have changed, but I remember an old tweet from Devilwalk last year where he was saying, oh, yeah, you know, Nuke is T-sided, changed my mind. And then I think a few weeks later, I watched them get completely blown out the water from CT side. So, you know, it can be a pretty hit or miss map. Extinct, 2 crucial kills in that round to make things a whole lot easier for UMX. One of them didn't count, though, because Artist decided to commit suicide via his Molotov, so that's a little bit toxic. But UMX still in a very commanding position. 7-2 to start off this map, and Dobbo's bowl cut. They're in a situation, again, where you can actually buy up around these weapons, but you then put yourself maybe in a position where you are in an economic rut, so buying sort of half into the affair so that you have some deagle, some armor, some utility as well, so that you can get full rifles into the follow-up is going to be the decision that they make. But UMX have shown that if you don't have every bell and whistle, every Molotov that's possible, they could still overwhelm you. Again, Artist finding an opening kill, and straight down the vents UMX go.
They just don't care. They continue to do it time and time again, and it works out once again. Extinct gonna lurk, and now this is where this man becomes very, very vital to the side, right? Holding the ramp push, he's going to hear the vents drop. He knows everyone's around him. Just got to be a little bit careful, and you'll see spots out one, and there you go. He's now going to hold the rotate. Adam knows if he drops down the vents, Extinct will chase him, and so he has to take this fight as he tries to move through the smoke, and there you go. Extinct, yet again, 2 kills for him. Mazza with a 3rd, and UMX find an 8th. They secured themselves the half win, and that is just such a pivotal round as UMX, they dismantle what was the half buy of Dobbo once more. But now, as you mentioned, the Molotov's in play for Dobbo's. This is where they can actually put a halt to this hype train that UMX have on Nuke. But can they do it with this scoreline, with this much just element of surprise that UMX keep on bringing? Like, is it really going to be possible for them? Quite possibly.
And one of the things you have to start to wonder is that whether Dobbo start playing a player within the vents. I know that's something that Na'Vi like to do quite often, where they just dive, even with maybe Simple, or, I mean, OG do it as well. Alexi likes to sometimes sit at the bottom of the vent. But no, there's no adaptation. Again, the vents are just wide open, and they can exploit this open gap in the defensive. Start to deploy smokes on this B site, really pressure things through. Even though they've lost that early duel, Giraffe answering back, Dobbo as well with the trade, they've still lost this site. So even with a man down, with this bomb getting planted, this is still doable for UMX.
This is UMX's playground. This is where they shine. Exactly that, as Tadpole gonna nail MBL easily towards ramp. Atrox's gonna try and pick up the pieces as Tadpole might dive in for seconds. And once again, this is where they thrive in a 3 versus 3 scenario. All 3 players just gonna hide, play off each other. This triangle of doom. You know, there is no way. Tadpole knows that the back's there. Oh no! Atrox catches him at the wrong time. Mazza, quick response, the flick shot with the AWP, and now down to Artist in a 1 versus 2. Spots out the man to gun him down, swings wide, and Artist, it's just effortless. The Mona Lisa of round number 9 as UMX take it home.
Yeah, there's just no kit, and the time was far too low. And this is that vulnerability of allowing so much control towards the lower side without them having to battle tooth and nail for outside control. if they could just keep diving down the vents, then they will continue to do so. So I'm surprised that there hasn't been this change made by Dobbo's bowl cut yet to try and cut that off as an avenue of attack. UMX, you can see they're even anticipating somebody to go straight through main towards those vents. The triple nade as well, the substantial damage. That's a half buy here from Dobbo, so they're looking to get a bit more aggressive once again.
Smoke deployed towards outside. He's going to try his luck at least to escape, but Dobbo eventually going to fall to the headshot of Giraffe, who continues to reach and grab anything he can towards outside. And UMX so easily worked them out advantage, but hold on a minute. Adam somehow has just moved his way right through lobby, and Atrox to follow suit as well. How has this happened? UMX finally not opting for the vents drive, and this is where, quite possibly, Dobbos can do some damage, but at this point in time, I mean, looking at the money, UMX, they don't care if they lose 4 players within a round. They've got plenty to reinvest with. Atrox and MBL to find one apiece. Extinct's going to slice it, at least for the time being. Tadpole to fall as well, and now Ash in a 1 versus 2, but probably the most doable scenario we've seen for Dobbo so far.
Yeah, outside of that retake towards that B bomb site, certainly so. Ash can reposition. He has so much time. They still haven't made their way towards either site as of yet, so it's all about how Ash reads this. Going towards the heavens, they still may anticipate that he's in towards lobby or hut, and this elevated angle will give Ash such a massive advantage. They are not considering this whatsoever. All Artist gave it a glance, but not fully committing to it. Ash, Molotov is in play, so he can make sure that plant doesn't go down all too safely. Giraffe burning alive, and that's cooked meat. 3 HP remaining on Giraffe, right underneath where Ash is coming from. And it's all about the timings. It's Ash anticipating this, the fake flash, but no, Giraffe doesn't bite. It's a 10th round for UMX. They come up clutch.
That has got to be one of the closest things ever. I gritted my teeth. Giraffe quite literally standing in the flames, just waiting for his chance. 3 points of health, and he just still makes it look way too easy. Ash attempts the retake, and unfortunately, Giraffe just reads into the play too effortlessly. Knew the play was towards heaven, and that is going to silence Dobbo's dreams of a third. Right now, Atrox going to aggress, and that silo play, the nades, he just watches the nade just drop right into his pocket, and it will be Artist that explodes his guts across outside as transition to a 4 versus 5, and Adam, here we go. Finally, some action possibly for the Vents counter as he whips out the P90, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be a round in which they utilize their explosive plays.
Oh god, a step made in lobby. Tadpole honed on the angle, and Adam's up close. Oh, caught between the two ideas, thinking about clearing door, but that's when they swing. It's very well timed from Dobbo's bowl cut. There's still that man down. Now make that 2 as Artist makes it an even further advantage here for UMX. They're winning so many of their respective duels. And how many times have we watched and looked through Dobbo's bowl cut perspectives only for them to get shot in an angle that they are not anticipating? It's especially when we looked at Aatrox getting completely bombarded by utility, getting shot in the side as well from top silo. That is pain. I looked at it in the dictionary and all I saw was that clip. So UMX are doing such a great job of making it hard to anticipate where they're going to be that Dobbo's bowl cut, I mean, I talked about some of the reactions they could do, but it's still much harder to read when you cannot see it.
Absolutely, and now as we head into round 14, the half by, well, actually it's a very scattered one. Atrox keeping his money, but everyone else investing as they tried their luck once more. Adam up close might be able to take down Giraffe, the P90 working out, and the man advantage actually in favour of Dobbo's bowl cut, and in fact, double down on that ideology as we head into a 4 versus 2. Tadpole and Mazza up against everyone but Dobbo as the bowl cut crew looking to try and pencil in a third, and quite honestly, this is going to be the best chance they have so far in this half.
Oh dear. Oh, I did not think Aatrox was going to win that fight with the P90, but lo and behold, there it is. Dobbo's bowl cut. They get a bit aggressive on that CT side, pushing up towards outside, going close towards radio as well. It's disruptive. Maybe something that UMX now have been caught kind of asleep at the wheel because Dobbos have been sitting back primarily.
Too little too late, though, I think is the argument that we're going to make right now as we head into the last round that Dobbo can attempt to take on this CT side. And UMX, 11 rounds on T side nuke. And have you seen the buy? You've got to be kidding me. UMX, they're here to have fun. They're not here to just win. They're here to have fun. 5 P90s adopting the Adam tactic, and they all rush in towards ramp. And here you go, winding them up, ready to spray them down. Artist going to empty one magazine, flick it back in, and go for a second. And be able to find the first extinct with a quick response. And the P90s just overwhelm Ash. Going to slam the door in his face. 4 versus 4. Atrox. Quick response, but still 3 P90s to face off against. Could be a horror story for Dobbo's Bowl Cup.
All these P90s are still running about. I don't think they've let go of W once so far. Tadpole now has to consider his options. It's a 3-on-1. There are kits available. There is utility sailing out, but he's looking at the high ground. Oh, the spam is there, but he doesn't quite get the kill, and Ash will steal it out from under his nose. The P90 strat doesn't work, thank God. UMX, 11 rounds contained here on that P side, but that's not much of a containment. That's like you've got a few holes, and you need some sort of a flex tape to get the seals done, because that's a whole lot of damage done in that first half.
And I think I saw on the scoreboard as we transition to the replays that UMX have got Furia profile pictures.
This does not surprise me. I told you, they love, it's like they cosplay this team. It's like they've taken their essence and transitioned it into UK Counter-Strike, and I can't say I'm opposed to it. It is certainly one style of play that very few are willing to adopt.
Oh, here we go. Dobbo's Bowl Cut giving us the best impression of the UMX pistol, this time through ramp though, but Tadpole going to quickly ease the pain as Ash going to rip. As now, Tadpole down to 74 Artist to take the impression, but Dobble and Atrox with one apiece. 4 versus 3 scenario, and UMX once again the man down, and that is quite literally just a cluster of players just firing their Glocks at you, and there will be no more life at least for UMX to breathe. This is just Tadpole left remaining.
Another clutch. One person more. This time for Double's Bowl Cut. Yeah, not looking likely. Especially when those are not the shots that he's hitting. Is he trying to knife him? Adam was hunting him right behind. And turning the corner, just realizes, like, yeah, he's maybe a little bit too far away to make this one work.
That is unbelievable. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Adam, even at 4-11 down, he's trying to whip out the knife and try and give Tadpole a bit of a sore spine.
In fairness, he might have just thought he would just send it up the vent, so he was just trying to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, maybe. Style points could be the aim of the game, though. Artist now going to have to hold towards ramp. Beautiful first shot. Dobbo no more, but Atrox quick with his response. Tadpole diving down the vents. In fact, there's a Molotov to greet them on the other side as the Mac 10 from Atrox just applying the pressure towards single door. The double door swung open as well, and UMX going to try and respond at large. Tadpole. How does he find a second kill there? And UMX, the man advantage goes their way now in a 3 versus 2 scenario. Almost Bowl Cut getting torn away piece by piece. And Adam now alone. That is unfortunate.
Just not as proficient on the SMGs, trying to make use of longer range angles. It was 5 Mac 10s. Now that's two rounds we've seen where it's full commitments to SMGs and it has not worked out. Please stop doing it. Buy a couple rifles at the very least. Don't do it to yourself.
12-5 the score as UMX continue to hunt for 16 on their map pick of Nuke. And of course, best of 3 series, obviously meaning that we are going to see a second map. But at this rate, UMX, they seem to not want it to go to a third. You know, Overpass and Mirage, our last 2 maps of the series. It seems to be that UMX are comfortable for anything right now. Admittedly, you know, Nuke, one of their stronger maps. And here you go, Tadpole counter-stratting their own plays by just sitting in the vent. Something that we didn't see from Dobbo's all too much. And they're going to do it to themselves. They know that maybe Dobbo's Bowl Cut are going to try and adopt the UMX style that was thrown at them in their CT side and try and manipulate it against the Kings themselves. But UMX are going to find the early opener. Mazza to double down on that with the scout. Artist finds another. Famas up close. Going to gun one. Ash good for a trade, but extinct with the Mac 10 to save the day. UMX with 13 now.
Mazza, 2 headshots with the scout. Far more than you could ask for. And you could see even just peeking out through main, Tadpole was looking to capitalize on some damage, but Mazza was just killing them instead. So yeah, I suppose that you don't need the tag and bag. you can just do it and accomplish the whole goal yourself. 13 rounds for UMX. We had talked about it a number of times, you know, this being a staple map for UMX, and this likely being a gimme within the series, but the next two maps are really where we maybe hold with bated breath as to how far this one goes. But the more this goes on, the more likely it is that this is going to be completely discounted. We may just even want to start considering the second and third maps because UMX are just so confident on this map. And at times, it does look like Dolbos have maybe checked out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that this is just, you know, I don't think Dobos came into the map thinking that they are gonna absolutely stomp UMX, right? There's still a chance, don't get me wrong. Coming into this game, you know, UMX, as we mentioned, that glory map that they have, Nuke, and obviously Vertigo as well. But it wasn't like they had lost it immediately. But now looking at the scoreline, you've got to wonder, you know, are they really thinking about this first map too fondly? They're just going to try and put it behind them, work on the second, want to think about what they want to do heading into Overpass, because, of course, their map pick, realistically, they should be able to take it against UMX. You know, a map that UMX haven't really rehearsed all too much. They're not too great on it, admittedly. It is a new addition to the pool. And so they'll just be trying to draft up some ideas on how they can at least take this to Mirage, which, you know, UMX has mentioned they've played it once before already, and they might just be looking to do it again and again. Ash going to find some early damage onto Artist. A 4 versus 4 scenario as Adam and Mazza find one apiece, respectively. And so UMX now, they seem to have captured Dobbo exactly where they want them, right? They're not playing aggressive. UMX now just going to pick them off one by one as Extinct finds another. And this is quite honestly shaping up to be a 16-5. I don't think either of us expected the scoreline to be this one-sided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't expect the T side to be such a one-sided affair. And that's where most of our disruptions may lie in terms of predictions. You creep in towards the safe site, but it's a bit of a whiff from Aatrox. There is a trade, but it's now just gunned down to the one player in Dobbo. He's trying to make a good go of it. First kill found, 25 seconds left remaining on the clock, and they are both converging towards its upper site. Ooh, cut off from behind, but he baits out the shot, so he knows that Artist is on the flank.
15 seconds, he taps the bomb, not going to stick it. Artist swings, and Mazza to find it. Map point UMX, 15-5, a statement and a bold one at that, as they are literally 1 minute 55 away from taking map 1 in an unbelievable scoreline. You know, you mentioned this sort of fire that UMX have brought to their T side. We just didn't expect, you know, being a CT-sided map, Dobbo's Bowl Cup, we knew that this was going to be a UMX, you know, absolute demolishment, arguably. You know, this is their map, hit their home ground. But at this scoreline, I just, you wouldn't have expected this whatsoever. And you're just seeing the absolute mow down Giraffe.
Oh.
That is just textbook Counter-Strike. Finds 3 within a second. Adam giving us a B-Tech UMX impression as he's jumped down the vents with a sawn off. But I don't think this is going to happen. Look, he's jigging him on. He's wiggling his mouse. He's like, come on, just walk into it, please. Just give me something. And actually,
I know one of you is about.
Artist.
Oh, he's gonna. Oh, come on, man.
That is brutal. Execution.
You waited so long.
16-5. UMX. That is a statement for map 1.
Yeah, and we expected Nuke would be a pick that they were comfortable with, that they would do quite well in for the series, but it was far too. It almost felt too dominant at times, and it felt like there was a lack of adaptations from Dobbo to try and counteract some of the successes that UMX were having that never ended up happening. And then by the time that they started to play more towards events, suddenly UMX were like, yeah, you know what? We don't even care about the events anymore. So it felt like they had the game within the palm of their hand. They were playing around with Dobbo's bowl cut as if it didn't even matter. But now we move into the secondary map, and that's where things can get a little bit more interesting, because with Overpass coming in and then potentially forcing a third, you were talking about how this does favor Dobbo's bowl cut in terms of that side of the veto, though they have to start a map down.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to need the reverse sweep. They are going to need to pick up their map pick and then do something on Mirage as well. We know UMX, as mentioned, played once before, won at 16-14 against OSS. They are looking like a strong force to be reckoned with. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we are back, we're going to jump into the Overpass. The action doesn't stop for this best of 3. We'll see you in just a moment.
overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is our second map of the second series of our final day of February as well. The next map, Overpass. Now, I'm not over Overpass. I don't know if you've been over Overpass in the past, but it does at least bode well for Dobbo's bowl cut as we have covered it so far throughout the series. As always, joined by Retro for this one. That first map was such a massive stomp for UMX. Everything seemed to be going right, whatever they tried to pursue. How do you then, do you think they'll recoil coming into their own map pick?
I would hope not. I feel like, you know, Overpass being their map pick, they're going to be well rehearsed on it, at least as a team. I know, you know, Dobbo and Adam both play for Gamer Legion. They like playing Overpass, I do believe. And so this isn't going to be one of those things where it's kind of like, okay, we've got to rethink our ideas here. It's more a factor of applying them within this mix, trying to just make something work. They're surviving for map 3 now. We were talking about this not too long ago, and the fact that UMX, that is their home ground. Nuke is their home turf, and so they are coming into this realistically knowing UMX are going to pick Nuke. We might have a chance of winning, but realistically, we are going to go 0-1 down in this best of 3 series, and that we are now going to fight for the remaining 2 maps. UMX might be thinking the same though heading into this. You know, Overpass isn't exactly a map that they are well rehearsed on. They're not that well-oiled engine that they are on your likes of Vertigo and Nuke. It's going to be a very bumpy road ahead of them, and I feel like Dobbo's, they can take this map. They can take this map, and I don't think we're going to deny that whatsoever. I think it more comes down to how each team plays on the server, how UMX are going to manipulate the play against Dobbo's, and then at the end of the road, will we see Mirage?
Yeah, and I suppose when we look at this, if we talked a bit about how these guys are not really a core from Gamer Legion, right? Because it's 2 players and a coach. But even in that respect, Gamer Legion, even teams that Adam has in-game led before, have been teams that have picked Nuke pretty proactively. So then having that sort of factored into it, looking at the series as a whole, this veto could not have effectively gone better for Dobbo's, considering the IGL experience, what the Gamer Legion side likes to pick into regardless even now with their own Nuke picks. But then now we contrast that. I agree with you. Coming into this with the idea of just sticking to your own game plan is a fantastic way to go. But UMX have shown that they are more than likely to try and shift up how you even consider holding some of these angles, or what timings you expect your opponents to go for. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's something to highlight and emphasize upon, right? Is that, you know, Dobbo's, they've got every opportunity to win this map, but will they control the fire that is UMX? We know they bring such heat and such energy to any map that they play, you know, as you mentioned, adopting that Furious style where they just like to run and gun. They don't care what's going on the map. They just want to push, hold W key, and make things work. So will Dobbo's be able to control that? We're going to find out very shortly as we jump into the pistol.
Yeah, going for a slow approach through the connector, or Dobbo's bowl cut to start. UMX have got some counter utility prepared just in case it was a bursts out through monster, but Maz is going to quickly realize that it is the other direction. MBL making the first point of contact, falling back into the site are UMX, but they still have not begun any rotations. They still have a double stack in towards that B bomb site. There's 4 players in that proximity, and Maz is fighting very brazenly. I don't think he quite realizes how many players are coming his way.
Yeah, I think someone actually stabbed him in the back at the early doors, right? He's 26 health. I don't think a Glock can dink for 75, and so I think the only logical solution is that someone stabbed him at the get-go, and Adam, in fact, will execute him. No assist, so maybe he did get dinked, and I'm just blind. I don't know. Nonetheless, UMX, they are down a man on this retake, and the bomb is secured by Dobbo, so at a minimum, that's an extra $800 in their pocket. Tadpole does find a headshot, following suit with Giraffe, and into a 2 versus 3. MBL low HP as well. This is very doable for UMX, especially considering Tadpole a kit, a smoke as well. On the bomb, Tadpole can just run back up and try and stick this, but swarmed by 3 players, it's going to become very tricky for him now.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is as well. Ash with the jiggle peek, spotting out Tadpole, now hearing the steps as he wraps around. Tadpole, there is no escape, only the virtue of death. Dalbo's bowl cut will take the pistol, and it was that slower approach, and the fact that Maz had never really spotted them all too wholeheartedly. By the time that they actually came out of the connector, he'd given up the angle and fallen back to sight, so he didn't know what was coming his way.
Absolutely, we can see the game below is still going on. They've played 20 rounds in UMX. They forced us to a second map already. Yeah, talk about an emphasis on speed. These guys want to get it done quickly. But, of course, Dobbo's having won the pistol. They will invest. They've got a couple of rifles. They listened to you, Yumi. They listened in the break and they said, you know what? No, we're not going to go for the 5 Mac 10 SMG bombardment. We're going to try and play the long game in this one. And I'm certainly going to adopt that now as 2 AK-47s as well. And I think this is going to be some added risk, right? UMX, if they're able to wipe the floor, then they're going to have 2 AKs, and that's most certainly in the wrong hands.
Yeah, this time around, not committing too early towards one of these stacks. Still waiting for the utility to come out from the Dobbo's bowl cut side. So much damage done on the Deagle. Extinct, swinging wide. Giraffe as well, finding a bit of damage, but no kills found as of yet. Just the one on Adam, as he was that man who took that first point of contact, and Dobbo's slowed down. This can work to your detriment so massively as a T side, but they're waiting for these massive rotates that have occurred already for UMX. They're starting to lean more towards the A side because they're expecting Dobbos to double back.
Yeah, 100%. I think that something now to highlight is the fact that the HP on Dobbos is going to be a big problem. You know, admittedly, it's on the lower tiered weapons, the Galil and the Mac 10, you know, easy to trade them out, but still, that is 2 players that are 1 shot to the D. Atrox, I mean, it is going to be 2 shots no matter what, and there you go, Artist to deliver exactly that. 2 shots to their chest to take him down. A 3 versus 3, and these scouts are going to be so effective. All 3 players are going to be a 1-tap from the scout as Tadpole finds another, and I said that the AK-47s are going to come in the wrong hands, and that's exactly what happens. Tadpole, no, AK thrown to him, and he scoops up the Galil instead, but that nade and the Desert Eagle spam did all the work within that round, and Tadpole, hashtag let him know in his name, and he let everyone know. Double scout kill for him, 1 through the wall, 1 to the head, and UMX tie things up.
Yeah, and it was such a weird transition initially when we saw Tadpole picking up the AWP and just being this scoped player for the side, because traditionally he's just been known as a rifler, but in his previous roster as well was a frequent secondary AWPer. Now he's somehow upgraded himself into the primary position, and he's showing that scope proficiency once again in a crucially close fight. Hitting the headshot was a big difference maker. So UMX overturning the pistol round loss. Now Dobbo's on the back foot with Deagles and a singular AK in hand, but there is a complete absence of utility here for Dobbo's to work around, so it has to be completely pick-based.
Admittedly, UMX are in quite a similar situation. You know, they've got a smoke flash, or rather 2 flashes, and then that molly on Tadpole. That's not a lot to try and hold off a push. If Dobbos were to, you know, just brute force a site together, that's not going to be much utility to hold on. And considering, I think that is the only bit of utility thrown by Tadpole that could have negated that push, they now have a great opportunity to line up and just storm a site. And you'll see the surge of players gathering towards A. They'll all be grouped up and ready to go. Adam with an AK, of course. Everyone else seems to be with the pistols, the Desert Eagles across the board, and now this is where it becomes a problem. They've got one flashbang and a smoke. The smoke's been used already, and so the retake, realistically, is only going to be engaged by a flashbang. So they need to continue to at least hold this site control. They're doing a great job right now as Artist tearing the head off of Double. And that is going to be a 3 versus 2 scenario, but the bomb goes down, and Adam! Leaping down from the heavens straight down to slam Extinct into the ground. And we're back into a 2 versus 2. And now, look at the utility for UMX. They're in the same situation Dobbo's was in not too long ago.
Oh, but the backstab timing there from Giraffe is perfect. 14 HP remaining on Adam, and he sees the shadow. He's trying to track him down, but Art is able to line up both as he emerges from the stairs. Almost a questionable play. Not going for the immediate trade on Adam as he dropped deep CT, but waiting for that flank to come in was perfect. And you could see that additional BM as, I mean, Adam going for a play like that, that is not always seen as the most fundamental play, but it really worked out to give them that edge.
That is disgusting. So well played from Artist, just to line them both up at the end there. But the backstab meant everything, right? Giraffe doing a great job manipulating the play. Just they assumed that both players are going to retake from CT, and that just wasn't the case. And so, perfect timing with the MP9. Admittedly, he could have converted, but in that scenario where they ducked behind dice, there was no way that he could get that kill. And so, damage already set in stone. And now, Dobbo's bowl cut with that investment, of course, behind them after the bomb plant, putting them in a situation they were in not so long ago. No utility other than Dobbo, who's got a little bit of utility in his pockets, but that is it. That's all they got to work with in round number 4.
Ooh, Mazza, duel over towards Long, will lose out in that affair. Down to 2 HP. Does leave things considerably easier here for Tadpole, holding in towards the bathrooms. He can still spot as well deep, but Stink doubling up as they try and burst out of the connector, and they can't quite track him down easily. Fully committing outside of the connector does give Giraffe enough of an opportunity to deploy a smoke as well. They're going to be contained here. You could see they were trying to approach in from behind, but Adam makes sure that they do not get flanked out. They have options.
Artist positioned and ready to go on track right now, but oh, miss shot! Oh, it doesn't matter. Desert Eagle feeling spicy as he nails the first shot and the second. Atrox gonna run into it as well, but it's only a body shot, so he does remain alive at 44 points of health. And it's gonna need to be a 4K for him within the round. Giraffe gonna jump, spots him out, and guns him down. What a hold! What a play! And a third on the board for UMX.
You thought he was done for after the missed AWP shot, but then switching to the sidearm at the right time, it was crisp and clean. And Dobbo's had that advantage. They got that early pick, but then just falling away, losing out on some short water control. That should have been a sitter for Artist, but he compensates by pulling out the deagle. That is such a ridiculous way to bail yourself out of that situation.
That is so sick as well. How do you not hit either of those shots? Giraffe had an MP9 facing a 1 versus 3. That is one of the most crucial scenarios that they needed to land, and UMX make it look too easy as they are up 3-1. And as we see on screen, they're still not done with game 1. No one's reading into the UMX play. Things are taking a little bit of a slow turn, but of course, play at your own pace. And Power are doing exactly that as they're manipulating peak into quite possibly a 16-9 here.
Yeah, it seems like they have all the advantages going into this round, if we're looking at that other game.
It's interesting. I'm excited to see where that one goes. Of course, the loser of this facing the winner of that game, so it isn't exactly all to play for these two. They still have a chance, that lifeline being in the upper bracket. But for the game that, you know, we're going to display every now and again, that is the only chance they're going to get to make it to top 3. These are your top 4 teams, may I remind you. And there you go. Power we see on the right. Oh my god, let's just ignore the second game because Adam on an absolute tear as he shuts down 3. That is clinical CS, and now the Org has to do the work, and Mazza pulling back 2 with immediate effect, and now into a 3 versus 2 scenario. HP not going to be favouring the UMX side until Giraffe nailing that shot. You ought to do all the work, and Giraffe now against 2 MBL on the flank, and the smoke going to disrupt his vision. That is absolute ace play from Giraffe.
That is so ridiculous. Adam doing so much work in the round, and it still comes down to a one-on-one, just a battle of the minds. in a position like this, they could both reposition massively, flank towards that B bomb site. You know, every avenue is a bit of a worry. Giraffe so concerned about the flank through T spawn. MBL has to soon realize where he's likely positioned. He's concerned about Monster as well, so Giraffe gets the upper hand. 4-1 for UMX. It comes down to another clutch moment, but UMX edge it out again.
You can only wonder how much one person needs to do for Dobos. Adam, an absolute machine towards short. He did not care if anyone ran into his crosshair, and somehow UMX still come out on top. Maz's 2K so clinical in that approach that Dobbo's bowl cut took towards Monster and just cannot get anything done. And so now you've got to recognize the opposition. Not only the Dobbos need to piece together a round, Adam still can't get his team to tip over a second round, even when he gets a 3K. And Adam finds a first. Artist to drop the bomb. Got to be careful for behind as Atrox gonna gun one down. Tadpole dropped immediately, and the M4A1S is just caught in the smoke. The Shadow spotted, catches Atrox out as he whips out the sidearm. The pistol not gonna work out. And somehow, that is a magnificent play for UMX as Artist escapes with 23 points of health.
I have no idea how Artist gets away with a kill there. He's jumping, he has no idea where his opponent is, and somehow when that smoke elapses, he has the upper hand. But a significant misposition here for UMX as it's a 3-on-2 and they've completely given open pathways towards this B site. They may not even end at B. There's enough time where they can flank towards spawn, and you can see they're already taking that deep ground. Planting instead for Heaven to allow Adam to make this play is going to be a bit difficult to read if you're UMX.
Yeah, absolutely. Then there's definitely going to be a casualty for Adam here. He's has to find one. In this area, I don't think UMX, as you mentioned, they won't expect this whatsoever. You know, when would you expect that play? Ash going to swing wide. That needed to be a crucial kill. And now Adam alone against three.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Artist going to whip out the knife. The skeleton knife. And backstabs Adam. Statement made. UMX find 5, and that's not only an extra $1,500. Artist has just shanked his way to a 5th.
Right, who's not expecting what now? We were kind of
true.
talking about how UMX weren't going to be prepared for that, but Adam just anticipating that they would rotate through connector and focus instead on more of a backstab attempt at maybe more traditional post-plant positions. But that side had been conceded for such a long period of time that UMX seemingly splitting up and finding some virtue. That is just insult to injury. A 5-1 lead. They've led in both maps so far. Dobbos have yet to find themselves in a position where they have the advantage outside of the pistol on this map.
Absolutely. And right now, UMX making this look too easy. And here you go. Even on overpass, there is no stopping the Artist aggression, as it will be the push on in towards toilets as they try to make their way towards divider. And here you go. Artist. He's going to have to jump on one. Not only is he going to have to jump on one if he plays the trigger discipline, he could have had the up towards long, and unfortunately, time is not going to be on his side as Atrox swings at the wrong time. So a 1-for-1 trade, but most certainly a detrimental play to that of Dobbos. I think that favours UMX a lot more now knowing that there's an AWP posted towards A, and they might just head out towards this A site.
Seems like they're in a strong enough position really to hold this one. They have doubled down on holding towards A. It's still so stagnant here for Dobbos. Oh, spotting them out just as that smoke blooms. Aatrox picking one out as it goes as well. But Giraffe around the other side of the smoke. Aatrox doing a lot of work with this AWP. He's found 4 so far. On for the ace as well, and he'll find it. Aatrox, it's a one-man machine with the AWP to get a second round for Dobbos bowl cut.
So we finally found how Dobbos are going to win a round, and it is by acing. You know, Adam can't get it done with a 3K, but Atrox turns up with the AWP and rattles UMX completely. That is unreal. That is a sick round for the AWPer. A disgusting array of frags, and he's currently 12-5, and you look at the flip side, Artist 11-4, so it's not exactly like there's a star performer for either side. It's just that Dobbos, they're falling short in the clinical trades. They're falling short in the most pivotal of moments in each round, and it's unfortunate to see. We talked about this as Dobbos map pick. I'm really hoping they have a better CT side than what they've displayed so far on team. Maybe this is the start of a comeback. I'm very ecstatic to see if it can happen, but I really want more from Dobbos. I think this isn't a representation of how good they are at this game.
And you touch upon it, the fact that Artis maybe gets a bit unlucky not to get both kills, but he was so concerned about losing out on that first opportunity that he just pulls the trigger a bit too early, right? That maybe you don't even allow Aatrox to get an ace should you show a bit more trigger discipline in a position like that. The UMX certainly finding themselves in some advantages, but just not recognizing some of the positions and the strength that they bear in a round like it. Does go Dobbo's way instead, and going for the boost. Dobbo reading into it wonderfully.
That is an exceptional read, to say the least. That book opened, knows the page, knows the words on it, everything. Dobbo with a second as well. But Artist, that is just ace. Once again, backstab but caught. Oh my god, I don't know what he was trying to do there. The nade going deep, and it lands right at his feet. Adam to find one. Mazza now with a scout. Has found one already within the round, but I don't think he'll be surviving for too much longer. The flashbang goes out. Maybe, just maybe, Dobbo's. There you go. A third. Finally, back on their feet. And I'm excited to see the future for this team, because, of course, that is just exceptional from them to find that third. They piece together everything. And it seems to look too easy. Artist could have had a big play here. Had he have not dropped the MP9 or picked up the AK slightly sooner, it could have been a second kill, and maybe the tables turned ever so slightly more in favour of UMX. But Dobbos keep their cool as we head into round number 9. Things are actually starting to even out.
Yeah, and the closest we've seen the rounds for Dobbos is when they've actually received some sort of a multi-kill in the early stages of a round. So whether or not that level of consistency can carry through for the rest of this half, that still remains to be seen. They are committing to a triple stack, but they are walking into B all the meanwhile, and they may soon notice that there is a leaning tower towards Graffiti, and it's likely to be the SMG of Adam to scout that one out.
Oh my god!
Oh my days! Oh, bottom of the totem pole, he gets nothing! He gets absolutely 0 kills for the information that he gathers, but his teammates will clean it up. No harm, no foul. Gonna farm some money, but at the very least, Dobbos should come away with a clear-cut round win.
That is unbelievable. Aatrox to find one, Dobbo and MBL to piece it together, and Tadpole alone. That is unfortunate if you're Adam, to have that lineup. Just, all he needed to do was find the first player, right? And all the other players would have come tumbling down with him, and it would just, they would have been so disoriented within that he would have found 3. Even if he whipped out the Glock afterwards, he'd have found himself both kills. I have no saying that, but that is the BM as well to show it on the replay. That is that's so unfortunate. But more importantly, that's only a MAC 10 lost, and they get the job done for their 4th, right? I think that is the only SMG they had in that round, and so for Dobbos, that is an exceptional loss for them, considering, right? The pistols could have done so much more work, could have found a couple of rifles, really chips away at the economy. So I think for UMX, it's about trying to find victories, but for Dobbos, they count their losses quite well, and they only lose out on around $2,000.
The pace is so different here for Dobbos. They're really poking and probing with a couple of players, seeing if they can find one of those early entries. We saw Adam attempt that with the SMG. It's a bit of a standoff in underpass as well, but MBL, what a fantastic read on the situation. Artist sitting in the smoke, and as it fades, MBL goes out for the swing, expecting Artist to clear close right.
It's just exceptional read. I think you can realize, right, that this is a mix, but of a team of individuals that have so much knowledge and sophistication to the game, right? The fact that you have that audacity to swing the smoke as it fades, it's just perfect. You've got no ordinary person can think of that, and you can see the level of skill that this team brings to the table. But UMX are able to level things out. 3 versus 3, Dobbo going to try and make his way out, but he's going to run right into possibly Extinct, who finds up 1. Mazza going to cough up a 2nd with the AWP, and Ash alone against 3. That is worst case scenario. Maybe going to try and squeeze out a bomb plant for the money. Would be beneficial in the long run. The AWP caught out, tagged, but not converted. And I think that's going to be the end of his life. I think the bomb plant will be denied. There's no way UMX will facilitate the plant. And there you go. Girard to take him down. 6-4, UMX bounce back.
I do wonder whether there is going to be a bit more awareness of these slower creeps in towards that B bomb site. Sure, they've tried a couple of faster plays on Dobbo's bowl cut. When the default has been disrupted, they have been favoring sort of slow creeping into that B bomb site and seeing if they can play a bit more contact oriented. You can see that UMX were maybe a bit more prepared for it, swinging a little bit earlier, just make sure that wasn't a possibility, and it worked out wonderfully for them. It's a swing and a miss in middle from Maza on the AWP to start off this one. Coming into round number 11, it seems like there's a bit more proactive play in through middle in general.
Yeah, absolutely. You were touching on just a couple of rounds ago that Dobbo's prodding at the Beehive, right? They're not scared away from a fight like quite possibly we could have argued on Nuke, where they were really trying to just figure out what UMX were doing more than anything. But now, there you go, front foot, Adam. Not going to hold up for anyone as he does find a kill onto Artist. The AWP shot baited out as well. Maza flooded off the angle, will go for the re-aggression and lands it. In the meantime, there's a absolute implosion towards B, a 2 for nothing by the looks of things. Giraffe to line 2 players towards Monster. In fact, swung from short. Luckily traded out by MBL, but he takes huge damage in the process. And we transition to a 3 versus 2 UMX with a huge HP advantage. And quite honestly, this is painting a picture for UMX to take 7.
Oh, I wonder if this might be a bit of a misstep here from Maza. He's pushed through the bathrooms. Meanwhile, Aatrox is creeping into that A-bomb site. And that long position is fully open for business. The thing is, Maza may cut off the bomb here.
Oh my god, MBL, if he doesn't check it right. Oh, he does. Poor timing for Maza. That's so unfortunate. And now, UMX are going to rotate, but they won't expect that Aatrox will be there, right? They don't know that he's pushed forward. They're going to smoke off, plant. But the smoke should show that maybe they have that aggression. But Aatrox with the AWP finds one and a second up close. Extinct, not able to move as he walks right into the walking guillotine. The shotgun ult works out perfectly. And Dobbo's bowl cut and co, they find 5.
Yeah, Aatrox felt like a bit of a missing element on Nuke. You know, you didn't really see him have as much impact with that AWP outside of maybe 1 or 2 rounds. But here on the T side of Overpass, he is showing such a large proficiency in taking these duels and finding some great timings to control the map and really orchestrate the round how they see fit. So much effort has been coming off of him on the AWP, but Giraffe, he won't give him that same opportunity. Flashed up and gunned down by the MP9.
Beautiful, and now Artist, he hears the door swing open and the CZ of Extinct, but he's going to over-aggress, over-anticipate! Oh my god, Extinct! Ruthless with the CZ, and now Ash against 5, alone, hunted by the pack of wolves once again as UMX chew away at the carcass, and that is just, how do you mess up such an important frag? The CZ somehow working out.
And he gets caught off guard. He's flying through the air at MBL. Just missing out on the fight. Cannot catch him out midair. That is a round that UMX had no right in winning. The first frag seemed like it was well planned, especially just to deal with the AWP pressure. Fine. But the B-side aggression getting shut down like that as well, not excusable. A pause called, and likely from Dobbo's bowl cut because, you know, whether we're starting to pick up a bit more momentum here on this T side, starting to feel a little bit better about how they're entering into these sites and just feeling out the space that UMX are giving them. Now they're put on an economic back burner.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to highlight, as you mentioned, you know, the money not great for Dobbos. UMX in a position where, honestly, in a very similar boat. You know, they've lost a couple of rounds. They've pieced together another one in their favor that they shouldn't have won. But if Dobbo's bowl cutter to win this, again, you're looking at quite a possible chance that UMX, they force. They'll have enough to facilitate possibly a couple of rifles, but SMGs will be the aim of the game. As Giraffe falls, Artist slips into this close angle, and he might just be the only key to UMX's success if they do decide to go B. But Extinct,
surely
this is relentless. How do you just wiggle your way on through? Oh my god, peeks on forward, Ash to read into it. The Tech-9 there to assist as well. That was incredibly close. I thought just for a second Extinct had a chance.
Yeah, it's a solid reaction in a position where you are that man down so early on, just to eliminate the possibility of one of these bomb sites if you can. But Dobbos do a great job of reading into it, understanding what the reaction is likely to be, and they've slowed down. They're still spread out, wanting to know where they should go, and with Adam losing that duel, it may just shift them towards that A site.
Now, in a 3 versus 4 scenario, UMX are going to be in a bit of a struggle. Tadpole down to 9. Ash in a similar boat at around 20. Maza, AWP posted towards A. He needs to do everything. Artist has been removed. That's one of the higher HP players. And Maza caught with his back turned, executed by Dobbo, and Ash to find the last, a near flawless round for Dobbos. And you look at the money for UMX, this is exactly what I was on about. They have no money to buy, they can't afford to invest. Extinct is on a double eco, and so we might have to see a force buy for them.
It does feel like in a couple of rounds, we've now seen Mazza getting caught out by some of the rotations or possibilities of this T side. I don't know if that's unfamiliarity or maybe they're not as... we talked about this veto maybe not being the best for them, at least this map within the series. But Mazza doesn't look as comfortable as some A-site anchors that you will typically see. And I imagine large part of that is due to the fact that they are playing so isolated over at A. UMX probing towards short. There's a man jumping around corners just to escape. Adam has flushed them back, and back into the bomb sites they go.
Now, the force buy for UMX has to hold on quite quickly to the decoy. Even I was faked out by that. I thought Extinct's not going to turn away from his own flash. Luckily, it's not going to be a deployable one. MBL and Dobbo to find the first two, and now the Deagle on Extinct has to do everything within the round as he walks his way around and tries to stroll between the players, but down to Mazza, 1 versus 5, the scout. It's not going to be able to do much, and UMX, they're in a very big pickle now as Dobbo's shaping up for 7, but more importantly, the next round is the last round they have to buy.
Yeah.
And so for UMX, it's going to be an awful one. You know, $1,900 added to whatever they have right now. Mazza, if he remains alive, yeah, he can drop possibly over a FAMAS, probably an MP9. It's going to be very brutal for them to invest into, and he needs this upgrade. And
Oh no!
The bullet squeezed past his head, and now he's just going to get... Oh my god, hello! Mazza! Delivering the goods, can't connect with the first, but most certainly deleting Dobbo. MBL to deny, but that is going to be harsher on the UMX side than it is Dobbo's. They can invest, they can rebuy, they can do whatever they want. They have all the facilities that they need. And for UMX, they're going to be bent and broken as the Deagles are most probably going to be whipped out across the board.
That's just Dobbo's luck, man. MBL, unsuspecting, then he just gets... Dobbo comes in to help him out, gets completely domed. Last round of the half. UMX, can you pull this one back together? Because Dobbos have fully recovered this half, and they are looking to bring it even further. So much confidence brimming off the players as a result of both Aatrox and Adam's efforts. And it seems like they may set their sights on that B bomb site once again. There are pistols stacked into this position. 4 players on spot, but Aatrox picking them apart with the AWP. 2 kills already found.
That is brutal as well, punching a lot of holes in the UMX defense right now as they continue to provide the aggression. They don't back down from a fight, and so having bargained this 2-man advantage, it's most definitely going to be Dobbo's in a great position to tee off the half in their favor. UMX, they're going to need a miracle play. These Desert Eagles are going to have to pull out something of nothing less than a masterclass performance, and I don't think they're going to be able to facilitate that. You know, being 2 Desert Eagles and a scout, UMX are in a very tough position, and you're going to see quite quickly that Mazza, I mean, he's able to get some damage done onto Dobbo, but other than that, it's going to be an 8-7 half.
Yeah, not over pushing, not moving into the sightlines of Mazza. This is likely an open and shut case. Extinct trying to move past the smoke, but gets shot out of the air. They just have far too many eyes on that particular piece of utility, so Dobbo's bowl cut bring that half right back. It was 5-1 at the start, but then Dobbo's answer back in a massive way. Aatrox finishing off the half with 21 kills on that AWP. Such a crucial difference maker for them to start rejuvenating themselves as that half transpired.
Absolutely. UMX now in a bit of a pickle. They have to let Dobbos know quite quickly that they can control this T half, of course, because right now they're in a very tricky situation. You know, UMX down around T side of overpass, not exactly going to be in your favor to begin with, and they need to piece together a couple of rounds in quite substantial style. As there you go, peek on out. Aatrox finds one, finds a second, and there you go. That is already set in stone, a beautiful round, and you're just going to see Ash. Oh my God, what's happening, Ash? He is going to find us a lot of body shots, to say the least, and Aatrox going to be there to mop things up. Spicy with the USPS. A quad kill for him. 25-7. The man's a machine.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody can touch Aatrox right now. Every fight he's taking, I mean, that one in the corner, I mean, I don't know that his opponent had much of a chance. He's halfway flying through the air. It looks like a drive-by. He is on an absolute tear for Dobbo's bowl cut right now, and if he gets his hand on the AWP on CT side as well, I'm excited to see what he can do in that regard. Whether UMX can shut him down as well, that's a whole other question. Deagles are out, 1-for-1 exchange to start things off, but Aatrox with the M4 realizing that he has to give up some ground.
Yeah, and I think you've got to play the ground, the lengthy game with the M4A4. It's going to be a laser beam towards the UMX side right now, and it's already shut down first, and big damage done to Tadpole as well towards Connector. Has put them in a 4 versus 3, and to highlight, UMX not exactly in a comfortable position. They've invested to 1,300. It's a weird buy. They love doing this, where they invest these Deegs, and then the next round they're just opting either for no utility AKs or the Galil with plenty of it, and Aatrox just deleting them more and more. The M4A4 just tearing through. Ash to steal the 4K, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's $600 in Ash's pockets, and more importantly, double digits for Dobbo's.
Yeah, Aatrox is really feeling it right now. It doesn't matter which side of the map he's on, what gun he has in hand. He's on for 30. We're not even 20 rounds in yet.
It's just such a performance, a high-level standard, and Aatrox living up to every moment of it. As we head into round 18, UMX, they're all going to be investing once again, and here you go. The first peak, oh my god. Giraffe, while blind, does get taken down with immediate effect after fighting MBL. Dobbo to clean up the pieces. The Galil swings wide. Artist doing some big damage. Mazza to convert. Adam finds another. Tries to slip away, but Mazza to deny. And you blink and you miss it. We're into a 3 versus 2. And Adam, he's just snuck into the smoke completely under UMX's radar.
Oh, do they even know he's here? He made steps and everything, but they may have just been outside of earshot.
Oh, no. Oh, what? Adam! He's taking heads off left, right, and centre. Tadpole, 1 versus 2, has found the first, but Aatrox keeps his cool. 29 to his name and an 11th for Dobbo's bowl cut, and that is a crucial round loss. And Adam was just a thorn in just everywhere, basically, for UMX in that round. It was just stab after stab, just jabbing away at UMX.
Yeah, I thought for sure they would have known that he was in the smoke somewhere or about the site, but they were doubling up, moving instead towards CT with their eyes on graffiti and that rotate. Just completely outmaneuvered. Just no idea that he was so close. And now, forced back down onto pistols are UMX. Aatrox on the AWP. I'm expecting 30 in this round. He's already past the 3 KD mark, so he's past 4. I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
So I mean that is honestly more than anyone could ask for. But whether or not they're going to be able to overwhelm him with these Tech 9s remains to be seen. Such longer distances than as compared to Nuke. Not quite so sneaky can you be towards one of these bomb sites in particular. And we're not going to get to see some sort of event drop or anything of the sort. And Doubles are playing back, like you said, making these long-range angles work in their favor because they know they have these rifles.
Yeah, absolutely. And something to highlight as well, right, is that across the map that these long-range angles are going to be just in play. You know, Long, Banana, and Monster, the only 3 or 4 entryways onto these sites, and you can't escape the rifles. Aatrox, he will find 30, and Extinct gonna smooch Adam through the smoke, and Adam not gonna give him the same respect as he lines up a second, in fact, the M4A4. And Mazza alone 1 versus... Oh my god! What? That is just a disgusting shot. Crow in the sky, and he somehow picks him out. That is unbelievable. Oh my god. The slow motion makes it look quick. It's just unbelievable. Replay once again. Look at this. Oh my god. That is a savage shot from Mazza, but unfortunately, it means nothing to their success as Dobbo's find 12.
Yeah, that's a sponsorship plug for an aim trainer if I've ever seen one.
Chris plain luck, boys.
Absolutely.
And UMX, there you go, adopting some aggressiveness with the AKs in this round. The rifles most certainly going to work in their favour. Dobbo up close, and in fact, they are going to back away. Dobbo P2000 maybe out of ammo with the M4, and I think he is, and it's going to cost him a lot. Just not given a chance to reload. He knew the players were up close, and UMX going to capitalize upon it as Extinct going to double down on that factor and quickly transition into a 2 versus 5. Aatrox to find 31. Maybe just finding a 32nd as well, but at this point in time, it is going to be quite a savage approach that UMX are going to take towards B. Adam, beautiful first, spots out a second and a third, and actually kills off Giraffe while falling. A beautiful shot from him, maybe RNG just on his side. Aatrox 1 versus 2. The question is, does he go for this? Does he attempt it with the AWP?
It's such a hard call to make. I could almost see a line as well where, especially with the game that he's been having, to go for it, right? You have been feeling it in every capacity. Your aim is clearly there, but the money is somewhat absent to allow that AWP to be carried into follow-up rounds, so it does make sense that he would save instead. Keeping himself level-headed, humbled as well, because of the fact that he has had such a stellar game so far. We obviously get a quick peek into the Power Your Aura Peak game as well, as they've tied things up over there on the second map.
Another pun from you, peek into the
That wasn't even intentional, to be honest, but you know, I'll roll with it.
Fair enough. Vocabulary at extreme. But now, Bobo's unfortunately slipping an 8, and UMX back on form, at least for the meantime. The rifles across the board. AWP saved. Aatrox keeping that in his hands, and so, as expected, you know, doesn't particularly want to give up the AWP and put it in the wrong hands. We know Maz has been fairly consistent throughout this whole tournament with the AWP. You know, he hits some unbelievable plays and sick rounds with it, and so they know that it's more than just the AWP they're giving up. It's going into the wrong hands, and here you go, aggression run out. Dobbo lines up one with the M4A4. Given time to reload this time, Giraffe actually going to find 2. A third as he nails the head of Dobbo, and now it's Adam on the back of the site to try and hold things down and just can't get anything done. Aatrox, same place, different count in a 1 versus 3 now with the AWP. UMX shaping up for 9.
Yeah, and another position where Aatrox is likely to save. Again, that money is really coming back to hunt them down. As much as Aatrox may want to go for a position like this, it is interesting to see that the different approaches that we're seeing on this T side, Dobbo's bowl cut seemed like they were going for aggressive faces, but far more individually, whereas UMX almost brute forcing their way into that site, just continually pushing past the smokes and the utility, and then we get that nice triple kill from Giraffe on the entry. It almost feels like they are trying to rely on individual players to get those entry frags and just focus on spacing into the sites. And so far, in the past couple rounds, it has looked a little bit better from UMX. So Dobos have shown that they can shut some of these pushes down.
Yeah, this is just that 3k from Giraffe. You can't write that off. Adam, fortunate to deny the 4th and eventually what could have been the 5th, but Aatrox standing his ground once again, 32 and 7. Admittedly, the last 2 rounds have been saved, and so preserving possibly the KD as well. You know, maybe trying to keep the stats high. But I think it's something to highlight though that how exceptional his performance has been with the AWP, and you're seeing exactly that. Finds the first Extinct, gonna find the headshot in response, but a 1-for-1 trade, and that's the only, I guess, gun invested in this round, right, for Dobos. They've got pistols, they're trying to make it work,
yeah.
But it's just unfortunate to say the least. There's now the USPs and a P250 against 4 players. Tapol going to take a shot to the head, but fortunately against the USP, it'll only be tagging him for about 60, and now Adam swiftly left alone against 4.
Yeah, good recognition as well of the fact that they were on that full eco, so switching to the sidearm has its benefits. Of course, not getting caught on the reload always helps you out. Now, can Adam somehow, some way, sneak his way to recover a weapon? Oh, Tadpole seems to be looking at connector. Oh, never mind. That's not going to be the case. Double digits now secured for UMX as they bring this ever closer. Dobbo's had this advantage coming into the half. They have this incredible performance from Aatrox thus far, but he effectively is being rendered null and void by how frequently this B bomb site is getting hit as opposed to A.
Yeah, I think you highlight a very good point there. The fact that, you know, Aatrox, a star man with the AWP, delivered so much on the T side. Right now, it's just not the same for them. It's just not working in their favor. It isn't going their way. because he's not been given those opportunities, not been given those ways into those scenarios in the first place. And so it's not just, you're losing a man because he's on A, you're losing your star man on A with the AWP that quite honestly could make that difference.
And it's not just Aatrox, right? Adam is also the other A-sided player. Both of them sit above 100 ADR. Everyone else is typically committed towards the B-bomb site. So maybe it is a case of trying to maybe exploit the fact that these players aren't fragging as hard, or just test them as much as possible, so much so that it draws out that additional player. We've seen Adam kind of hover over towards B a couple of rounds as well. Then at that point, then you can maybe isolate Aatrox. We've seen him in one-and-done positions with the AWP already, and that doesn't always bode well for the longevity of the round.
It's going to be a bit of a timeout here. I can only guess this is going to be a technical one, but as we have a look below to the game going on elsewhere, Peak against Power Your Aura, second map underway. Power Your Aura on CT side of Train, down by 1, but it looks to be it's going to level out at 4 apiece right now, at least for the 5 versus 3 for them. So, as mentioned before, the loser of this faces the winner of that game. This is their lifeline game for either side. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Yes, you lose, and it sucks that you drop down to the lower bracket, but you're still within the tournament, and you still have a great shot at taking that first place prize.
Much calmer start to the round, but Aatrox is repositioned with the AWP, and that's a realization that UMX will come to. This AWP, you're typically over towards that A site, so do we start to reconsider our approach? You can see Aatrox already moving back to his traditional position. UMX still hovering towards Short and Monster alike.
Seems to be that you read that into, or rather, we've read that into perfectly, right? Aatrox and Adam, 2-star players at least, delivering for Dobbo, and they open up with the first. The AWP moves to B. Ash gonna try and hold things down towards Short, trusting his teammate towards Monster, and it works out perfectly as MBL to line up 2. And in fact, it's gonna be 4 at the end as they make it 13, and they make it look way too easy. And UMX's lead quickly gonna be put to shame as it's now a 3-round lead for Dobbo's.
And that initial pick with Aatrox then falling into an execute for UMX, again, it almost felt like they were trying to brute force their way in, missing out on some of the utility for the execute traditionally, and instead just trying to make use of the spacing and trading effectively. But then MBL finding a massive multi-frag does disrupt that so much further. Artist, I like the pacing here, but does get jump spotted out as well from Dobbo's bowl cut, so not going to be able to make use of that.
Right now, UMX, the Hail Mary by behind them to try and secure an 11th is well and truly in swing. And utility hasn't really been something UMX have been using an awful lot. I think we've seen time and time again that executes haven't been something that UMX have been teeing off towards. Their traditional B rush is in play, and the utility for them isn't exactly their priority. And you see exactly that. Extinct not flashed in, dry peeking towards the toilet position, caught out, and the man advantage slotting quite nicely for Dobbo's bowl cut and co. That is it's an interesting take that they have on Overpass. They were talking about trying to improve their map pool to try and expand on it and solidify it. But at what point do you realize that UMX's traditional way of playing of pushing isn't working, and now you have to stick to the traditional way of playing Counter-Strike as a whole and playing more team-based tactically, throwing your executes, throwing your smokes, trying to fake out your opponent, because right now it just seems to be the rushes aren't working.
Well, they set up for a boost, but they've lost all the supporting cast over towards Monster. Aatrox will get shot in the side of the head, but he will quickly realize that both players were in that position, so that's some good information gained at the very least for Dobbos. They can get their hands on this bomb, as well as the AWP, but they omit the bomb because the time is all too low, so it doesn't matter all too much. Double digits, double ops. On the T side, not exactly the biggest fan, but this could be something that shifts the dynamic up. But Dobbos are creeping closer and closer to a map victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can say, we both expected that Dobbos would be on the front foot within this map, but UMX surprisingly putting up a fight. Let's not forget, this isn't a traditional map pick for them. This isn't their home turf.
Yeah.
This is by far out of their reach in terms of their map pool. And still to get 10 rounds against, admittedly it's a mix. It's not like a full-blown team that are throwing your executes. These guys are going to have fun as well. UMX are doing surprisingly well, if I don't say so myself.
Well, Aatrox may be soon tested. He's had an absence over towards A, but the first kill is good. Some additional damage on Artist is going to certainly help, but there is now a created gap. The connector is still held, so a fast flank opportunity is possible, and they've already pushed through that B monster tunnel, so they understand that it's less likely to be that B bomb site, so they can reinforce A specifically. But the problem is they're going to have MBL on such a long and late rotate as a result of this pushed in position. And for now, Dobbo is still alone.
Key note, though, is that MBL actually snuck his way all the way through B, and so they can evacuate this B site completely. Adams posted towards connector. As soon as he goes down, the B site is just well and truly gaping open, realistically, for UMX to just swarm completely. Oh, Adam timing! Tadpole catching him, backstab, and now UMX quickly realise that maybe connector to B is the way, and surprisingly enough, UMX don't pull the trigger immediately, and Tadpole will be left to try and fake it out as much as possible, try and clear the site, and if UMX dictate the B push instead, they could run right back into the crossfire that MBL has towards connector. He's posted up towards party, and the remaining players actually pushing out long, and Tadpole is going to move even further forward and move behind, but it might not matter because Giras turned up and heat to the extreme. With 10 seconds to go, they are going to plant the bomb, and UMX off the back of Giras' double kill has quite honestly led them to an 11th in such fashionable style.
Yeah, such a great read as well from Dobbos. They had so much information, but UMX just picking them apart. And this pivotal piece, Adam, that fast rotating player from the connector, him getting shut down so early meant that the information that they were able to attain, it contained them to one half of the map, but there was suddenly this gaping hole as they could have potentially gone back towards B as a result of that.
Absolutely. Right now, UMX, front foot once more, Dobbo's bowl cut and coat, sliced down to a half by. They're not going to have the weaponry, the utility that they wanted in the early stages, as Artist going to implode on the B site, and the M4 is the metaphorical klaxon to the round 26 opener towards B. Extinct going to find two with a Tech 9. MBL will find one, and a third being found by the Tech 9. UMX do not care. Extinct, yeah, plenty of money to buy a Mac 10, and some reason opts for the Tech 9 instead of the Mac 10, and it found three.
Oh, Adam. Getting a complete drop on Tadpole. Spraying away at his body, and now getting his hands on an M4, so he can transfer that over to a follow-up round. Of course, that money not being great for UMX did lead them into that faster play, but now that they can save some rifles of their own, conserving of their own money is going to be a top priority. They are getting closer and closer. A 12th round on the board as Dobbos, sure, they'll be able to buy, but it does seem as though UMX are getting a better understanding of how Dobbos are approaching the CT side and trying to maybe implement a bit more utility around some of their plays. We looked at, I mean, you look at their Vertigo, you look at their Nuke, we've highlighted that a ton already within this series, but so much of what they do aggressively is centered around pivotal pieces of protocol utility that does feel as though it is absent ever so slightly from Overpass. So whether or not they've been able to implement that fast enough and find these gaps, some of these exploits that could make things a little bit closer, that remains to be seen, because Aatrox, he's had a stormer of a game, but it's cooled off significantly. Looking for a pick over at B. Oh, it's a swing and a miss. Artist getting the double as well. This B bomb site so much more vulnerable, and the nades come in wonderfully. It was a stack, but they get completely bombarded.
That is brutal. A missed shot with the AWP leads to from bad to worse. UMX find 13. And Dobbo's bowl cut and co on the back foot. And that shot is such a pivotal kill. If Artist wasn't allowed to go ahead and get that kill, he wouldn't have found this second. Short control would have been theirs. And this monster push that UMX would have had would have been crossfire to the extreme. You had the support from Heaven. You would have had the support from Short. That was the most important kill. And as you mentioned, Aatrox might have just cooled off, and it's most certainly not at the best of times, as UMX now only one round behind Dobbo's bowl cut and co on their map pick of Overpass.
Well, it's a surfing play. They're trying to pick up the pace as well, apply some pressure on these pistols. Adam with the only rifle. So these pistols accomplishing a fair amount of damage, already disrupting some of the default for UMX. As they recognize that short control may be a bit of a difficult one for them to crack. They are leaving Extinct to lurk himself out towards this A site. They are... Oh, the timing doesn't work out. Adam may not realize that this man has slipped on by, and he could potentially backstab this B bomb site. The worst thing here for UMX would be if they rotate this bomb into A and not realize what Adam is in this position.
The last time they were here, though, Tadpole had the flank towards CT, and so I don't think they'll pull the trigger immediately, right? Bomb's just posted up behind. Giraffe knows there's a possibility of the players coming from Connector, but Extinct is going to maneuver himself. And this is going to be one of the sickest rounds if he can get it done. And look, UMX are just buying time. They're throwing utility. They're trying to keep them on their feet. And here you go. Extinct knows where the first is. Oh, no. Fumbles it. Is able to readjust. And there you go. Extinct. Double kill. Dobbo back at the site. Has to do everything. Massa to slice him down. And Adam alone. 1 versus 3. Good for 1. But unfortunately, with 36 points of health, he will be given no space and no opportunities. As UMX tie things up at 14 apiece, it comes down to the wire once again. An Extinct, a masterclass flank from him, has guided UMX to level things out once more.
Yeah, and it almost looks like he completely missed that opportunity, right? Missing that initial shot, having to readjust right back. Sure, it is an eco round, but it is crucial that they make these as impactful as possible, and they make sure that there are no massive mistakes, because even Adam, putting up a considerable fight towards the end there, had there a bit more damage been done to some other players, it could have happened. But UMX, it's a fast play. It's a brazen play to make in a call like this, when it is so close, but they're getting gunned down through Monster. Giraffe, able to navigate around all of that spam, and he catches Dobbo with a nade out.
That is beautiful, effortless to say the least. It's UMX transition level, and that was a big kill required. Man advantage obtained by Dobbo's in the early stages, and Dobbo himself cut out of the round quite quickly as the show continues. And this is going to be a crucial one, right? If you wanted to see a map 3, Dobbo's has to win the next 2, because UMX have the money to reinvest in the next, no matter what, win or loss. They have the money, they have the facilities. A beautiful flashbang from Ash as Adam is guided to another, but quickly traded out once again. And UMX seem to be so key on these trades. Artist not checking above, and bomb's been flung up towards the hands of Aatrox. But fortunately for Giraffe, his aim's on point, on cue, and he's found himself a triple within the round. And back level in a 2 versus 2, back and forth, slug for slug, trade for trade. And we are down to our final moments in round 29. 30 seconds on the clock, and UMX have to explode towards A.
Yeah, MBL siphons off that rotate as well, holding onto short water control. This will leave a lot on Ash, and the question is, does he wait? Does he try and stop them from getting this plant down? The time is low, so this could be a round-winning play. They're planning for bank. Oh no, first kill in towards Tadpole. Giraffe has to plant right in front of his nose, out by the dumpster, holding his head down low. Ash doesn't realize, but he adjusts. He's able to get both kills in the clutch, and it's a 15th for Dobbo's. They make it there first.
At least that's an overtime guaranteed. A 15 almost certainly on the cards. And what a round. Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. back and forth with UMX, and somehow they managed to pull out on top. And I feel like Giraffe, he was just such a key aspect to that round for UMX. 3 kills for him. He needed the ace 1 versus 2. To keep the dream alive, cannot get it done. And now, heading into the final round of regulation, heading into round number 30, everything's on the line for both sides.
What kind of a call do you make here if you're UMX? It can be so easy to fall into this cycle of the aggression works out so much so on other maps, but they spam, they nade, and Dobbo's gone. So a man down to start things off. They haven't even seen a proper duel as of yet. UMX, they know that they're going to have to spread out here on the CT side.
A big opener, and UMX haven't taken a substantial amount of damage. It's dished out evenly, to be honest. Like, you look at right now, 3 players sitting around 75 points of health, 2 players sitting at 100, so there's no player that's going to be disadvantaged for UMX. They can still take these angels. They still can afford to fling anybody in the forefront, and you're seeing exactly that. Artist making his way on forward, slowly maneuvering his way on through. All 5 players joining forces towards short, moving past divider. They're going to clear out as a team, and now they decide to explode. And Adam, the only man towards long, has to do everything.
clear him. Not initially.
Oh
So
my
he gets a
God.
double. Artist able to trade things out so it equals the affair. This makes it at least doable. A 3-on-3, some, well, not much utility. A singular flash that's available for them to maybe barrel through the smoke. There is going to be some Molotovs and nades thrown out to delay them even further. And they are spamming, knowing that someone is likely to be up close here for UMX. And Giraffe lingers around the other side.
3 versus 3. Time ticking down. Dobbo's now on the oppression, on the aggressive, on the retake. A quick 1-for-1. And Atrox and Artist. It's a 1 versus 1. It's to keep the dreams alive for UMX. Artist. Divider. No more. But do they have the time? Kit used. Oh my god, it's going to be down to the
No,
wire.
I don't think they
Does he have the time? No, they do not. We're going the distance. We're going to overtime in map number 2. And UMX, not even half a second in it. Artist holds his nerve. And oh my word, you couldn't have asked for a better storyline to this series so far.
Adam coming up big with the double kill makes that all the more doable, but then it's just back and forth trades galore. It had to come down to that 1v1. Artist, he got caught on the side of the truck, so his duel didn't seem fair, but it was enough time bought off. To lose in a fashion like that, to force it into an overtime on your map pick, Dobbos were in a driving position at the start of this half, but UMX have clawed this one back.
A stellar performance from these two teams, and they give us everything. Dobbo just into the molly, but MBL 2-for-1 lines them up and shuts it down. Artist quick with his response in a 3 versus 3. Adam up close, up personal, and the flashbang. It's perfect and it's white. Artist against 3 finds 1, but now has to take the duel, and Adam is a monster. He is a monster. He is the reason that Dobbos make 16, and they take the advantage in overtime 1.
The synergy on both those players to make that play, the timing on the flash with the smoke fading was absolutely perfect. It's Ash with the flash coming in clutch as well to allow that play to happen. 31 kills for Adam. As we talked about, Aatrox hitting that 30 mark very early on, but Adam has picked up a bit of the slack, being so crucial in the past couple of rounds for Dobbo's bowl cut. But Extinct, it's a fast play once again towards short, and it's a double kill to start things off.
Beautiful opener. Extinct escapes on 9 HP as well, and Dobbo's bowl cut and co need a response at a massive proportion to that what they have in their pockets, and Adam can't get anything done. Aatrox good for 1 with the AWP. Ash now trying to make his way on through, and Giraffe reads into it. The round advantage gained by Dobbo's quickly sniped out of their hands as UMX in a 4 versus 1. They're shaping up to level things out at 16 all.
Yeah, Aatrox trying to pull something off, surely not. There's limited rounds in the overtime. They can afford up the AWP regardless, so giving this a swing is certainly to his benefit, but just a little too slow. There's too much time ground off the clock. Even if he wanted to make this one work, he's trying to sneak into the site, hoping that maybe they lose focus for just a second, but Giraffe is lying in wait. It's a tying round. They banter right back with one of their own, and it's that fast, explosive nature that we know UMX for that gets it going.
This means everything. 16 all. Only one team at halftime of overtime number 1 can take the lead, and UMX seem to have regained their form in this one. Can they continue to uphold that heading into round 33? We'll have to wait and see. Is the smoke going to be deployed on in? Well, actually, he missed, I do believe, ever so slightly, and so now UMX, they're on the defensive because that smoke actually blocks their vision more than it does Dobbo's. In fact, Dobbo's is in a position where they can actually move through it, but oh, Aatrox with the first. Big damage done by Giraffe for the spam. There's considerable amounts, and in fact, Extinct tries to come in for his own, but nothing to be found right now, and oh my god.
They have such a strong read on this. Yeah, Aatrox was just knife out after he got the first kill, but you may not realize that he's coming in contact with Mazza. Oh no, who could pull up the ult faster? It was Mazza in the end. So it's an awkward exchange. Aatrox thought he had a firm flank with no possibility of meeting anybody. But suddenly now there's this pathway that UMX can exploit back towards that A bomb site.
Unreal, and now UMX, they slowly piece together possibly a 17th, but a man disadvantage is going to be what's on the front of their minds right now. And when Adam connects a shot like that, that has got to be the crucial frag within the round. Maz are going to explode out towards the site and the Desert Eagle to connect. But do they know? Tadpole blind. 1 versus 3 now. Maz are alone with 25 seconds. He's got the time to make the move. But it is going to be working against him. And he has to pull the trigger midair. A snapshot with the no-scope to find one. And we're into a 2 versus 1. And Mazza taps it again. Goes for the peak. They could line up. But they don't. Mazza on for the ace. 1 versus 3 required. And he has to stick it this time. Dobbo edging his way on out. Mazza spots. Oh my god, he's down to 3. Snipes one off with the AWP. Trying to rattle and confuse Dobbo. But now makes his way around. Finds the shot, but no! Denied by Dobbo. That would have been the sickest round we'd have seen so far within this tournament. But UMX just shy. Mazza could not have done anything more within that round. And the 17 falls in favor of Dobbo's bowl cut.
Oh, it's so close as well. Going for the deep peek on stairs, there's no way they would have anticipated a move like that in a moment. They were prepared in some respects, but just not able to line themselves up so that they could trade off one another. It comes so close. And that all that damage that was done as a result of him still being at the plant box made a world of a difference.
That is unbelievable. Now Artist peeks wide, can't get anything done. Early advantage, MBL to find it, but Adam eating those bullets through the wooden block has actually given UMX a slight chance at hope, but they don't know that Adam's been tagged down quite this much. As for the time being, as we head into round 34, UMX, they need this round to tie up. This isn't the factor of them getting in front once again. This is for them to ensure survival, right? Because Dobbos win this, they've guaranteed themselves an overtime too. Mazza towards, caught wrong place, wrong time. Tries to transition back towards Dice, but caught out by Dobbo, and in a 3 versus 5, UMX have got a hell of a task on their hands.
Yeah, trying to get this retake underway, being a couple men down, and they only have that one flash. We've seen this position a couple of times already, but now they're a man down additionally. Extinct peeking a little bit earlier than they maybe anticipated, maybe not lining it up properly with the team. So now it's just Tadpole. That one flash expended, not gaining anything from it. Only now does the bomb go down, but that is going to be the round for Dobbo's bowl cut. You talked about it. It is securing at least the overtime too, or potentially pushing us to a third map.
A third map could be on the cards, as the next 2 rounds need to be thrown up for the UMX side. They need to piece together these couple of rounds. Otherwise, it just cannot happen. Cannot go any tighter than this. MBL actually just diving down towards Connector and taking a considerable amount of damage, actually. And here you go. The Leaning Tower, you called it earlier. Tadpole up, patiently waits, and actually catches the last bullet to MBL while he's falling. A big opener falls in favor of UMX, and that was very intelligently played, and they needed that advantage to come in their favor.
Yeah. Pulling out a gimmick like that when it didn't work before. Oh dear, it's a missed shot from Mazza. Aatrox was a bit slow on the trigger, in all fairness to him. But Mazza not realizing what was going to lie in wait when he rounded that corner. Artist with his own AWP still holding towards that A site, but they're moving towards B. And again, it's a situation where a T-sided player has bypassed the solitary A defender. Look at Dobbo. He has the potential to flank back towards B. This is a taste of their own medicine, but Artist may just pull the trigger before they realize Aatrox gone, but Dobbo still could pull off this flank.
This is the Extinct play from not too long ago, but Tadpole, I think he's actually holding in towards heaven. He was timing. Oh my god, he's gonna squeeze. Oh, Giraffe reads into it. That was so key to UMX there, and with 30 seconds on the clock, it is Adam and Ash to try and make things work within round 35, to try and tip Dobbos to 19, to stop UMX from taking this to the last round. And with 20 seconds, time forever ticking away in their favor, it is going to be UMX that take the first engagement. Tadpole denied, but Giraffe, a quick response, has left Ash alone on 13 points of health.
Yeah, and that time is such a big factor. Giraffe, swings as soon as he even considers the tap. He knows that he has to somehow bait a player into his crosshair and get that bomb dialed in. It's just not enough room to wiggle. And it was off of that triple man boost. That's where they got that early advantage. Although it was short-lived, it did focus the attention towards that A site ever more. And the awareness that they had Dobbo flanking towards the heavens. They didn't want to fall victim to the same punishment that they laid out onto Dobbo's. And so they don't. UMX stay alive a little longer within this map, could potentially force us into a secondary overtime, but Dobbos are trying to pick up the pace. Aatrox already moving fast towards long, but Mazza is in position.
The man advantage swiftly being scooped up by UMX, and what a crucial time to get it in. An Artist gonna fire off another shot and deploys then a close landing at the feet of Dobbo, so to shave off a third of his health immediately is gonna be even more so in UMX's favor right now, and we could see a second overtime. Artist, or you know what, just for a second there I thought in true Artist behavior he was going to move through it, but he moves in fact towards long to try and cover his team, and Dobbo going to move past. And so as Mazza moves on up, in fact he is in towards heaven, so no one's on this A site. I do apologise. And it is going to be Artist that has to hold things down completely. If Dobbo swings at the right time, this could be detrimental to the play. Dobbo does find Artist. A big kill towards A, and the A site exposed completely. Dobbo relaying that information, and they are going to just run right up connector.
Oh, Dobbo's prepared for Mazza as well. It's a miss on the quick scope. They realize that this A site is a vulnerability, and Dobbo is exploiting it full-heartedly. Cutting off the rotations and now bringing it to a 2-on-2. He's bought some additional time for the playoff. But the thing is, Extinct fought right past, so the bomb doesn't go down. It's overtime number 2. It's Extinct with a crucial triple kill in the round to push it forward.
Beautiful from UMX. You thought just for a second there it was all over the opener, but this shot from Mazza, it's so unfortunate for them to miss out on an opportunity like that for UMX, but so thankful that they were able to piece it together. 42 kills on Aatrox. Overtime 1 done, and the man has 42 kills.
And I think that's also a testament to how early he hit the 30 mark, because that was midway through the second half. So he has been tapering off, but the impact that he's had in this game cannot be understated. It's just all about this crunch time moment now. Forget about regulation. Forget about the previous overtimes. Fight for every single one that you have got in the secondary overtime at that, because none of the stats matter if you end up losing the map. MBL seeing if he can try and find the entry, but they jump into it. Extinct falling off of the barrel still comes away with 1, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange, but they spot out a secondary player. They hear a third player as well back towards Monster, so they should realize this is likely to be a B-centered play, but there's so much time on the clock. No early commitment.
Bomb actually dropped towards spawn as well, and so Ash will have to run away and pick that back up. And as you mentioned, you know, this is the reload. This is the second overtime. Forget everything else. You are fighting for 4 rounds. It's the most crucial one yet. As Aatrox gonna slip into position towards connector. Artist. This is where it gets interesting, but yet again UMX blunder a very important shot, but he's able to escape with his life, and he even dives in for seconds, plunges knee deep into the action, and he finds himself a beautiful shot onto Ash, and the man advantage swiftly obtained once again by UMX.
And they're still committing to this B-side execute. Giraffe at the pillar. First kill found, but the trade is there from Aatrox. The AWP of Art is still committed down towards that water position, and he cannot provide support. Aatrox trying to hold him out, but Artist so elusive, running around the site. They have lost track of him, and Mazza comes in with the AWP. Artist, how do you do it? You just keep holding W in situations where I do not think it possible.
Man is Houdini. He just moves around the site. Dobbo's bolt cut have no clue where he's positioned. UMX shift into 19. This is one of the sickest plays. And the thing is as well, right, is that not only does he move across the site to try and bait out the player to get himself the information, he just walks right into the crosshair of Mazza. It was a crossfire waiting to happen. And UMX 19, Dobbo's 18. On the flip side, Power Your Aura 12-9 on the second map of Train. Things are heating up across both servers.
Oh, Giraffe is completely contained here. They had the fallback as well with the AWP, so Adam can gun him down successfully. There's more players here than they realize, though. There has never been that many players from UMX showing a presence towards the fountains, and so it catches Dobbo's bowl cut a little bit off guard.
4 versus 4, nade goes deep. Dobbo a whisker away from taking that on the head. Luckily, gonna slip out of sandbags and NBL. Oh my god, Extinct. Beautiful shot from him in response, and will gun down a second. The man holding true towards the B side right now, and he's not gonna stop there. And Mazza with the 4th, but the 3K from Extinct keeps UMX's dreams alive as it's 20-18. And they have shipped themselves into a beautiful 2-round lead.
And it's hard to pinpoint who you have as this player that is keeping UMX afloat because so many players are contributing in crucial moments. We've had great moments from Giraffe getting entries as well as on these retakes, Extinct on some of these site holds. We've had I feel a more stable contribution from UMX through and through, whereas it does feel that little bit more lopsided on Dobbo's bowl cut. And again, they're trying to see if they can work off of that triple boost to find an opening pick. This time round, it will net them nothing, but the ideas are still flowing here for UMX, and Artist hitting the shot on the AWP to catalyze what could be a 3-round sweep on this CT side is only boding well for UMX.
We've got to remember that Dobbo's bowl cut and co did so much better, arguably, on their CT side, not only in overtime, but in regulation. Yeah. So, yes, UMX are pushing for 21. Yes, they've got every advantage in their books. And as much as I want to ride on the fact that UMX could clean sweep overtime number 2, we can't forget that Dobbo's bowl cut and co have an ACT side as well ahead of them. And so this could be every opportunity for them right now. Aatrox, I might have spotted the player out, and which is indicative to the hold of the angle, but he's going to even slip even further forward. Mazza waiting for the boost on up. Artist, he's going to be on the other side, and as he jumps on up, spots out the man. Headshot there, but it's Giraffe to nail it. The tag, good enough for the conversion. Giraffe to pick it up, 5 versus 3, and now Dobbo's had to explode towards A.
And it may just be a little too late. 25 seconds, a 2 versus 4. It's only Adam left, and they overwhelm him. 3 rounds in a row on UMX's CT side, and we have to see it. We have to see 3 straight. No mistakes, no faster, explosive plays from UMX can be allowed in this second half of our second overtime.
As you mentioned, a faultless CT side is what Dobbo's need ahead of them. And UMX only need to convert 1 of 3 to take this series 2-0. May I remind you, for those at home, this isn't a fight for survival. This is a fight for the place in the grand final. Winning this guarantees yourself a top 2 placing, no matter what, which is why this game is so crucial. The winner of this, or rather the loser of this, will be playing the winner of the second game on going Peak versus Aura, and Aura currently up 1-0. And so this is just riding on the factor that the lower bracket final could ensue quite possibly one of the sickest finals we've seen so far.
Yeah, it could end up in a storyline where it is a repeat, a rematch in the finals. That is a possibility. But Aatrox, making use of some attention being diverted towards that B bomb site, finds one in Giraffe. And still lingering around that connector. He fancies himself another peek, but Tadpole, he's spotting him out as well, but a missed shot on the AWP. Artist has crept into that A site once again. This time, they didn't seem to have the read that was a possibility. UMX have exploited that now twice within this game, and Artist, though he'll get punished for that aggression, they're still headed towards this B bomb site, and Aatrox is on a collision course.
The bomb was dropped, and that's going to cost them yet another soul, as Extinct now needs a 4K, a 1 versus 2. And if there's any man you want to step up to the plate, it's this man right here, Extinct, punching in those digits for quite possibly the last time. And he even slips away.
Oh, he has
but
no idea.
My god, he doesn't know that Aatrox is behind. This is a battle that needs to be won by Aatrox. The AWP connects, and the dream will continue. Aatrox keeps them straight, keeps them alive, and a 45th kill on the board for the main man himself.
And that is such a close clutch as well for Extinct. He finds the 2 kills he needs to, but expecting the Aatrox, the AWP player for the side, last seen connector on the flank. He's almost taking a page out of UMX's book. Some of the maybe crazier rotations playing less safe, but more round winning as a result of it.
Look at that. Aatrox, 2 KD, 102 score, 95 UD, but 103 ADR, and 107 on Adam. You were talking about Adam as well. Let's not forget about that man right there. He is delivering impressively for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. But now isn't a time for flashy plays and unbelievable talent. This is simple CS that they need to nail down to deny UMX of a chance of taking it in double overtime. To tear away the map pick of Dobbo's, it's all into round 41. Once again, UMX map point and series point lies within the next 1 minute and 55 of action ahead of CS.
And it almost feels like it's been such a long time since we've had a pause. We've had a lot of action throughout this map. Not many chances taken from the teams to discuss what they were going to do. We saw it a little bit earlier in the regulation, but that is so far and away from where we are now. You can see we're getting a peek into the Power Your Aura and Peak game, and well, Peak are doing well to fight back on that secondary map. May force a third in their own right, as Dobbos are attempting to do so themselves, but they still sit at a pretty hefty deficit. 2 rounds behind just to force it into OT number 3. I don't know that they can get there. So far, the consistency from the players on UMX has been apparent, whereas it has been, like I was mentioning earlier, a little bit more lopsided. You know, we're getting these sporadic performances from the likes of MBL. You know, Adam is chiming in with some crucial kills every so often. But getting all the right pieces at the right times, especially on the CT side, was difficult. Aatrox had the best half that we have probably seen within this tournament on Overpass in the first half of regulation on T side. When it came to CT, it almost felt like he was rendered null and void because of how frequently they were hitting the B bomb sites in particular for UMX and trying to almost bypass both him and Adam.
That is just unbelievable. Adam and Aatrox together, 82 kills between them, the other 3 combined at 64. But now isn't a time. Now is a time for UMX and Dobbo's Bowl Cut to meet once again. We are underway. We are jumping in to round 41. This is everything.
A lot of flashes and utility expended early. Understanding as well, they do not want to fall victim to some of these faster plays, trying to deter that short aggression that has been working so frequently for UMX. Trying to go for a bit of a nade stack. We'll sail a little bit shallow as they are committed deep towards Monster, but some tags being fired off. They know that Dobbo is in towards this close cubby. This could expose MBL's position, so Dobbo actually fighting here or trying to cross back is crucial.
This is unreal. Early damage dealt to Dobbo, similarly to that of Tadpole. Slight HP advantage to UMX, but it's a negligible amount, and so it really won't matter the outcome. Something to highlight, though, is that UMX, once again, burning their utility early doors. They've got a double smoke, 3 Molotovs, a lot in their pockets in terms of negating cover, but Adam and MBL nailing shots, and already we transition to a 2-man advantage for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. as they find themselves in a very granted position, pole position, driver's seat, everything in their favor right now. Aatrox pulling on up as well, all posted, ready to work. Adam taken out of the equation. Don't expect the orb to be there. Missed shot and a second fumble as well for Aatrox, and this might just be the level scoreline and player count that we'd have expected. UMX in a 3 versus 4, but Ash to nail it. Giraffe's Molotov lands high, lands within the smoke. I don't know what's going on within this round, but UMX now have to hold off in a 2 versus 4.
Patiently awaiting Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. to make the first move. They need to move up quickly. Giraffe finding the first is crucial, and they're swinging together. Ash, sure, there's a trade, but Giraffe still in such a prime position to deal with this. That's a critical kill, and Dobbo, he cannot get onto the bomb fast enough. Surely, there's no time for him to pull this one off. UMX, have they brought it over the line? They have. UMX, they prevent that third and final overtime and close it in 2.
22-19. We have to visit a double overtime. We have to visit every stop on the journey to the UMX 2-0. That has got to be one of the sickest games I've watched in such a long time. The Clash of Titans I talked about in the pre-game. This was no David and Goliath story. There had to be a victor, and both of these sides, they were just so good. There was no defining a winner at any point. Even when it went to overtime, even when UMX went 3 rounds in the lead in overtime number 2, there was no counting out the Dobbo side. That has got to be some of the sickest Counter-Strike I've watched in a little while.
And we had these just multiple turning points, right? We had this firm start from UMX on their CT side. Then all of a sudden, Dobbo's, Bolcut, and Co. start answering back significantly. They bring it back. Then in the second half, we had the reverse storyline where instead UMX had to be the one to try and force that overtime, only to then grind it out into the win. It seemed as though Dobbo's, Bolcut, and Co. had these fantastic openings. They not only were working off of, I think, more structurally sound CS, but when it came down to the individual star power of UMX just finding these narrow pathways in towards the B bomb site in particular, it just seemed like such an exploitable position for them throughout. And just, again, I highlight the fact that although the B bomb site may be a more comfortable position for them to go on those entry pathways, they are not only doing that, but they are bypassing some of the stronger performers on that Dobbo's, Bolcut, and Co. side, which has a large enough impact on not only confidence, but morale as well. You can start to feel that momentum slip away from you if you're not finding those side holds successfully.
Sick Counter-Strike. Not only do we visit it within 2 maps, but 2 overtimes is what needs for UMX to take it over the line. Obviously, as mentioned earlier, this isn't the end of the road for Dobbo's, Bolcut, and Co. They moved down to the lower bracket. They will face the winners of the game in the lower bracket, Aura versus Peak, of course, and then the winner of that will face UMX in the grand finals. This is sick. Counter-Strike at its best, and you couldn't have asked for a better storyline for UMX to get into the grand final. We are going to go to a quick interview. Jusic on the other end, and he is interviewing, I think, Dobbo, so we'll pass it over to them. Oh, it's Keto.
Keto with me again for Epic Reactions, brought to you by Blue. Seem to be making a little bit of habit out of these sweaty last-minute games, Keto.
Yeah, that was not fun, that. Oh, thank God we took it over the line. But no, the team played very well. We kept in it the whole time. And yeah, we put it over the line at the end. Aatrox played absolutely unbelievable that game. We all know him very well. We speak to him all the time. Aatrox, fantastic player. But I wish he didn't do that.
So made your life very difficult, obviously, on Overpass for that matter, but Nuke was very much a different story. You were in control the entire time. You were very one step ahead at all times, and obviously we had the game yesterday as well. Off the back of that, we spoke about the prospect of coming into games very differently as well, and you said flat out straight, we're going into it every game as it is, you know, we're taking it for what it is. There's no kind of special preparations. You now see yourself into the grand final, so congratulations to you and the team for that one. How are we now? Obviously, you're into the grand final. Is there going to be any preparations this time round?
No, absolutely not. No. We're going to come in, we're going to shoot back. Hopefully, we play those guys again, but I don't know who's in the low bracket final. I don't know if it's been decided, but I believe How Your Aura was there, and Peak, before the game started.
It's going to a third map.
Oh, okay, it'll be interesting. I hope we play those guys, to be fair. It'll be fun. I want it to be decisive. I want us to just 2-0 them. It'll probably be the same maps, and I just think we'll absolutely rail them. Last season, we went all the way through upper bracket 2-0. We 2-0'd Stream Team. And these guys are just worse in every aspect than those guys. And Stream Team games were easy, so just do that again, see how it goes.
Loving the confidence out of that. Thank you very much, Keto, for joining me today. We will see you in the grand final in just a few hours' time. Rest up. We'll see you soon. Wow. I hope your voices are still okay in there, because that was some very shouty games right there. As I mentioned as well to Keto as well, Nuke was just a one-team show. It wasn't even close at that point. Yumi, talk me through Nuke. What was going so wrong for the team of bowl cuts right there?
Yeah, Doubles Bowl Cut, it felt like they never respected that vent drop that we highlighted throughout the entire series. I was surprised that we didn't start to see them jumping a player within the vents just to make sure that wasn't a possibility throughout. But then by the time they actually did adapt on that CT side, suddenly UMX weren't interested. You know, it's like, we've done that 100 times already. Let's mix it up a bit. So it almost felt like that reaction came out far too late, when you can even see in some pro level play that they implement that as a part of their system, because they know it can be such a devastating position to have to deal with if you cannot shut it out.
Yeah, and going back off that as well, in Overpass, again, it had everything you wanted in CS as well, and standout performer Retro, Aatrox, absolute beast on that side as well. It was just a clinic from him, but unfortunately just pulled up a little bit short in OT2.
Yeah, I mean, that was as I mentioned, it was a battle of two forces. There was no David and Goliath story, and for Aatrox to turn up at that of a large of a status in such an important scenario, you can only feel bad for him, right? Because he gave everything he could. You know, Yumi talked about the fact he kind of slipped off towards the second half and the start of Overtime 1, possibly through Overtime 2 as well. But the fact that he had that consistent performance, it didn't matter if he died instantly, if he got 2 kills, if he got an ace, he was a clinical factor. He was throwing the utility, he was giving his teammates an opportunity for the flashes, and it goes without saying that, obviously, as Keto mentioned in your interview, that they want to face them again, and I don't disagree at all. I feel like that team has such a strong ground that they just face off against anyone on, and they've already made it through. You know, this is a mix, and they've blossomed into a team that look so sophisticated, and it's really interesting to watch them play. And so obviously, as you mentioned, they're down to the lower finals, but there's no saying no to see them once more.
They live to fight another day indeed. So we do have Pompa and Aura going on at the moment. So obviously we're going to have, Peak Aura, my apologies. Peak versus Aura at the moment. That's into a third map, as you heard just a few moments ago. So obviously we're going to have the Dobbo's Bowl Cut versus the winner of one of those two very shortly. In regards to the next kind of games coming up as well, UMX fully right in their confidence as well, Yumi. It's just they're on Nuke, they're just another level. Someone's going to take that map away from them, surely.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that he approached it as well when Keto was giving his interview. Just, you know, we want to face them again. Last time we were at this event, you know, we did well, and that team was better than the team we just played. So there is confidence, but they almost lost that second map, and the fact that they could have Nuke as a gimme, I think testing them on Vertigo is something that should be explored, though I don't know how many of these teams have Vertigo within their system, whether that's even a map that they like to even play casually.
Yeah, and we're looking at the other matchups there as well. We've got, obviously, with the massive confidence as well, but Dobbo's Bowl Cup, they still have a lot to fight for in this losers bracket. I think it could really go in any way completely, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I'm just, if we're going to sort of project Peak or Power Your Aura, I definitely think that Dobbo's Bowl Cut will match up better against the likes of Power Your Aura, just because of them being from within the UK, especially those people within Power Your Aura have been around the circuit for a while, so an understanding of how they play a bit more, whereas Peak, I feel like, are a bit more of an unknown factor. So I do think, like you're saying, it will be kind of a tough fought match all the way through, because we have actually seen Power Your Aura start to develop in a slightly different path as well.
And do we have any final words of this game as we close out? We're nearly at the end of day 3. We've still got 2 matches to... We've got 2 matches left to go. Obviously, Yumi, this is your last cast of the day. Would you like to say anything to the viewers and anything at all?
It's all right. I'm not that sentimental. I know that the games are going to be fantastic throughout the rest of the tournament. I'm going to be watching, of course, because I have a keen eye on these UMX guys. I've been interested in their development since they even started this whole weird Furia cosplay thing that they've been doing. and I'm all here for it. So I hope that the games are good. I hope you guys have a good rest of the tournament, because I know it'll be as good as I think it is going to be.
Fantastic. Well, we're looking forward to you watching and being in the chat there as well. Me and Retro, on the other hand, we will be joining with another caster very, very soon. We're going to be hopping in to the other game very shortly, which is going to be the winner of that was Peak and Aura. We can't wait to bring you that game after. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
better way of life. You and me, we can really mess it up sometimes. We're bittersweet, but I think about you all the time. It's addicting. Loving something wild inside, a masterpiece. Work of art has come to life. If you don't get it right, just lay your flaws in my arms tonight. People don't write poetry about a perfect life. There's something beautiful about you and I. I don't know the right way to say how I feel. Whenever we talk, it's like the world goes still. There in your eyes, deep in your mind, I know you feel the same. Running the red things that you say don't always come out clean. You and me, we can really mess it up sometimes. We're bittersweet, but I think about you all the time. It's addicting. Loving something wild inside, a masterpiece. Yeah, work of art that's come to life. Don't matter if you don't get it right. Just lay your flaws in my arms tonight. People don't write poetry about a perfect life. There's something beautiful about you and I. People don't write poetry about a perfect life. There's something beautiful about you and I. There's something beautiful about you and I. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Sticks and stones may break my bones. I don't think you know a thing about what I'm gonna say. I ain't no basic, so don't look at me that way. I don't fit inside a box, and I got a little different taste. Where I hear it's going off, now that's my kind of place. I'm feeling myself tonight like you wouldn't believe. I get up off my feet, I'm dancing to a different beat. This is the way I am, it's just the way I am. And I wanna dance with you, yeah, I'm your biggest fan. Got a spark to you, but if they don't understand, tell them that you're coming through, say it's just the way I am. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but shit can never hurt me. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but love will not desert me. Checking on my horoscope before I walk out the door. Gonna make it beautiful, no matter what's in store. Got a lot of shit to shoot and dollars to be made. Whatever you wanna do, I'm free on Saturday. You're feeling yourself tonight like we wouldn't believe. So get up off your feet, we're dancing to a different. This is the way I am, wishes only. Ain't got no time for your bullshit. I shoot for stars cause I'm worth it. I bring the heat cause I wanna. You start the beat, then I'm gonna. Ain't got no time to explain myself to anyone else. I'm me. Sticks and stones can break our bones, but shit can never hurt me. Sticks and stones can break our hands, but love will not desert me. Sticks and stones can break our hands, but shit can never hurt me. Sticks and stones can break our hands, but love will not desert me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but shit can never hurt me. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but love will not desert me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but shade can never hurt me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but love will not desert me.
Where did we go wrong? What's with all the secrets? You've been feeling strong, but I'm feeling weakness. I've been losing sleep 'cause I'm worried about us. What makes me doubt us is I can't get past what I heard now. Sometimes I think that we're onto something. Sometimes I think that it's all just love and easy days. But every time that we're getting so close, still talking about drugs, saying feels like heaven comes like this. All my friends are out drinking us dry, staying up till 7, still on a buzz. I wanna taste the honey. It feels like it's real, but I can't be sure. Now my eyes are bloody. No idea what I'm looking for. They're all losing their minds behind the closed doors. There's plenty to hide. It never ends and they never know why they still wake up unsatisfied. We're all waking up unsatisfied. I wanna taste the honey. It feels like it's real, but I can't be sure. Now my eyes are bloody. No idea what I'm looking for.
to me. I was not the type to slow down my life for you. I was young and I was full of fire. I could walk a tightrope, balance with my eyes closed. This is how life goes. Oh, in midnights of late youth, I belong. Breathing in the summer nights, I live for the moments where I float and you're the only thing on my mind. You got me setting all I know on fire, 'cause you kept me every time I mess it up. And everybody says that things are bound to change, but I hope they stay the same, 'cause you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. You got me setting all I know on fire. You kept me every time I mess it up. And everybody says that things are bound to change, but I hope they stay the same, 'cause you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. You got me setting all I know on fire. You kept me every time I mess it up. And everybody says that things are bound to change, but I hope they stay the same, 'cause you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. You are the thrill of my life. Oh, I wanna let it go. I see it all with my eyes closed, with my eyes closed. Yeah, I see it all with my eyes closed. I'm never gonna let you go. You are the thrill of my life. Oh, of my life. Oh. High dive in the indigo, cool down when I'm all alone. I let it go. Talk over the radio, think fast but we're moving slow. It's what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. Tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? White noise on a telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible. You less when you're logging on. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the
And then there were 3 remaining. Welcome back to Epic32 WAN Edition. My name is Dusik. We've seen some just outrageous Counter-Strike action today. I hope that you've been enjoying it. I certainly have, watching from the sidelines as well, and I know that our casters are having a great time with this one as well. Probably need to medicate their throats a little bit because it's getting a little bit shouty in here as well. We love to see that. So we say goodbye to Power Aura, who will be finishing in 4th place. And quite frankly, let's take a moment to appreciate they showed up, went 3rd in their group, came all the way back from the lower bracket up to Consolidation 4. That is an incredible turnout for Power Oro. So that was a great turnout. Thank you very much for all the memories during Epic 32. You should be very proud of yourselves for that one as well. As always, we would like to thank our sponsors as well on behalf of Epic. For overclockers, Intel, Logitech, and Blue Microphones. Thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you for the contributions towards the prize pool and all the other things that you have done over this event. It's been absolutely incredible to have you on board. We're looking forward to the future with you guys. So that's about that for that. So we've got UMX going over to the grand final, as you witnessed when we were last on air. We're about to see the remaining 2 slog it out for the remainder of the rest of this cast coming up, to see who will become our 2nd grand finalists. So it's going to be a nice little payday for the winner. Obviously, the winner receiving £1,300. Nicely done there as well. I'd love to see that. And no team will be passing up that opportunity to headline that main stage after this match. Who's it going to be? We're not too sure yet. It is going to be Peak versus Dobbo's Bowl Cuts. 400 obviously will be made to the team who loses this match. So either way, they're going to see a nice little bit of income there as well. They'll be happy with that. And joining me to the left and the right are none other than a super talented, incredibly amazing Dweg and Retro. Welcome in. We've seen over the weekend just some mind-boggling stuff, some results that really probably shouldn't have swung that way in the ordinary, but we're seeing some fight backs from these teams. It's been a great weekend so far, Dweg.
Yeah, look, it's been very interesting to sort of see what some of the international teams could do, some of the mixers that have gone very far, and all in all, just to really see the level of competition really rise up. 48 teams here coming into Epic 32. It gives every team a challenge, and we've seen a lot of storylines from multiple teams, upper bracket, lower bracket, whatever it may be. There has been plenty of Counter-Strike action so far.
So see with Peak and Dobbo's Bowl Cuts, Retro, that these 2 teams have already faced UMX as well. So they know what it takes to reach that level. They know what level that they need to play at. They're about to slog it out together, Peak versus Dobbo's Bowl Cuts. What do they need to do, Dobbo's Bowl Cuts, and what do Peak need to do to ensure that they can get back into that grand final and face UMX?
Well, look, I think the statement is for Dobbo's is that we know they can play overpass. We just saw UMX, it was a double overtime that they needed to take it over the line. So I feel like first things first, they need to set their map veto straight. They've got to make sure that it plays out in their advantage. You can't afford to give up a map. Yes, obviously there will be a map against you that you're probably not prepared on. The other team are. That's just the way it goes. You've got to make sure that the other 2 maps that slip into this best of 3 have to be good. And even then, there's no need to shy down from this performance. You have to bring your A game and nothing but your A game, because we know UMX are that talented. And this is, as you mentioned, the fight for the grand final. This is the fight to try and take the crown. You can't bring anything other than your A game. So heading into this, I think, for whoever that may win this, they've got to bring nothing but their A game, but also got to make sure that everything is set straight. They've got to keep their composure. It's such a hefty stage. There's a lot of pressure on you to try and make it through to the grand final. Lots of people backing you, friends, family, whatever it may be. Viewers watching the stream. You've got to make sure you've got to put everything behind you and just play Counter-Strike like you are normally day in, day out.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. So echoing what you're saying in regards to the map vetoes, we're actually going to take a look at that right now as it's going on ahead. So Dweg, talk me through this one as well. Obviously, you've seen both the teams in action. What maps are we probably going to be certain to look at here?
Well, I was going to say Overpass being as a pick coming in from Dobbo's, but look, this is a decent ban coming in from Peak. We'll probably see Train being picked in by the Peak side. Dobbo's might go for like an Inferno, perhaps, and actually Peak go in for Inferno. That's a little bit surprising. I thought they'd go with Train, considering we've seen a lot of Train coming through from them so far. Nuke, we saw at least a decent performance from Dobbo's on both the Buzzkill game and against Pompa. Had a bit of a struggle against UMX on that map, and then going into the finale as well, we're going to have Dust 2, so I haven't seen a massive amount of Dust 2 over the course of the event so far.
So Inferno, Nuke, and Dust 2 are your map picks as well. So both teams opting to get rid of Overpass and Vertigo. Both of those recently played by the two teams in the respective matches just a few moments ago as well. I'm looking forward to an Inferno here because I haven't actually seen a great deal of Inferno action, to be honest with you. So I'm looking forward to getting in onto that one. Obviously, we've got the two powerhouses of Atrox and Sensi with the AWPs there as well. And that's going to be a battle I'm personally very looking forward to see. Atrox versus Sensi. They have been absolutely pivotal to what they've been doing Retro for their team so far.
Yeah, I think Dweg raised a very good point, though. The fact that Inferno wasn't picked by immediately by Dobbo's, it was actually picked by Peak. I feel like that's a spanner in the works, in fact, because we know Dobbo, they have played it a couple of times before. They've had some fortune with it, and then they've allowed Dobbo to get their own map pick. So I was briefly touching on earlier how the veto is important, and I'm not sure about anyone else, but I feel like this is heavily in Dobbo's favor. If I'm honest with you, I feel like they've got a really big edge heading into this one. Whether Peak can take them on it, maybe they've got something up their sleeves. As we know, Peak, they've played Inferno a fair bit. They've got it under their belts, but you're throwing that against Dobbo's, a side that actually has that experience as well. I'm very surprised that it went that way immediately. Maybe they've got very many tricks up their sleeve that we have no clue about. I don't know, but I'm excited to see how it goes.
Fantastic. And obviously looking at the maps there as well, we have Nuke as well. Dobbo's coming out not very good against UMX, it had to be said, but they've got to change up. We saw in the previous matches as well, UMX were running riot in that vent, completely just flushing out. They had held no one there at all, and it was just too much of an easy show, Dweg. So again, without explaining the obvious, what do Dobbo's need to do to ensure that they can win on Nuke?
Look, I think they've got to play really puggy, right? Like, we know that they're a mixed side. We know that when we get into these UK events, it's normally the mixed teams going out in like 8th, 9th, 10th round, sort of that position. Try to push top 3 is very tough for a mixed team. But look, I think you really got to get Atrox fired up. Like, he had such an insane game over on Overpass, really fuel him with confidence. You've got a really solid in-game leader of Adam. If he can make some right calls, you've also got the coach for Game Legion 2 of Ash playing in this lineup, who certainly has had his moments as well. But I think for the Dobbo side, just playing really loose, maybe trying to see if you could just get individually players really starting to pop off. Because one thing that we'll certainly see in this series is like the AWPer battle between Sensei and Atrox. I think that could be a big one to watch out for.
Yeah, so we saw in the previous map with Sensei as well on Overpass just gaining, sorry, not Overpass, Vertigo just gaining. It's such a great entry fragger with that AWP. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Atrox was doing exactly the same as you mentioned, Retro, on Overpass. It was quite an incredible show between it, and we're going to see very shortly who comes out on top, because one of these guys are going to go home and one of these guys are going to face versus UMX. So while we're on the subject as well, let's have those predictions in. So Dweg, who do we swing towards here?
I'm going to go for Peak on this one. I think it will certainly go 3 maps. I doubt that in the lower bracket final we'll have a 2-0. The reason for that is I look at this being an actual team. Although their results as of late hasn't been that great in their advanced season, they've got a lot of experience playing against the topper end teams, and knowing that they've just had a good momentum swing facing off against the Aura side, getting a very crucial Vertigo win. For me, I'm looking at them in this series and I'm going to favor them.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that this is going to go to a 3 map, so I'm against Dweg on this one. I think Dobbo's have what it takes. I think they've really got it in them. As I said though, I think it's one of those scenarios that we can't exactly sit here and go, yeah, this team is convincingly going to win. I mean, we're already guessing that 3rd map coming in. There's no saying no to either side. It is just about who wants it more. And to be honest with you, I see Dobbo's coming off of a brutal loss on Overpass like that. I know that that's going to fuel them more with flame than with anger, and they really want to push forward and try try and push this victory to meet them again in the grand final. I mean, Keto wanted it, they want it, everyone's hungry for it, Peak as well, and it's going to be a banger no matter what, but I think Dobos are just going to edge it out.
Yeah, so my prediction, I'm going to go with Peak on this one as well. The reason why I'm going to go for Peak, they've just come out strong winning that over the Vertigo game. Came back into that one. They were down quite heavily as well. They came back into the match. I think the momentum's going to swing really nicely in their favor. And if their AWPer can get hold of the game and take the game by the scruff of the neck, I think you might just see a Peak win. I don't think it's going to go 2 maps. I think it's going to go the whole 3 maps, and we're going to see a nice... I'm going to just throw this one out there. We're going to go for 1 overtime on Dust 2 with Peak winning it. That is my prediction. All right. Thank you very much for that one. We're going to throw it to you guys just to break that game down just that little bit more. Retro and Dweg, stage is all yours.
All right, Retro, here we are, coming into the lower bracket final. It's been a few days already. I know that you've had a chance of getting a little bit more involved in some of the casting for the previous games as well, but I think what it comes down to is, are we going to see any fatigue from the players? I know that some players, fuel on playing game after game after game, and it can be strenuous, but it comes down to who's going to be stronger on the day, and I guess I'm just going to have to find out in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point in time, I mean, players have been playing since 10 a.m. I think that was the calling time for the first game today. So they have been slogging through, I think, 8 hours of CS all in all today already. And you're jumping into a best of 3. So you're guaranteed, 9, 10, possibly even more of CS today alone. And so that fatigue is going to become a bit of a problem, as you mentioned, though. Some people thrive off it more than have a downfall on it. We're a bit split on our predictions, but I think we're both in agreement that this could go anywhere, to be honest with you. I think we both agree, Peak, they have that structure, they have that form, but Dobos, they've got the experience. A couple of players from Elimination plus the coach as well, Ash, as you mentioned. That is a huge roster to put together for epic.LAN. And for them to jump in right now, for a mix to come this far, I don't see a way in which they're not going to try and hunt the grand finals. They're not going to try and destroy UMX in the finals once again. And I mean, Peak, they've had a fairly good run. Looking at it right now, I mean, they dropped to the lower bracket from the upper bracket round 3 against UMX 2-0. They beat Operation Safe Spot 2-1. They move forward. They just beat Aura, and now we're facing the lower bracket finals to move to that grand finals, to move forward and try and have a chance at taking the crown, the trophy, whatever it may be. I'm excited to see this, and of course we were mentioning as well Sensei and Aatrox, the 2 AWPers either side clashing in probably one of the biggest scenarios yet. Peak having this AWPer that's loving the aggression, loving the forward stance in this, and then you look at the side of AWPer on the flip side. We've seen so much from Aatrox as well.
Yeah, look, it comes down to a couple of youngsters, right, between those two guys. I know that for Aatrox, he hasn't had a massive amount of experience playing in the UK scene, where certainly for Sensei, I've seen him around the Meisterschaft events playing with German teams over the last couple of years or so. I know that he's an Austrian player that's only 17, so incredibly young for certainly him in particular. But you've got to think that the Battle of the AWPers is going to be one big element to watch out for. When I looked at the game that we saw between Dobos and UMX, it really was Aatrox that was having a standout performance and probably brought overtime into account. If he wasn't performing to the way he was, I think it could have been so much more of a one-sided performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it goes without saying that Aatrox really was the exclamation mark at the end of that best of 3 series against UMX. He really delivered in every front needed. Yumi was talking about that he possibly dropped off in that second half into the overtime 1, but really he stood out as the star performer. There was no denying that. His AWP, it was just on point. I think he had 47 kills across the game of Overpass. So, that's just unreal to think about. The realistic note to it is that 25 kills, you're going to be happy with that. The fact that he just blows that out of the water and delivers double overtime, it really was down to the wire. UMX just clutching up in that scenario. I think we're on for a very, very great scenario. The youth as well, as you mentioned in Sensei, 17 years old Austrian player, unbelievable talent. The Rufus is skill level effectively. There is nothing there. He just keeps progressing as a player and keeps delivering for Peak. But it goes without saying though that it's basically Game and Legion. They have that I guess in a core. It's not really a core, 2 players plus the coach against Peak, that structured team. We're going to see 2 very different play styles, 2 very different game plans to either side. It's just about execution and who can pull out on top.
And if I want to maybe put a bit of a negative spin on Dobos, is that when I look at both of these two teams in the sense of how they performed against UMX, for me, it was like, Aatrox, yeah, he was an absolute star, but if he's not delivering in this kind of a series, like, are we just going to see Dobbo's not putting up numbers at all? Like, there were so many players there from that Dobbo side on Overpass that really just wasn't finding that impact, and maybe the expectations for Aatrox has got to be very high going into this lower bracket final, knowing that he's got to deliver if results want to continue for them. But yeah, look, there is a lot of experience. I know that Adam has certainly been around for a very long time in the UK scene, a lot of epic.LANs and some really high placings for him as well, even in some of the Grosvenor circuits in the past. And since joining up with Elimination, it seems like he's been able to develop another young talent like Dobbo, who not many players outside of the UK scene maybe knew about before joining Elimination. He's a youngster as well. He's been pushing very far forward and finding a little bit more comfortability. So this could be a great opportunity for the core, I suppose, of Elimination to actually come away with a really high placing and try and see if they can face off against UMX in the grand finals, because both of these teams have had to face them already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that goes without saying, right? That UMX, they're undefeated so far. They've dropped a couple of maps here and there, but it's been a stellar performance from them. And so whoever wins this has to come against the Titans once more, has to defeat them to take the trophy, to take the crown, to take the championship away from them. And we're going to find out very shortly who will come out on top in this best of 3 series. It is map 1. It is Inferno, and we're underway with the pistol.
Get the pistol round started. Really aggression coming through down from the first mid area. Nice and far forward coming through from Dobbo's, but it looks like early contact's going to be coming out from second mid. T's get that first opening man advantage and looking like they want to just go out for an apps pop.
Absolutely. Aatrox on the other side will be waiting with the USP. Doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet and pivots himself towards the pit position. Doesn't want to give anything too much away, but that Molotov is going to startle him a bit as they swing wide. Freddy, jump shot, no problems at all. Ash going to swing wide from short. Shiro, in fact, MB1 to 4. Right now, it seems to be Dobbo's Bowl-Cut and Co. They've dropped 3 within seconds. Shatiri with another. Here's Dobbo in response that finds one. P2000 against 5, though, and to be honest with you, Peak, they've blown this side out of the water completely.
Oh, what a start it was from Peak, and almost a bit of a misread there coming out from Dobbo's. They decide to push down super aggressively out from first mid. They don't really get any challenges because it's just a second mid hit coming through from Peak. They end up going out for the apps pop. Great utility comes out from the apartments itself. The molly goes down towards that pit position, and from there they just overwhelm the site. Some great entries come through from the T side, but we'll see a force coming back from the CT. Scout up for Dobbo, Deagles and Pistols up for everybody else.
Absolutely, and right now you'll see the rifles across the board effectively. May's the only man with a MAC-10. Everyone else on the rosters, though, looking quite comfortable. I mean, as you mentioned, Dobbo's Bowl-Cut, the investment is there. They've got the Scout. They've got very impactful pistols. We know that Inferno, quite a short-range map if you play it right. A site is quite lengthy in that sense, but if you play the right angles, sit in arch towards long, sit pit towards short. Sight, in fact, is quite close quarters, so these pistols could make a mark. And of course, Dobbo with the Scout chiming in with the Desert Eagles. 1 Scout shot, 1 Deeg shot, and you've lost your life. And already we see Peak taking some early damage. Maze and Freddy falling down 60 HP each. And now the utility out towards Lon. They are going to explode on out. Shatiri going to drop a smoke on in as well. Ash posted up close, and now Peak will explode, and Dobbo has to hold on, and Maze and Ganoffa, they find one apiece, and immediately Dobbo's Bowl-Cut reduced to just 3.
Probably an instant save from here. There's no way they're going to win this anti-eco force bite. Ash might try and see if he can get a bit of an exit kill, but probably not worth it at all. Hold on to that armor, the upgraded pistols. Can't even escape out of the apartments without being spotted by the graveyard player. For Peak Esports, the one thing that they did really well, even though they were running into a stack towards the A site, is that they weren't really baiting in, or at least didn't get baited into any of that utility. We saw double smokes coming through from the city camp over at the B side, and Ash had a smoke out from the apartments, but it was the majority of players coming through from long and short, so that one resmoke in the apps doesn't really help the CTs at all.
Absolutely, and now, heading into the 3rd round, Dobbo's Bowl-Cut and Co. not going to be in a great place. Obviously, Adam and NBL saving up the pistols, the armor as well, a little bit of utility in their pockets as well alongside that. But for Peak, I mean, this is going to be quite an easy round. They're just going to run straight into the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side, there should be no problems at all in this one. It's just about the impact of the damage more than anything, right? Because they're not going to head into this round thinking they're going to have great success. This is just about tearing as much money away from the Peak side as possible to stop them prospering into an unstoppable force where their pockets are huge in cash.
A chance for certainly the SMG to just farm up some money. I mean, look, as long as he gets 1 or 2 kills, as long as the T side really don't lose too many players in this kind of an eco, it should be fine. Base trying to entry out towards the top of Banana. Good flash does come through from the City side. Really decent trades actually come through from Dobbo's. Already for them to find 2 kills, they'll be relatively satisfied with that. Adam's the last one left. If you can get 1 more, then that will just be insult to injury.
Absolutely. Does spot out the man, but in response, it will be Shatiri that spots him out as well. And so Adam on the aggressive on the forefront, going to try and push forward to find a shot, jiggling back and forth between the pillar, just baiting out the shots. He just, oh my god, that is brutal from Adam. He just catches him, keeps on jiggling. The man does not stop. The bomb does go down, and so Peak, a 2 versus 1. Adam, is he going to go for this though? He's heading straight towards the bomb site in which the bomb is located. Sensing on the flip side of this, smoke could cause some havoc, and at the same time, Ganoff are going to be there to support from Banana. Adam might just be trying to edge his way on through. Of course, in this scenario, 10-second defuse is not going to be too likely, but could he try and do a dirty and get a 4 spot possibly?
Oh, nice shot coming through from Sensei. And look, I think Dobbo's got away with way too much there. Peak had quite an aggressive approach towards the top of the broken wall, and as soon as that flash came over the top, we just saw them swinging out consistently from that CT side, trading out 1 for 1. Adam ends up just jiggle peeking out from Porch and gets an unreal kill with that 5-7 to pick up the AK. They don't recover it into the next round. And now we see the NWP upgrade coming through from Aatrox. So I wonder if we'll see an AWP coming out on the T side. I mean, certainly Inferno is one of those maps that you don't typically see AWPs coming out too often on the T-side basis, maybe unless they've got something certain in mind on what they want to try and achieve, or something's not quite going their way. But just getting the AKs in for the meanwhile, and a lot of money behind them as well.
They were memeing the coach bug, I can see. That's funny. But as highlighted, this is very interesting, right? Because now Dobbo's bowl cut, they are able to invest. There's an org invested on Dobbo as well. As you mentioned, the AWP on Aatrox, a star performer that we highlighted in the pre-game. That man is just tears through everyone. And as you mentioned, T-side isn't really a favourable and a comfortable position for anyone to run an AWP with. But Peak not going to turn away from a fight with these AKs. All 5 of them on the rifle. Was interesting to see Freddy getting tagged up immediately. So Peak, early damage slipping out of their hands, but Maze might be able to do some justice towards Banana, but Adam posted up on top of half will find Freddy, and now he just backs away knowing he's granted Dobbo's side the man advantage. He doesn't have to do anything other than just sit and wait for more players to just run into his crosshair.
A nice adaptation coming through from Dobbo's, bringing 3 players over towards Banana, early anti-rush nades, and then boost up to Broken Wall. And grants himself that first pick, and Peak have just got no real way of trading back now. Adam does go very passive, and there is a rotator coming through from Speedway from MBL if they want to bring him over to B. But for Peak Esports, looks like they want to start to regroup up towards this brackets control. They can somehow bait in an over-rotation to that B site, which they kind of are. This is going to help their execution in towards A. There's now 3 at B.
Yeah, this is going to play very much into Peak's hands as they press towards the short side. Smoke deployed more to cut off the view from the long play. Ash posted in pit though, and this could be the real dagger into Peak's chest in this round. Maze dropped, and now they need to find a response, and Ash ducks away from the gunfire. Holding knows that there's going to be someone jumping from pit. Unfortunately, Sensei there to swing wide before anything substantial happens. Aid drop the MBL pushing on forward, and Shatiri that lines up to Sensei to pump in those digits, and Adam alone against 3, and it's not looking too likely, and Dobbo's bowl cut and co slip a 4th.
Yeah, Adam, I don't even really know why he's looking for an extra kill here. He's got to just save onto this M4. They've got no money behind them. They'll eco around it. They'll be able to buy at least a decently amount of upgraded pistols, considering where the loss bonus sits, but yeah, hold on to that rifle, bring it into the next. 4-0 start coming through from Peak, and it was a decent attempt to get that 5-on-4, right? Adam did a lot of heavy lifting. Even Peak's back in. I don't really see the point in that at all. I know that you're not going to be buying into round 5, but at least giving yourself that extra little bit of weaponry. That was a big mistake, I think, at the end of that round there from Adam.
Yeah, I mean, Ash nearly had it in his grasp. You know, that pit position caused a lot of problems for Peak, and they needed to cut off the circulation of where the problem was. Fortunately enough, they were able to find it quite easily. Now, as we are underway with round number 5, it's just a matter of time to see how will Dobbo's response fare out to be. We know they're on the pistols. We know they aren't exactly in a tip-top shape to take a round, but again, they're fighting for damage, as you mentioned, Dweg. They are fighting for the damage. We know that that rifle could have been saved by Adam, and we know that their investment here isn't going to be too grand. They're not going to have the flashy rifles able to make the amazing plays. They're simply just trying to do the damage to whittle down Peak's economy, in essence. And so, for them now to press on out towards this B site, players going to be charging at large, all 5 of them stacked up in position and ready. How is Dobbo's response going to fare out against 5 AKs?
Well, this is the right read, isn't it? Bring everyone over towards a B site and just pot luck that it's going to be the stock standard execution. Lots of utility coming through into the top. Entry starts to come through. The Deagles, though, are doing damage. And now it's all down to one onto Aatrox. He may not have the AWP in his hands, but the Deagle trying to connect. Gets a couple of those body shots, but not quite enough to secure the round together. You know what's very fascinating is how the most convincing rounds we have seen yet in terms of damage have actually been off the basis of ecos from Dobbos.
Yeah, absolutely. Aatrox so close from that as well. Possibly a lineup could have happened in the making, but falls short. And as you mentioned, damage plentiful for Dobbos right now. They got 3 kills. I mean, much at large to Aatrox's Deagle, who found 2 on his own. But still damage done, but Peak's economy continuing to boom. You see Freddy on $800, but the likes of Sensei at 9k. Adam, he lets his teammate fall, and he slips on the flip side of half wall, but Mace just spams right through. And now Dobbo left alone to fortify the site. Has found 1. Freddy no more, but pushes through his own smoke to try and retain that control. Ash, oh my god, it's all about timing. Good offer to find a quick kill. Rips their head clean off of the coach for Gamer Legion, and now the explosion towards A once again, and I think this will warrant yet another save for Dobbos.
What a change of pace out from the T side. Like, we've seen them contesting the banana control, but they've never hit it early. Like, if they get to the back and even towards the logs on a consistent basis, but that time around, they just run it up. They get all the way to the broken wall. The flash is perfect. They peek with it. They don't quite know straight away that there is a player boosted, but as soon as Adam drops down, now they know. They swing together, peek on each other's contact. They trade out evenly when Dobbo gets a pick. But a 6-0 start out for Peak, and Dobbo as well. It's been a bit of a tough affair for them. These gun rounds have just not been convincing at all. And you've got to wonder, what's the change up? Do they run double AWPs? Do they just try and play passive over at the B side? Because anytime they've got aggro towards car, boosted up towards broken wall, while it's been successful, they've always lost the advantage in the mid round.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that this is just temporary success for them towards Banana. This Adam just unfortunately caught out. They spammed through half wall. That is just sickening to see, and Gunoffer just continuing to deliver time and time again. As you mentioned, you know, double AWP could be an opportunity for Dobbos. They will eco in this, or rather, I guess the half investment coming out. You know, there's a couple of Deagles splashed around, the AK and the AWP saved from the previous, and for Pete, well, they've warranted the AWP on Sensei. There's no doubts that this man can't use it. Aatrox, though, on the offensive, and it's worked out, doubled down. Might even be able to find a third, but it's a missed shot. The nade to at least level things out. Dobbo to pick it up with the AK. And yet again, it seems to be the half by having more success than their full investments.
Well, there we are. What a start coming through from Aatrox. He's been a little bit slow to the trigger with the AWP so far, but now that it's in his hands, it looks deadly. Oh, Maze, that is ballsy. Just trying to push through the smoke, hoping that he can try and make a bit of a sneaky play, and leaves his teammate all alone. Dobbo's looking like they're going to be able to convert their first round on this CT side. There's no way Freddy's going to be able to clutch out a 1v4 like this.
Absolutely not. Full utility in his pockets, so definitely can reach for his belt and try and flush out a couple of players, but as you mentioned and highlighted, that it's in a 1 versus 5. What are your chances of winning this? It is next to nothing, and considering time is going to continue to work against him, he hasn't found any control towards the site. There's 2 players patiently waiting on the flip side of this smoke. It's just going to be a matter of time until he walks into this crossfire, the guillotine towards the B site. But if he can take anyone down with him, then he could be looking at some success. If he catches Adam out, it would be best case scenario if he is to find one. And as you see, edging on forward, Adam, oh my god, it's so close. He's so tempted, drops the smoke Molotov out wide as well, knows that the AK's there, so as he swings on out, Adam firing the shot, falls back away. Actually, Freddy, a slight chance to get a kill and possibly even a bomb plant out of this.
Oh, fakes it out, tries to draw the CTs into the open. They swing out from coffins, finds that first. Still got enough time to go for the bomb plant, but he wants to go hunting instead. If he can take the MVP out of play, it'll be some damage. No, not quite connecting onto the burst with the Glock, but look, unfortunate stuff. He tried to go for it. I think that was probably the best way he could have played that. Great utility comes out. He's able to bait the player down for the boost spot. Molly goes out towards new boxes, draws him out to in the open into the pillar position. If he got a bomb plant, it could have been a little bit of extra money, knowing that they're only on single round loss bonus, but nice attempt, but not quite any more than that.
Yeah, and interesting to see that he waited until after time as well to pull the trigger with the AWP, so less money in their pockets. And if you have a look, Peak have won 6 rounds in a row. They sliced out of a first, and their money is abysmal considering, right? There's 7 rounds played, and totaling around, you know, maybe pushing the $12,000 mark. It's not great, to say the least. It's not great economy. They need to consider that as a factor as well. Heading into these rounds, it isn't just about now how much damage we can do to Dobbos, because as much as Dobbos are in a poor position, Peak are going to be in a very similar boat if they lose out on a second.
Oh, we've mentioned it time and time again about those like eco half by upgraded pistol rounds doing so much damage, and that's the follow-on effect. You keep getting a streak together, that loss bonus is going to go down to single, and well, you can get reset very easily. A lot of early damage coming through in terms of nades from Freddy and Ganofi, but not quite being converted into kills. A very passive approach this time around from Dobbos. I'm playing a rotator out from Arch from Adam, who was typically over towards the B site, but instead they're going to play the AWP out from the city cutoff with MBL.
Highlighting as well the fact that Peak down heavily in HP already, and with 30 seconds to go, this isn't great. They have to bomb out towards a site, and it will be towards a complete. They funnel right on out. Dobbo lines up one, has to readjust, re-pull the spray, but Ash on through. Finds himself 2, Shatiri in a response, but it will be silenced quite quickly as the overwhelming force from Dobbo's Bowcut & Co. will be at large. Shatiri good for 2 in a 1 versus 5, but Adam ultimately shutting things down, and a second on the ball for Dobbo's Bowcut & Co. And the money for Peak most certainly will not be on their side.
What a play coming out from Ash. You can see that he started to hear some of the footsteps coming through out from brackets, smokes up towards the entrance to the apartments, and rather than just playing on the balcony and waiting for them to swing out into the open, after he has that initial contact, he actually just flies through, takes the pressure to them. And now Peak are in a bit of an awkward position where they're going to be able to get by together, but it's going to look somewhat awkward. Shatari's going to be able to buy, no problem whatsoever himself. Freddy may be going to be on a Galil. Sensei may even just be on a Deagle. Not a lot of money for those couple of players. And Dobbo as well, it was a bit of a slow start, but they've now won a couple in a row.
Yeah, and Peak most certainly going to give that respect that Dobbo's most certainly have earned over the last couple of rounds. Fortune of frags for them, and Peak have been quite silent in their response so far. There's no denying the fact, though, that they don't have what it takes to try and take this. Their map pick, may I remind you, it is, you know, their home ground. They played this a lot during Epic32. They know how to play it, but a team like Dobbo's Bowcut & Co. most certainly will not turn down from a fight. A quick 1-for-1 towards Banana. Maze left out of the equation to try and deliver for Peak 7th, and immediately that's left me wondering what on earth has just happened, because that was one of their rifles as well that Maze has been torn quickly out of, and Dobbo's Bowcut & Co. they won't exactly realise that all 5 players are going to be scattered with a couple of people on Deagles, but that is definite substantial damage done. 8 logs, oh my god. They were so close to each other. 4-3. Most certainly not doing either player any favours right now. Ash getting ready to chuck down the smoke. Will drop it quite nicely in the corner. Molotov extinguished. In fact, no. Caught by it. And so now they know that he's transitioned out into the open. And the shot's not doing him any favours either. As we hit the 50-second mark, there'll be the pincer play towards Pit. And now the rotations have to be ace. And Ganofa and Sensei, well, they found one apiece. It's now left MBL 1 versus 4. Admittedly, a couple of players on low HP, but at what point do you call it quits, Dwayne?
About 10 seconds ago, really. try and get that M4 out of there. Like, we kind of spoke about the shaky economy line for the T side. Now have a look at where Dobos are, right? They've now had their loss bonus taken back a fair chunk. There's certainly enough money for Aatrox to buy into an AWP. Dobbo's going to be very limited in that next round. AK could be picked up now by MBL, so decent upgrade for himself. But what a recovery from Peak. They take a tactical pause after losing a couple in a row, and they bounce back perfectly. Fast play comes out towards our A side. Ash has a tough time trying to deal in the pit itself, and even that early challenge out towards Banana landed in that one-on-one trade. 7 on the board for the T side, and Dobbos, maybe they're the ones that need to take a bit of attack now.
Most certainly Peak putting them back in their place, at least on their map pick. And as you mentioned, Aatrox, plenty of money to invest the AWP, and will do exactly that, following suit on your prediction on that front. And of course, the full buy across the board. A vast amount of utility across the Dobbo side, something I didn't expect. As you mentioned, the loss bonus not exactly going to be in their favour. And so heading into this one, I'm very surprised in what they've managed to mangle out of quite a destroyed economy. Double nade towards Bananas, kick things off. Maze slipping past it all and then falling straight back to Logs is giving him slight advantageous position, because he knows now the utility towards B isn't going to be as great as it was about 20 seconds ago.
I almost get the feeling they need Aatrox to do something, right? Like, I'm looking at that half-buy round where he started pushing aggressively into brackets towards second mid, and he just, banged out. Why have we now seen him go very passive? He's been very quiet, hasn't quite had the aggressive approaches. And give him a little bit of freedom, give him a little bit more room, and maybe just see if he can strike for you, because he's been very hit and miss on this City side so far. Dobbo's really not working with a lot of information. Finally, some util coming out from brackets, but it does look as if it could be a little bit of a B commitment. No, they are going to start to regroup up in the brackets.
Right now, they have 45 seconds to pull the trigger somewhere, and for Peak, they've drawn that extra man over to A, and it's worked very successfully. Is now MBL the only man to have to hold off against 5 very hungry Peak players, and that smoke has actually done him more wonders than he'd have expected, because as they push on through, he's going to line one up, a second, a third, heads are rolling, and MBL, the man at the forefront. It's Freddy and Sensei remaining, and that is a ridiculous play to pull out for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co, and they most certainly will be ecstatic with that triple.
No, not even getting the bomb plant as of yet. Trying to see if they can bait the CTs forward. Freddy, might not even get a chance to do that. Just pushing straight through the smoke. What a play coming out for MBL. Dobbo's had a very strong rotation coming through towards the A side, only having one player at B. And as soon as he starts to hear that utility being thrown from the top of Banana, puts that smoke down, plays behind it, and just gets a world amount of kills. A really big solo play, and that's what Dobbo's needed, just to have that one convincing round to get them back in the game.
It wasn't exactly the Aatrox aggression with the AWP that succeeded, but a multi-kill was required, similarly to that of their first. As we head into round 11, I think heads are going to start to turn. We realise Dobbo's not exactly down for the count on this map, as Peak, their investment minimal. They've got a couple of flashbangs, one upgraded pistol on Shatiri, and other than that, Peak aren't exactly in a grand position to pick up an 8th. And bear in mind, they are one round away from securing themselves a half win. They will have to pull the trigger at some point, and they should be able to find it. But in this round, it's not looking likely. Flashbang there, Adam. Good for one. Just can't get the lineup. The spray down not connecting. And it's MBL and Ash in this crossfire towards backside that has to make everything work. But the push, the aggression towards the coffin area has caught him off completely. And MBL now stuck on the back of the site. Heads are rolling as Maze lines one up. And Aatrox now needs to find himself 2 within this retake to keep the dreams of Dobbo able to win the half to survive.
If you want anyone to clutch, it's probably going to be this guy. 1 versus 2, AWP. Oh, good shot comes through into Shateri. Now he's got full utility set. Smoke goes down onto the bomb. Got a molly to try and force him out from dark. Not the best of smokes, actually. There is a big gap on that left-hand side for Maze to work with. Trying to play around it. Kit in play for Aatrox. He's running out of time. Has not really been able to find this information. May just want to try and stick that bomb, and he is so sticking it. No shots coming through from the T side. The smoke's blooming. What? How did that happen? How did Maze not see it? The smoke was blooming. What? I do not know how that bomb was defused.
What on earth just happened? The smoke in front of him, it was gone by the time he defused. There was vision completely through it. And somehow he just doesn't pull the trigger. Aatrox getting a clutch in probably the weirdest of ways. And the most unexpected thing is I thought he was going to throw the flashbang. I thought he was going to give himself a chance to blind Maze. And for some reason or not, Maze just didn't pull the trigger. Maybe didn't expect him to stick it completely. And that has fumbled one of the most important rounds of the game so far. And as we head into round 12, they're not going to give up on the relentless aggression. As MBL slipping in close, this could be problematic for the Peak side.
Yeah, look, that was only an eco from Peak, but they're going to get frustrated with that. Like, that should never happen, whether he just thought that he was tapping it or what have you. But look, for Dobos, it's a round out of nowhere, and it comes down to their big man, their big green gun player of Aatrox to come through when it's needed. And even getting a good read on the situation again. Now, they have stacked 4 players over towards this A bomb site pretty consistently. They haven't quite been able to get the right reads, though. A lot of times we've seen Peak establish some brackets control, start to lean back over towards that B side. Aatrox getting out of that long position, trying to reposition. And Peak still trying to run out their default, and they do find the opening pick. The AWP on the T side completely blind.
That is a ridiculous shot from Sensei to open things up, and that's really opened the floodgates. We were talking about the brackets control and the fact that Peak love to direct themselves back towards B, but if you have a look, the gamble actually coming on in. Dobbo's pulled off B completely, and they are going to run into the stack. Peak going to try and do their worst. Adam finds 2, Ash with another, and you blink and you miss it. A 3-for-1 has dictated Peak at the disadvantage within this round. Freddy, he's going to catch off one towards Pit. Dobbo in response and doubles down on the factor as well, and they find themselves a 5th. And Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co, they're back in business, and they're well and truly open for it.
Oh, what a crossfire being set on the site. I mean, even Ash just pulling distractions away, ended up getting mollied to force him out into the open, and then Dobbo pushes forward of that moto smoke to try and help Adam out the best that he can. And between those two guys having some really important moments. And Peak, well, it was very, very, a flyer, really, of a start, which is now not starting to go their way. Aggression coming out from second mid. Adam finds that first pick. Aatrox caught out to the open. Hyper-aggressive coming through from the CTs.
Unusual strategy, but it hasn't really worked out in their favour. Admittedly, HP on Sensei down to 29. Maze taking a shot from the M4 as well to the chest has reduced him by around a quarter. But it's interesting to see that Dobbo's, they're trying to change up their approach, and I've got to applaud them for it, because we know that their Peak are a side that will capitalise upon the mistakes repeatedly made, and Dobbo's are trying to basically mess up their tracks behind them to not give Peak any insight into rounds, just throwing anything they can at them to try and hinder their performance in any way and counter-stratting the side. Shatiri going to find Dobbo, and so with that, I do believe it's just going to be a 2 versus 4, and unless if Ash and MBL can pull off an unthinkable scenario, it's safe to say that Peak Esports will secure themselves an 8th and more importantly the half.
And Ash, sorry, I should say, is even already rotating. We're seeing a top banana fake coming through from Knopfy. Bomb does get dropped from Ash, so they do trade him out pretty evenly, and MBL is just maybe going to try and go for this. I mean, look, Money is in an awful position. It might even be a little bit of a double eco status out from the CT side. Yeah, like they're on 1900 next round. They are going to have to force going into round 14, so with knowing how their economy is completely scrambled and how it's completely broken, I'm surprised they go that aggressively. I can understand Dobbo pushing forward in the apartments after they've lost the advantage, but just from the start of that round, it was uncharacteristic to see that kind of aggression coming forth.
May be just too aggressive, and as you mentioned, penultimate round of the first half, and Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co have no choice but to invest. There's an MP4 on Adam and an MP9 on Aatrox, but that will be that in terms of the rifles, and a beautiful opener has actually sent Peak in a disadvantage. They are going to swing wide. Shatiri will find the response. The nade as well could do big damage. Dobbo will catch off one more, and we're into a 3 versus 3, and the HP favouring the side of Dobbo's. That was
That's
unreal. Yeah. What a
That
shot.
was a pretty good kill. And, like, even though it might be a bit of a banger, it gives them the advantage. Unfortunately, they don't have anyone out onto the B side, but what they do have is the M4 player of Adam slowly coming in. So if Peak slow it down, this could be a chance for Adam to at least get a 1-for-1.
He should be able to find at least the first, and the concern is that Ganoff low HP, so when Adam finds the first, it's down to the 16 HP player against 3, and Adam will line him up no problems at all, and what we seem to have been a very disturbed by for Dobbo's has turned out and flipped itself into a great victory, and now Peak are going to feel the wrath that Dobbo were feeling not too long ago.
Yeah, they're really starting to bring the heat now on the City side. Like, yeah, some of the rounds have been very scrappy, but when you think of the course of where they were, being down 0-6, they've really brought this into a bit of a contest. They've had some very important rounds go their way, and looking to try and at least keep this map as competitive as possible. Peak Esports have just got an awful buy, but for Dobbo's, it's not the best for them either.
A couple of SMGs and a hindered amount of rifles isn't going to be a substantial amount. The MAC-10 swinging wide and Gnoffer landing a shot. He then to 40 himself. The FAMAS has to go huge towards Pit and it cannot get anything done. The work is minimal. Dobbo, at least in his response, will find one. But we are in a 3 versus 4, and it is in fact the man disadvantage for Dobbo's. The nade going to try and at least push back the advantage that Peak have, and now the retake has to be absolutely amazing, and I just don't see it happening because of the guillotine effect once again, and NBL alone against 4. UMP is not going to be able to do much here.
Oh, that's a nice tap. Only if there was only one more player, but no, there's another 3 to find on this T side, so Sherry just peeks up from Pit. And Peak end the half on a really big positive from them. We saw a couple of back and forth rounds going through towards the end of that, but look, 9-6 on the T side, I think they can be very happy with how they performed. Maybe a slightly disappointed that they didn't get to double digits considering the start that they had, but look, 9-6 on your map pick in a lower bracket final, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's something to write home about, and the fact as well is that Peak are actually on the CT side now, arguably the favoured side, arguably the easier side now ahead of them. The question is, can they hold up to Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co? We know they're a mix, we know they're a team that will probably prosper more on the T side than they have the CT, because they can't use their time to counter-strike. This is a mix quite literally put together, and I mean, this is unfortunate if you're Peak, because they've stacked up 5 towards B, and the brackets pushes in, and Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co are going to walk in strangely to an empty A site.
They might split B, though.
Oh, no.
So they actually are going to be running into the stack. This is just a bait play coming out for Maze. This is going to be a 5-on-5 play into the B side.
That is unreal. Dobbo to find their headshot onto Maze, the opener, in their favour at least. And will they expect this flank? I don't see anyone posted up ready for it. The CT smoke is perfect as well. Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co are pincering what I would have argued an unstoppable force of Peak towards B. And in fact, NBL spots out one, spots out a second. Good offer to land a headshot though, and they now quickly realise that they have to push in towards the B side. They can't give Peak any responsibility to hold down, and they will in fact rotate completely across. Adam is now pinned though towards the construction area, and good offer to nail with a headshot has now left it into a 3 versus 3. 1 HP on Gnoffer, already a 2k for him, and I don't expect much else out of him. But he has transitioned this round quite nicely for Peak to tee themselves up for double digits.
Key in play, but Dobbo's, you've got to think, have quite a big advantage in this post plant. As long as they don't peek and just peek off each other's contact, then they should be pretty decent. They've got a player in the apartments that started to at least get the info that there's no players out from mid. Flash comes down from Moto. This is where everyone from Peak's coming in from.
Now, smoke on out. Gnoffer going to use this chance to push on forward. Low HP, and it will not matter. Dobbo to line up 2, and Ash with the last. Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co can fortunately surrender the B site and get onto A quite swiftly. A 7th in their name now. And things are becoming very, very tight, in fact. You know, Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co, they find themselves a pistol, a very important one at that. They have a much better investment than Peak will have in this round. And so we could be shaping up to see a 9-all scoreline should Peak not pull off an unbelievable scenario and get themselves a 10th right now.
In all my days, I've never seen an unorthodox strat like that from the City side. It almost worked out to stack up the B side, but it was a great call from Adam to realize it was a stack and it was a bait play. A lot of players coming into this top banana position, and it's another bait coming out for Peak. The double boost comes through. They find that initial one-on-one trade, but now Dobbo gets the advantage back. They force a player out from CT. Awful CT smoke allows the trade to come back in the 3-on-3.
Molotov deep. Gnoffer going to ignore it though and push right on through. Nice shot onto NBL. Adam able to trade. Shatiri going to try and do a best impression of his late teammate. Unfortunately, he will keep his life and only tagged up for around 40. Adam re-smoked towards CT. They will look to plant the bomb. He taps it the first time, expecting the push, expecting the peek. And this is Furious old play. They plant the bomb, they run elsewhere. I remember them doing this not too long ago, and Dobbo's Boldcut and Co. adopting this, but Peak, they're going to read into this quite quickly. They will beat them to the A site, but the retake will be quite swift.
That's a great smoke down to Moto. That's going to help Dobbo push forward and try and see if he can beat them out from Library. They might even want to just try and push forward. This should be 2 easy kills, and there it is. Nicely done from Dobbo. Tell you, Adam has been calling some really nice mid rounds so far on this T side. You know, just not running into those stacks twice now, getting the information, bringing it elsewhere, trying to fake them out that they're planning over from B. Good utility goes down. Maybe not that util onto the CT cutoff, but outside of that, another great round from Dobbo's.
Yeah, this is very, very crucial now that Dobbo start teeing off these rounds quite quickly and swiftly, because of course it is going to be the push. Oh my god, Dobbo just lines up 3 headshots in 3 bullets, I do believe. It was rattle after rattle. The heads are rolling towards middle, and now Sensei alone, and he'll be running towards B, and unfortunately he is going to be running to the wrong site once more. It seems to be that, oh, in fact, I take my words back quite quickly. It seems to be Dobbo's Boldcut and Co. I've invested. Nope. I tell a lie. Back and forth and confusing me even. And I've got the mini-map to watch it all. Towards the A site they head. And a 9th round most certainly imminent. And the damage. Good God. Dobbo is a monster.
An 8 stack down the bottom of mid, and Dobbo just swung out. Kills come in quickly, don't they? Nice anti-eco frags, and, well, rounds finish from here. There's nothing that USP is going to do up against these 4 players, and like for Peak, we've seen them play Inferno a fair bit over the course of Epic. I know that they've played it a few times in advance too. They haven't been too successful on it, getting a loss down to Nordavind and the ex-Tenerife Titans guys, who are typically your stronger teams in advance. So kind of nice to see that they've had some close results against those 2 sides, but they're having a bit of a tough time. I think when you look at the momentum-based and you probably look at where both teams sit at the current scoreline, the Dobbos have a pretty decent advantage. They've kept the economy very low from the opposition. They've been able to come back from 0-6 down to now 9-9 on their opposition's map pick. This could be the start for everything for Dobbos.
Absolutely. And as we continue to watch Sensei, we were talking about the AWP. We were talking about how ruthless it can be. Unfortunately, flushed off the mid-angle completely. And it's Adam to find first blood. You were talking about his mid-round calls have been good, but it's safe to say that his fragging ability has not been hindered by the fact that he has to consider everything in the map right now as he continues to press, continues to push on forward, and he doubles down on that as well. Finds himself a second. Freddy removes his head's torn off towards B Banana. And already, it's shaping up that Dobbo's Boldcut and Co. can take a lead here. Sensei does find 1M response. The AWP not silenced just yet. And as we transition to a 4 versus 3, Dobbo's Boldcut and Co. What is their next move? They know that there's presence towards B. They know that there's a player inbound. But will they head towards A is the real question. NBL posted up towards Apps. Could be a way to say, okay, we're going to go B. But at the same time, it's an easy rotation to A, and the B bomb site is where they're heading.
Yeah, look, really nicely done there from Dobbos again, and they're even going to bring that bomb back to the A side. You could see what they were trying to do. Put the execution up towards B, try and fake out the rotation for the Apps player, and that's what happens. As soon as NBL hears the footsteps from Shatari, who's playing out towards that pit position, relocating, finds that pick, they can continue the XE from B, get that first kill, and then just bring the bomb back over. They don't need to run into Sensei any longer. Might even be a chance that Aatrox gets a nice timing onto him. If they can try and hunt down this AWP, that could make a big difference. But into round 19, another successful one for Dobbos, and they've got the lead. This is the first time they've had a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you were mentioning, this AWP will be crucial to the buy ahead of Peak. They have no money. The loss bonus, I mean, it will be there. They will have some money in their pockets to invest. But at the same time, you're not going to be looking at the full kit. You're not looking at the M4 utility, all of that. The armor most definitely has to be bought against, you know, in any scenario effectively. But for Peak now, this is more than just about winning. This is about survival now, to try and survive this AWP, keep it a hostage away from the Dobbo's side. Unfortunately, it is going to be a 10th for the terrorists. On the flip side, Peak, as mentioned, economy not going to be too great. Sensei, he could drop an M4 across. I mean, to be honest with you, I think we'll just see a half buy here, keeping the AWP within the picture, and then possibly looking at round 21 to be their full investment and their chance back into it.
Yeah, like, if they can keep the AWP in play again, then that would be a decent shout, but it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to play it really passive. Dobbos. They've looked impressive. I'll give them that. Like, this T side has looked pretty stellar from them. Aggression coming through from the city side out towards the apartments. The AWP could be on for a first, and it is. Good shot down onto Dobbo.
Sensei deleting. We were talking about the AWP in the pre-game and the battle of the AWPs as Aatrox still within the picture for the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side. Adam with one and Aatrox silencing Maze's Desert Eagle. And now in a 3 versus 3 back level, no rifle on Shatiri could be a bit of a problem, at least as the bomb goes down and the retake will become slightly slimmer against them. And in fact, there is no kit and only a flashbang on Ganoffa could signal and warrant a save. They've got an AK, they've got an AWP, and now they just have to look to try and exit. Shatiri might stick around and try and find himself a kill at the same time. It seems to be he's going to run away and assist his team in saving. They're going to be quite comfortable with this approach. Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co extending their lead to 2, and well, it's getting spicy now.
Yeah, it is. Peak starting to lose it a little bit. They had their sort of foot on the pedal for the majority of this map. They always were on the front foot, and they always had things going for them. But now it's been a change of pace. It's been a change of momentum. They get away with a fair bit on the eco. Obviously, they saved the AWP in. They're able to pick up an AK. Unfortunately, they did get 2 kills in the round, but one of them was towards the top of Banana, so there was no they were going to be able to recover another T-side weapon. 2-round lead now for Dobbos, and for Peak, you kind of wonder to yourself, like, what's the change up for them? Are they going to take Banana control? Maybe just have a hyper-aggressive round down second mid, have some sort of change up, and it is going to be bringing 3 players over towards the top of Banana area to start the round off.
Yeah, change of pace, I think, is very much expected. Sensei waiting for a form of utility to be thrown at him. He's going to peek out, baiting out the shot completely. Spots the arm completely. Aatrox, in the meantime, going to take a bit of damage himself, down to 19. Actually, a substantial amount as the smoke deployed to block Sensei's vision. So the orb not successful in its endeavors towards Banana, but I think Peak got what they came for, and that is any lead they can get, because that's not only the damage done to Aatrox, but that was a lot of utility expended by the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side towards the B site.
And now start to slow it down. That could be another opportunity for a split B play. We saw it in the pistol. Adam gets dealt with. Ooh, they even spot out the long player. Dobbo really wants to take this fight. Flash comes over the top. Wide swing out. Sloppy spray comes through. They do get the trade back, and now they've got to be able to put the presence up towards the A side.
Smokes on through. In fact, a moto smoke by the CTs to try and cut off the circulation of the long flank. Aatrox does not care as he slams his way on through, and the bomb will be planted. Ash to tap those digits in once more, and this is a very crucial round for Peak. In my opinion, at least, they need to not drop another life. If they drop lives, then you're going to be looking at a very mismatched buy, and Sensei has found one, and so the AWP against 3, low HP, it's not exactly over just yet. He is going to use the time as much as he can, and he snaps to the first shot, the headshot delivered. Gonna check towards apartments. Poor timing dictates, though, that Sensei will catch the swing out towards long. They will be able to defuse. They have the time. And actually, a double AWP save, quite possibly for Peak.
Yeah, very nicely done there from the CTs. We saw that maybe for Dobbos, as soon as they get smoked out from Moto, it means that sort of the duel out from the apartments is so much more difficult from them, and just dealing with Aatrox. I mean, a 1v3 is always going to be tough, and especially when they molly out towards that pit position. They try and force him out into the open. He tries to create a bit of space for himself, but are not quite getting the angle down pat. And Peak now gets to double digits. Dobbos, though, still have a fair bit of money in their reserve on the T side. Run boost comes out for the AWP to Peak back into the angle. And not quite catch any vision, however.
And now Peak, they're playing the textbook CS that we're used to them playing, right? They sit passive, they try to find the opener, and then they simply just drop away and don't expend anything else. And that's exactly what they've done. Sensei, once again, opening. His opening duel rate must be absolutely unbelievable, and he even re-aggresses for seconds. Aatrox will be left to do it all as he does catch out the AWPer. Takes a fair bit of damage to the nade, and it will be finished off by Ganoffa. Adam now alongside Ash. And they have to aggress towards B. They have no A control, and they can't afford to look elsewhere right now. Smoke deployed towards CT. They will try and sneak on out. And Adam actually slipping his way on through into this CT smoke could cause problems for the Peak side.
Look at the information. They even... Oh, okay. I thought they were just going to completely gamble, rotate over towards the B side. They end up coming back. Adam sneaks in. He can actually wrap it to construction. It all just comes down to a matter of timing. He could potentially be on for 2 here if the play comes through. Gets that first, takes a lot of damage in return. Now at least one of the rotations is coming in.
Flashbang just shy of Freddy's eyes, and he'll know that as he sees the splatter across the floor. The flashbang deploying, and he swings wide and finds the first. Tucks right back into cover, and Ash cannot get anything done. Ganoffa holding him down quite nicely, and we're all tied up at 11 apiece. And once again, Peak, they got very risky with the re-aggression from Sensei. Fortunate enough that Aatrox possibly wasn't on the other side to catch him off. He was able to find it, and ultimately, it will be Peak that convert to tie things up. But damage once again is what Dobos have done. I think that was 2 kills for them within the round, and yes, admittedly, it's more guns saved than there are dropped towards the elimination stage effectively. They do find themselves in a scenario where they can afford to drop across, but you look at their money and realize that Freddy, only man to be backed, and even then he hasn't bought utility, he hasn't bought the luxuries that the rest of his team have, and so heading into round 23, on the front of their minds must be that thought of, we have to survive this round, otherwise our money won't be great. We're on a 2-round loss bonus, we have $2,400 that we can bring into the next, but will that fare up to our average of around 1,500, possibly slightly more, some slightly less? Will that actually do any impact heading into the later rounds?
You've got to think that positivity is at an all-time high going into round 23, just with the weaponry that they've got. AWP, kits out for everyone, 3 AKs on that city side. Dobbo's probably going to be in a worse position. They've got down here to a couple of MAC-10s. Really trying to see if they can get up close and personal. Very passive round coming through from Peak, not really allowing any opportunities for an opening pick. We've seen the AWP of Sensei going in for a couple of aggressive peeks out towards the bracket area in these last few rounds. Might just be a B-site Exy coming through for Dobbo's.
Yeah, flash on out. Maze just throwing the smoke. He didn't expect Ash to aggress on through completely. Caught blind by Freddy's flashbang, and it is going to be a first rung out the Peak. And now they are going to slow things down a bit. They're not going to try and rush to usher the bomb carrier of Adam on forward, but this is just unbelievable. Sensei is just way too smart, reads perfectly into the boost, knew that they were going to be up to something funky, and he just reads into it perfectly. Aatrox flip side off the smoke will rattle off a couple of shots. The AK not going to connect with much, and Maze to find another. Aatrox against 5. And it just will not happen. Peak with a flawless round. And everything I said in the last, throw it out the window, because the flawless round has just put them in such a great position economically that Peak will be smiling knowing that result.
That was really well played from Peak. Probably one of the better retakes we've seen over the course of the day. Just even pre-aiming the boost position, and then as soon as they see that player gets boosted up, there's just so many players spamming that CT smoke, knowing that someone's got to be underneath. Not even a single lick of damage gets done to the CTs, and it forces Dobbo's that, certainly without a bomb plant, with really not a lot of cash in the reserve, they're going to have to half-buy going into round 24. Maybe try and get the apps pop, go through, a couple of flashes over the top might be the option, but there's even aggression coming through, and I think there may have been at least a little bit of information gathered by that AWP.
Right now, it seems to be that Peak, the aim of the game is just surviving, because 4 AKs and an AWP. This is quite literally Dobbo's buys just accumulated into the CT hand, and oh my god, Shatiri knew it all too well, spams right on through. Aatrox no more. Dobbo taking a bit of damage as well, splashing out from the AK, and now transitioning the man advantage once again in Peak's hands, once again in their favour. Sensei going to drop the molly, and Dobbo's bowl cut and co. They expend a fair few flashes to try and get on out towards the A site, and nothing going in their favour right now.
Oh, the utility! It's so great. The spam is even better. This is the second kill now straight through smoke. Might even be on for a little bit more. The Ash is down to 5 points of health. AWP starts getting involved. Adam and MBL, the last couple left. Bomb's been seen. Another kill comes in. Adam might just try and hold on to this AWP, save onto the weapon, or see if he could do anything with it. No, not going to happen. Another great round from Peak. Yes, it was up against an eco, but you've got to think that they didn't lose any of their T-side weapons, and it's another one where they only lose a single player. Hardly any damage is done to themselves.
Arguably now, Peak are beyond the point of caring about their economy if they continue to uphold dominance like this. They do drop an AK within that round, as you mentioned. Minimal damage done by the Dobbo's side. An M4 on Ganoffa, and the AWP saved across for Sensei, who arguably, both AWPers haven't exactly had a loud game. You know, it isn't about the multi-kills that we saw in the past couple of games. This is more about consistency and finding the openers. Sensei's had tremendous succession towards middle, and Aatrox has done a fair bit for his team himself. But heading into round 25, we are looking at a very narrow margin for them to try and make their move.
Another B-side actually looks to be on the cards for Dobos. With the single lurk out from second mid, but other than that, everyone is regrouped up towards this banana position, and one of the first times I've actually seen a boosted player coming through from Peak Esports as well. Resmoke goes down, perfect timing on that. T's are going to have to press forward of it.
And now they are pressing Freddy, good for 2. The nade might be able to do even more damage onto Ash as the position towards Paul could be foiled. Dobbo does find one in response. Maze holding down the angle. Ash lightning fast responses though. Shatiri in the meantime finding one more. And it's Ash and Dobbo against it all. And oh my god, they just leap through the smoke. Wonderfully done. Ash caught lacking with a nade out. And now Dobbo against 3, and he has found 1, but he's going to need to find 2 more, and he's got no utility to help him on his endeavors.
Yeah, look, there's not a lot going for him. He needs to somehow try and isolate these 2 1v1s, try and draw him out into the open. And the Nubox player shouldn't peek at all. Peek on the contact from Freddy out towards this banana position. Time's incredibly low. Peek together, and great crossfire gets set there from the CTs. Dobbo's had the right idea. Going for the B-side XE, late lurk out from the long position to come in from CT. Unfortunately, with that boost coming up, so much damage comes through. Dobbo has to start making noise. Does trade out the CT player, but gives away his entire position. And now 14 on the board for Peak. Dobbo's gonna not be full buying. They're gonna be trying to play for OT.
This is interesting. I think that comes as a bit of a shock for the both of us, right? Dobbo's, we know that they're arguably the more aim-heavy team, right? They're not the strategy-wielding team. Yes, you know, as mentioned, Adam, he's an IGL. He is the IGL for Gamer Legion. Oh my god, Sensei. That is disgusting, but as I was saying, oh my god, hold on. Let's hold that thought for just a second. Aatrox doesn't need the AWP as he whips out the Tech 9 and finds 2. A 3 versus 3. Although we said that they're playing for overtime, substantial damage done early doors, and the bomb down, all 3 players positioned towards the pit side. Admittedly, Adam's going to back away towards apartments and try and find some luck elsewhere. This could tee off a beautiful round for Dobbos and slam them back on the board.
This is winnable. This is very, very winnable for the T side. And Adam's got behind them. Should be on for a couple. Finds the first. Is going to get swung on a pod. Even gets the second with the Tech 9. And for Maze, might just have to try and tap that bomb. Draw him into the open. Does get the first. Oh, and the molly actually doesn't go down. If he could draw Ash out, there could be a chance. But no. He swings while spraying. And a 12th round goes the way of Dobbos. What a start it was from the AWP out from the apartments from Sensei. But a couple of kills from Aatrox on the entry. And from there, 3-on-3 post-plant. Adam in the backline out from Boiler. What a round for the T's.
Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co could not have played that even better, and it was sort of a gritted teeth moment, right? When Adam swung Boiler and could only find 1. But I guess it wasn't just about doing the damage. It pulled the attention away from Peak, and they knew they had to deal with him and get him away from the bomb if they wanted to win the round. And Adam just caused more of a nuisance, and that is just going to cost him everything. As right now, Peak, their round lead reduced to just 2, and Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co shaping up very nicely in the economy. Yet again, Peak heavily disadvantaged. If they lose this round, it's a reset, and you could be looking at Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co sliding out this map.
A crossfire being set by a couple of players in through the brackets, and even bring a third one over from the AWP. Flash comes over the top. They peek with it. They do find that first. The trade does come back for the T side. And even the AWP drops. A great entry coming through from Dobbo. This can now start to bring the stretch in towards the A side. And for the B players, they're not even moving at all. They are so slow to rotation.
Beautifully done for Peak right now as they are trying to hold on, but Ganofe has to do everything on the back of this site. The Molotov's ticked and given away his position. Adam knows this. They all know this, I think. Adam, oh my god, it's so close on the flip side, but Dobbo swings wide towards Graveyard, nails the headshot, a triple kill with him. As now, Peak, they have to escort themselves away from the A site, and it's going to be 13-14, and heading into round 28, things could not be closer.
Dobbo's really started to string some important and vital rounds together. I mean, just Dobbo, what a round from himself, right? 3 big kills, beautiful entries. Get that info on the player towards the back of site and just swings out from Graveyard with Adam playing on top site himself. 13 rounds for Dobbo's Peak. In a bit of a difficult situation here. And we saw that the B players really weren't that interested in over-rotating, probably realizing that unless his teammate on the site had a massive hold, it just wasn't going to happen. And even the money, like 1,900 loss bonus, 2,400 in the next round, they're going to have to harsh eco here. There's just no way they can force.
Unbelievable. As once again, Peak back foot. And this isn't going to do them any favors, right? This investment, it's not really much of an investment. You know, they've got the 2 weapons saved, but the full eco on the other 3. The money is dry, and they need to figure something out quite quickly. Any damage is going to be good. Any weapon saved is just going to be an added bonus. And so now for Peak, they're going to just try and hold on. Freddy, oh, he does take a shot to the head through the wall, but he's able to convert. Adam going to be kicking himself, wondering how he didn't convert in that sense. And now heading into round 28, Peak 2 rounds away, but Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. a man down. But plentiful in the weapons aspect should dictate a very interesting round ahead of us.
Shateri, oh, he might have this. Oh, he does. He can pick up the AK. No, it gets dropped right in front of him. He's got to overextend if he wants to pick that back up. 5-on-3 advantage, and a lot of players in the apartments too with this M4.
Maze gonna have to do it all right now, as if he swings from Boiler, he will catch off all 3 players towards Long. Shatiri gonna be jiggling the angle as well. Ash is very knowledge though on the fact that Maze could be playing in this angle. Smoke towards Arch, and they do back away. And Maze playing this to an S tier, right? He's not giving them the right place, and now he chooses to aggress. Now the utility, Maze, the lineup shuts down 2. MBL the last man left, 1 versus 5, and Peak, it's safe to say they secured themselves a 15th. As MBL swings wide and finds 1, he's taken substantial damage to the opening duel, has found a second, doesn't scoop up the bomb though, and that will be his demise. 15-13 Peak. They somehow squeezed themselves into the forefront.
Oh, they just got ecoed. Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. It was a great start from Freddy up towards the top of Banana. Shatiri works on that long smoke, and just the information starts coming through with the util. We know that Maze was quite aggressive in Boiler. As soon as that info starts getting called out, he starts to over-aggress, swings wide, does make a little bit of noise, but still finds the connection for a couple of kills. And Peak, they win a round that they really had no right winning, and now they aggress down towards Banana, but it's Adam to find the first, but not before a trade comes through.
Effortlessly done, and once again, Peak, they're bartering themselves these early trades, and somehow Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. They're in a bit of a predicament. And they squeezed themselves into, oh, actually, I was going to say HP disadvantage, but the AWP connecting through the wall. Let's put Ganofe down to 7. And in fact, the spam back through Aatrox, somehow surviving 2 players now on low HP. The standoffs just aren't going in favour of the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side. And so now, with a minute on the clock, they have to choose their positions quite wisely. They'll be looking elsewhere. And right now, I just don't see it happening. As MBL, he is positioned towards apartments. He could find himself an opener, as if he gets the timing onto Freddy. But that is a big ask. And with 45 seconds, they have to dictate a push quite quickly. And it seems to be that they're going to head towards A.
Yeah, they're not backing off. They're going to commit to this, and, well, they're just trying to play the mind game, slow it down, almost have a bit of a double tump set up. Lots of util coming out from the apartments, but it's going to be the plan towards short.
Beautiful first, Freddy, but Ash with a response, and now the crossfire towards sight. Dobbo good for 1, and a second. That's their lifeline. That was their only hope if exceptional plays like that happened, and Dobbo's done exactly that. As the bomb goes down in round 29, Aatrox holding. Dobbo might get caught out if he's not careful enough, but good positioning and good knowledge means that he is able to swing, and that is just so perfect from Dobbo himself. A 14th on the board in a round, arguably, I don't think, that they should have been able to win, especially considering, I think it was a 4 versus 3 in some point in time.
You gotta wonder as well that because we saw Peak winning the Eco and then losing that next round, they're actually not getting a perfect buy together going into round 30. You've got Noffy that is just going to be down onto a Deagle. Yes, you've got an AWP in, but it's going to be Glass Cannon as well. A lot of advantages coming forward for Dobos to try and bring this into OT. And look, we've seen it from them already. We saw it in their last game against UMX on Overpass. Yes, it wasn't converted in their fashion, but they at least brought it 15-15. There's a really decent chance that they could do the same again here.
And right now, it's down to the wire. One round of 1 minute and 20 seconds to separate these two teams to determine if Dobbo's Bowl Cut & Co. can survive once more and to take this map to overtime, or if Peak can edge it out in the last possible round of the game. Flashbangs on out, MBL on the angle. Sensei wasn't immediate to pull the trigger, but still gets the job done quite nicely. Do not foul in towards long nails the Desert Eagle shot, and already Dobbo's Bowl Cut & Co. sliced down to just 3, and they have to try and find themselves something elsewhere. Freddy tapping one down, and I think Peak know at this point, in a 2 versus 5, and with plenty of rifles and limited utility on either side, it should just be a 16-14, and Peak have done exceptionally well at holding the pushes off.
Ash and Aatrox need to just bring it somehow together. 2v5. A lot of information has already come through. You've got CT pushing down from mid that's just going to be able to sandwich them in towards this B site. The entries have got to be everything here. Smoke goes down towards construction. Player out from pool has got to be cleared here by the T-side players. Ash out to the open, hasn't seen the player. Maze gets one and makes it a second. 16-14. Peak are going to be able to take their map pick. My goodness, that was such a close affair. It looked like certainly towards the end there, it could have been anyone's game, but Peak winning round 30 just when it counts and not taking it to overtime, taking it to a victory instead.
Yeah, beautiful. You couldn't have asked for a better performance, a closer game, all full 30 rounds being played out. Fortunately, Peak just squeeze out their map pick 16-14, but I think that makes a statement for the rest of the series, right? Peak, their map pick, their home turf, and it took them 30 rounds to claim it, basically. And so I don't want to sit here and say that Peak, they're not looking great, but that has got to throw some questions in their minds on their validity heading into map 2, because of course, that's Dobbo's home pick. That's their map that they want to play and try and successfully take Peak to a third map on. The question is, can they do it?
It's a big statement to think about, right? Like, whenever you win your map pick in such a close fashion, you look at it both ways. You look at it as a relief that it actually didn't go to overtime or you didn't lose it. But then you look at the counter argument of, you know, we probably should have won it a lot more convincing. But look, we will still have more Counter-Strike to go. Nuke is going to be the second map of the series. We're going to go to a short little break. We'll be back with a absolute banger of a match. At least that's what we're hoping for. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APAC when you need him?
Welcome back, everyone. A full 30 was required, but Peak get the job done on their map pick, and we head into map 2. And Dobbo's, their chins must be quite high heading into this one. You know, to take it full 30 against Peak's home pick, the natural map, I would argue, the one that they like to play the most. To take it that 16-14, to take it the distance, I don't think their heads are going to be down after that one.
Yeah, look, it was winnable, but I think that what sort of hurt them a lot was the majority of rifle rounds from them weren't as convincing as maybe what they could have been. I thought that they got a hold of the economy pretty well with some of the like half buy and eco rounds doing a lot of damage, but just not being able to win those crucial rounds in the end. And look, for Peak, I think it's a bit of a sigh of relief to be able to finally get it over the line. They looked to get off to an absolute of a flyer of a start, and I thought that maybe the first half could have been very one-sided, but we had quite a first map on our hands, and hopefully Nuke delivers in sort of the same kind of way.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Nuke being map 2, I don't think we've seen too much from Dobbo's. I mean, the UMX game, we can put that behind us. It's UMX's home pick. You can't exactly fault them for getting destroyed on it. But what I'm interested to see is how they can manipulate it against them. Picking it into Peak, I'm wondering, you know, maybe not lots of preparation per se, but definitely the thought process behind it has changed a lot. Because, of course, after taking a heavy blow like that to UMX, I think it's going to be a real eye-opener to realize, hold on, we've got to figure out what our problems are in this map heading into it. Because even though we ban, you know, for example, Vertigo or one of the other maps, Nuke is still an option, and teams will pick that into them knowing that is a fault in their side, a dagger to their chest, effectively. That is a huge hole that they need to fill. And so maybe now they've realized, okay, this is our problem. We're going to iron it out. We're going to continue to work on it and actually get ourselves to a nice position. Maybe they've done that since the time that we've not been watching them.
Yeah, look, maybe they've done their homework as well. Like, Peak haven't played Nuke at all in their advanced season. They haven't played it at all in Epic. Dobbo's have played it a little bit. We saw that against UMX, they got absolutely destroyed on it. But again, it's against UMX on their map pick. We saw them have a pretty convincing 16-7 result against Pompa in the upper bracket semi-final. And then even to start off their playoff campaign, a 16-14 against Buzzkill on Nuke as well. So when you kind of take that into account, I think that we could potentially see a little bit more of a one-sided scoreline, only off the basis that we have absolutely no info whatsoever on Peak on this map. We don't know if they play in officials, or in scrims, I should say. We don't know if it's just like their insta-ban, but yet they didn't want to get it out of the way going into this best of 3. So for Dobbo's, I think that going into Nuke, they could certainly be the ones to put up the pieces and to really have a dominant affair.
Yeah, absolutely. We are heading into the game now. Something to highlight as well, I do believe, that, you know, being Dobbo's map pick, they have played Nuke before in Premier. They've played it against Team Singularity. In fact, they didn't, excuse me. They were able to edge it out 2-0 against them. But Nuke, they have allowed to slip into that later pick, I guess you could argue. You know, they have sort of put it into their map pool. They're willing to play it. Very smart play from Maze to open things up. Breaks the vents, attempts to drop down, shifts his way back up. And so they're going to think that there's someone down vents. Aatrox, beautiful first shot. Dobbo with another. Sensei rattling the head. Ash back and forth. And here you go. The aggression from Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. working out considerably. Shatiri, the last man left. 1 versus 3. And that is an explosive play and a bit of excitement that they most certainly need heading into this second match.
Yeah, that's certainly going to get the boys hyped up, isn't it? Win a very convincing T-side round like that. They just brute force their way into the upper take. Out from Squeakdog, the entry coming through from Aatrox was immediate there onto the closed vent player for Maze. And then even just wrapping around onto the default player, just nice and easily, dealing with Sensei. And Peak just really struggling to get those trades together, really struggling to be able to continue their foothold in the upper bomb side. I'm going to see the Julies coming through, backed up with 4 Deagles on a force buy from Peak.
Interesting from Peak. Can they get it done? Maze completely blind. And Obos, they've been abused brutally by the vent drop of UMX, and they've adapted it and used it against Peak. And there you go. Aatrox delivering first kill in his favor. Adam to plant the bomb. And Peak, they have no clue what just hit them. 3 players channeling in through Secret. They move on forward, looking to try and get something done. Unfortunately, though, I think it's going to be way too late against the SMGs. They're just going to run into more problems than they can solve.
There's even a lurk towards the top of Secret, so even if Peak start to get a couple of kills, Dobbo should be the one to just cut off these rotations completely. Finds that first, and well, Mace and Ganofi are just probably gonna have to save here. Like, there's no real way they could continue going for this retake. Time's incredibly low. No kids between them. What a beautiful round coming out for the T side. Dominant, fast, go straight towards events. Nice little double coming through from Dobbo on the lurk, and well, those Mac 10s, they were flying forward. Absolutely doming some of those headshots.
Yeah, beautiful. Ganofi doing everything in his power to stop it, and unfortunately, they just can't get much done. They are able to drip feed a couple of kills on in. The Dual Berettas, of course, finding one. But it's going to mean nothing to the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side. The SMG's just raking in cash. And this is where it's gonna sting them the most. They are on an eco. They aren't exactly in the best of positions. And there you go. Aggression towards ramp. All 5 players just channeling on through again to the lower site. Maze absolutely dunked on by Aatrox, and as we head into a 5 versus 3, Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. Just an ace performance from them so far.
I like even the utility coming through to just put that molly down for the vents. It seems like it's been a very fast setup coming through for these last few rounds on the T side, just holding W, just running out from ramp, dropping straight to lower. Do take a little bit of damage, certainly from Aatrox and Adam, but not enough to be able to convert them into kills. So City's only get away with 1. And a 3-0 start coming through for the T side. And you've got to think as well for Dobbo's, like, if they can push maybe 7, 8 rounds on T side, like, they can set themselves up really nicely to be further dominant in the second half. Freddy tried to take a peek from the lockers area, but not being quite successful. So, undefeated so far for the T side, and lots of money farmed up for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes without saying that the Mac 10s have definitely done a lot for the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side. They've got plenty of cash in their pockets. They're looking to expend that, but of course they're going to hold the trigger on that. They're going to use this as a bonus round. Going 3-0 ahead, they're going to try and cause more damage because, of course, this is going to heavily impact the Peak side more than it does the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side. Adam, beautiful. Does fake out the vent drop. He throws the smoke deep, catches out the molly completely, and he's good for 1. Gnoffa falls. Mac 10 swung. Aatrox not good for anything as Freddy continues to line up more. A 3k for him within the round. And now Dobbo and Ash have to do everything. They have got bomb. They can drop down vents. Maze good for 1 and good for 2. Headshots across the board as Pete finally earned back their first. Big damage, but just no conversions for the Dobbo side.
They pick up a fair few AKs too on this CT base. What a round from Pig. Just when you think that they've been slapped around, it's been quick, it's been aggressive from the T side, and then all of a sudden they get a perfect response. They're able to sort of sit them in their own place. Great triple comes down from Freddy playing from heaven to drop into the side. Does a hell of a lot of damage. And you've got to wonder, do they now start the aggression towards outside? Nade Stack comes into Dobbo's position, does evade it, and even finds an entry. Great start coming through, Adam through the smoke as well, but Ash with the straight spam, and now the upper take comes through. An instant save is now going to come through from Pig. Dobbo's, they have got some very, very nice set pieces towards our A side.
This is an explosive stance that we just didn't see from them in previous games. Admittedly, yes, they played it in you know, the highest level of ESEA at times. They played it previously in different realms, different tournaments, different standings, but never have we seen confidence from this game Elysian core like that. They don't care about the swings. They don't care about the possible realm of surprise that Peak are going to throw at them. And they seem to just take it under their wings and go, you know what, you can do this, but we'll trump it and do it one better. Round 5 done and dusted, and Dobbos have earned themselves a 3-round lead at the scoreline of 4-1, and economic damage absolutely dooming for the Peak side, and it will be the push on forward. NBL trying to go in for more. Bomb will explode. In fact, Sensei chip damage done, dropped by 7, but at the end of the day, it's 4 rifles save, including an AWP for the Dobbo side, but Peak just about manage as they do get across an AWP and an extra rifle.
I think we've got to see more anti-rush nades coming through from the Peak side, certainly towards that hot and squeaky entrance, just getting some unreal entries, and as soon as they get that pick outside and then Adam spams through from Squeak Door, Adam just pushes straight out towards the side as confident as ever. A couple of mollies start going through. What is this play coming out for the NWP? Getting super aggressive, pushing straight out for the hut entrance to find that first pick. Tried something a bit unique. Unfortunately for Adam, he's been able to find the return from his T side.
Beautiful opener. Something that I saw once before from Sensei. He loves to do that in some scenarios. It catches them off guard every single time, and it works out once more. And Sensei, not done just yet, as he delves back in for a second meal, and he'll be feasting once again as MBL taken out of the round. And in a 4 versus 3, Peak, surprisingly, just dig deep and find themselves a man advantage. And it's single-handedly because of Sensei. He's an absolute machine with this AWP and does not care for anything.
Aatrox may catch the player outside. It all just comes down to a matter of timing. Now, that would have been heard from the closed vent player that he drops down from main. So information outside, they swing with it. Good timing. Dobbo and Adam need to try and see if they can somehow work together in this 2 versus 4. Not quite the same positions between one another. Swing comes out. AWP finds another connection. 3K. Can he even find a 4th? Oh no, looked like he was about to, but Adam now turns it back to a 1 versus 2. A chance to even get a bomb plant, maybe take it down to the vents to that lower bomb side. Crosshair locked out from main, a chance to find another, and now the clutch is starting to come through from Adam. 20 seconds left on the clock, down towards the lower bomb side. Get the post plant in and try and deal with Maze.
Gonna need the ace to win the round, and what a better man to have to step up to the podium. But he does get swung. Unfortunate movement. He tried to fake the jump up and made the noise of the gratings below. And it will be Peak that find a second, but it goes without saying that yes, Peak find themselves a second. The damage is absolutely brutal for the CT side. We see 4 guns removed from the round. More importantly, a bomb plant coming out for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. It's just more money pouring into their pockets, and longevity would dictate that Peak, they're going to be in a very tricky scenario heading into round 6, or round 7, excuse me.
Adam just played this so well. Like, the way that he's able to isolate some of those kills, the way that he's just pre-aiming, realizing where those rotations are going to be coming from, and bringing a round that had no chance being won into a very winnable situation. Unfortunately, not just getting over that final hurdle, but does set the T side up for further success if they can find this instant restart. I mean, even the buy from Peak coming forward into round 7, there's going to be an MP9 out for Ganofi. Adam gets out towards a fence position, does get seen, but it's actually Maze in the fence on the ladder that gets that first kill.
Beautiful opener, and now they'll try and continue to uphold that, but 1-for-1's back and forth, and it has controlled this round once again, as Dobbo seems to have it within their grip for the time being. A 3 versus 3. Everything has to be done, and all 3 players sneaking down secret, and it will be Maze that has to hold everything off in this round. He will post up the headshot angle, patiently waiting, and as the Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co side swing right into this, they'll spot out the head, but Maze missed shot, and that's going to cost them the site completely as he swings up in a single door, but his plans are foiled quite quickly as Dobbo's beaten him to the punch. Ash pumping those digits, and it will be MBL that finds the kill even before the retake begins for Peak.
Freddy and Maze, there's no way they can go for this. Like, they have to save, surely. I'll be super surprised if they actually try and go in for this 2v3 retake, and it looks like they even want to try and have a little bit of a crack at it. Money is just not there. If they lose it, they lose a lot. Key in play, 1 flash or 2 between them, and yeah, now they're starting to back off. They realize that, look, maybe if there was someone that swung out from observation and gave them the 2v2, that they end up going for it, but unless there's a mistake being made from that T side to give up the advantage, there's just no way they're going to commit to the retake to try and get that round together. The Dobbos get another on T side, and they now get up to 5.
Yeah, the lead continuing to extend as Peak, they do save 2 rifles, one of which being the AK on Maze. But the money, it's just not great. They're on a second round loss bonus after this round. So on the first, of course, out of the gates on this one, $1,900 is all they have to work with. More or less across the board. And I wanna just wonder what Peak's game plan is heading into these next couple of rounds. They do have to eco in this. They might have an investment ahead of them in the next. But if they can do some serious damage in this one, then Dobbos might be in a bit of a disadvantaged position themselves. A dig coming out from Shatiri. No conversion, though. And that has cost them quite a lot of ramp control. But at the same time, Sensei is just disgusting with that Desert Eagle. And we're in a 4 versus 3. And surprisingly enough, Peak have earned themselves the man advantage.
This is actually looking pretty promising for an eco for Peak. Oh, getting stuck on the ladder almost gets dealt with from the ramp players, but a lot of information coming through. If they can rotate a player down towards the vents, and that could be decent, but Dobbo Oh, look at the positioning he's going to find. If he starts to clear out this upper bomb site, they might actually bring that bomb in through the hell position. Oh, the timing's awkward as he gets caught off from the Hut player. And now it just comes down to Aatrox and MBL to really have to commit to B now.
The problem is that MBL isn't going to be able to do many favors for him and Aatrox, as he is on low HP and so will opt to pick up the AWP, a one-shot, no matter with what weapon at this point, in fact, as they are going to be trying to edge their way back towards ramp. Sensei might be able to catch him out completely, does so, and that's an AWP. Aatrox now alone, the sole survivor. Bomb tapped. Aatrox, he's going to try and make his way around, and considering it was tapped a second time, in fact, Aatrox, great opportunity. Swings the door open. He now knows, but Freddy, too quick with the response. 3 guns and an eco win for Peak. That is something I don't think either of us expected.
Certainly not. Like, we saw it a couple of times out on Inferno, especially in the late sort of like 26, 27, around those kind of rounds that they won some very obstruct kind of buys where they didn't have a lot to work with. So we know that they can do it, but certainly wasn't expecting that. Dubbo's, Bold Cut and Co. are now going to be on a bit of an awkward buy themselves. They've got the AWP forward for Aatrox. They've got a couple of AKs, but a Tech 9 and a Mac 10 to follow. Fast play towards outside, relatively dry. No cross smokes as of yet.
Right now, this is all about Peak doing the damage. Gunnoff are going to hear the drop, the vent drop, and it will be 2 players immediately disposed of, and it was the vent drop player had to remove swiftly from the round as we head into a 5 versus 3. Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co. have got rifles to work with, but it seems to be that Peak have got this under control unless Aatrox can do more of the same, as he does find a first. Freddy on the back of the A site though, and this could be detrimental to Dobbo's 6th.
And they need someone to make a bit of a play, and it could just be the play from outside from Dobbo. If his teammates are able to pull enough of a distraction away towards the top side take, then maybe he can get in. He should be on for a couple of kills. No! The AWP turns around, the no-scope comes through, and now Ash is the last one left. Can't even get down the vents. Oh, he waits for just a little bit too long. It's almost like someone whispered it was behind him in the back of his ear. What a turnaround to come through from Sensei.
That was one of the most crucial frags so far. The AWP 180 no-scope connects, and that is so unfortunate for Dobbo's, Boldcut and Co. because they fumble a 6th round off the back of it. And more importantly, that Peak now could tie things up because the T's, they're on an eco. They've got limited weaponry, a couple of pistols, and that is that Ash pushing on forward. Does spot out. Sensei does miss the shot. Gunnoff there ultimately with the response and doubles down on that as he finds Adam as well. And a third being caught out by Maze. One by one. Peak hungry to try and take it 2-0.
Look, if they can continue this, I think they're on for a decent chance, right? You've got to think that for Peak, this is the lower bracket final. Get to 16, get this map victory. You're going to reface up against UMX in the grand finals. It just depends on whether they can continue this momentum. And slight eco coming through from Dobbo's going into round 10. And
oh my.
That was quite a nice masking of the sound, but it looks like the CTs are ready for it.
Oh, Shatiri, just too smart reasons to this play. Will he expect it? Yes, he will. That is unbelievable. The fact that they know that that's coming as well, Dobbo must be absolutely fuming that that just happened to him. A 1 versus 5, Aatrox to do it all, 40 seconds on the clock. It'd be nice to get a bomb plant, but he walks right into the guillotine of Freddy. And it is all tied up at 5 apiece. That is just exceptional performance from Peak there.
Yeah, it's just, they're playing very well, and their awareness is great too. Like, there are probably a lot of teams in Epic that if you tried to do that would probably get caught off guard with the masking of the sound. But look, they read it and think, okay, you know, in a 2 versus 5, why is one of the windows in top side being opened? It doesn't make sense. So at least try and read, okay, maybe it's a fake towards a lower bomb site to try and pull him forward. Sensei outside does get smoked off from the outside cross, but look at this play from Freddy. The aggression coming out, he spots that bomb, doesn't quite get the opportunity for a kill, however.
That is big though, damage done, and the nade might finish the job, and I do believe it will. Gunnoff nails it. Oh my god, Gunnoff! Beautiful spray down. Adam gonna dive down, but it will not matter. He might be able to scrape a bomb plant for him and Dobbo's, but it means nothing, because Peak ultimately will find 6. as he does punch in those digits. Shatiri gonna drop the nade in, won't do anything to Adam. And now in a 1 versus 4, it's time for him to get removed. Peak now in front, 6-5. That is unbelievable from Ganofe.
What a hold. What a start, right? They're playing with a lot of freedom. They're playing with a lot of confidence. We saw that the AWP from Sensei a few rounds ago try to get aggressive in through Heart. It was actually Freddy to do it, and then just hearing the information outside. Great spray transfer to find those couple of kills. And for Dobos, they only managed to get a single kill and a bomb plant, and they're even going to be on a bit of a half buy again. They were in that the last round. They're doing it again. They were on double eco status, like no money for them to work with. This time around, they're going to buy in slight upgrades, try and get the full rifles forward. Maybe a rush out from Ram.
Shatiri to hold, and he does line up at least the information. Can't get anything done, but Freddy, the king, does find 2. Aatrox with the response, but Sensei, Desert Eagle whipped out, but he just over-aggresses. A 3 versus 2, 2 rifles in the wrong hands, and Adam actually can sneak up hell, get towards heaven, and can go towards A, but Maze on the other side, and so Adam, although he doesn't know that the player's there, but it almost incentivizes that they have to go elsewhere. They can't afford to push forward into the blind, and they have to regain the map control before they do anything substantial and get off. This is close quarters. This is where the M4 will exceed against the non-armored players, and it will be Adam at least with a response. AWP against 3, and while the Tech9's found 1, I don't think it will be good for anything else.
You don't see Adam with the AWP all too often, and if he drops into the vents, this should be instant death onto Shateri. It all just comes down to how does Adam want to play this. Aggression now starting to come through in towards a lobby control. Adam might just get backstabbed in from Squeakdor. And that's exactly what's happening. Maze is going to be quicker to the trigger. He's going to have the positioning in his favor. And there it is. 7th round up for Peak. They are really starting to build up this streak. They are looking dominant. Yes, that round, maybe they did lose a few players, but it's still another round to add to the tally.
Absolutely. At this point in time, I think Peak are just well established with their economy. They don't have to, they can't really say we've got to play passive and save our guns here, because they have strung together so many rounds in a row now that their money will start to boom and start to blossom. And you're seeing exactly that. 2 players, 5 digits. I don't think I've seen that on the CT side economy for quite a while. So that is most definitely a statement to be made early doors. Maze tries to get on through. Oh my god. Nails the shot. Aatrox deleted, and Maze might just be able to slip away. Molotov extinguished. That is beautiful if you're Maze, and he might be able to escape. It is a 1-for-1 towards A once again, and in fact, Maze not done just yet as he tries to reposition to get more, but I don't expect push from outside, and Sensei to follow suit. A 2 versus 2, and the bomb, in fact, nowhere to be seen. It's left outside.
Yeah, look, you saw there for Dobos, they had the right call. We've got outside. We didn't really trade out the secret player. Let's start the split into main, but that bomb just gets dropped in the most awkward position. I don't know whether the information was relayed over, but for Ash now, the veteran, to try and see if he can clutch it out. Oh, he's already been seen. Nice kill coming through from the rafters. Shateri going to continue Peak's run on this CT side. Dobos. Oh my. This is getting pretty scary. They got off to a very, very strong start. Up 5-2, 6 rounds in a row now from Peak. And a lot of these T-side rounds, even when they've had like guns forward and rifles, like they're just not even getting post plants.
Peak outclassing them once more. Dobos, they had explosive plays, but they seem to have dialed it back a bit, and that might just be the detriment to their success heading into the penultimate round. Adam gonna go for the vent dive, and Ganofe, way too smart, reads into it easily. And now the push towards outside. May's going to deploy the counter utility to try and avoid the push towards secret. Smoke going to be used to extinguish it. Maze will now know it is going to be the B push. It's not the vents dive that they were anticipating, but it will be the secret push as Ganofe continues to push and continues to hold W key, even when he argues the man up and barters themselves the advantage. And Shateri on the back of the site, ready to chime in. And that is a class performance from Peak.
Everyone is feeling it. Everyone is having their moments. I mean, even for Shateri, he might have been on 2 kills from the start of that round, but that double out towards observation was ridiculous. Great spray transfer up towards the double doors, back over. Really nice connection, and Peak are flying forward now Dobos are struggling over on this T side. I'm surprised we haven't seen more tactical pauses from them because they have lost all of this momentum.
Push on forward. Ash lining up two, and Ash drops for the third. The Org not going to be able to do much, and so maybe the last round of the half, Pete getting way too overconfident. Ash definitely spotted out the man. The flash goes in. Sensei to pull the trigger. Ultimately down to 50 points of health. So Peak definitely too aggressive in that stance. Overconfident is most definitely how I'd describe and depict that round out. As it was just too ballsy in my opinion. I think Peak, they need to dial it back in just a tad. But a 9-6 half, respectable. And arguably on the T side of Nuke, Dobos haven't done bad for themselves. As much as we're saying Peak have done an excellent performance, we've got to be thinking that Dobos Bowl Cut and Co. Sick. Oh, that is just... Oh! That is unreal. How does he do that? Just wiggling. And oh my god, Sensei, a second on the ladder. Ultimately taken down by Ash. That has got to be one of the weirdest rounds I've seen in a little while. That was just... They're playing with the vents. He knew that he was there. He tried to peek on forward and just... wiggling as if to say goodbye because he's able to get a double no-scope, and at the end of it, it is going to be a 6 for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co, but it is quite unfortunate the way it's done.
Hey, look, it was a really big round coming through from Ash, and he's certainly someone that probably wasn't known very much as a player. I know some of his early days in the UK scene was playing at a lot of these kind of events, but since coaching the guys from August, London Gaming, and Vexed Esports and what have you, so he's been around for a very long time. And now onto the Gamer Legion side, looking to try and see if he can bring that veterancy forward going into this best of 3. Fast play outside coming through for the T side, getting fast up towards the heaven position. They are making a lot of noise. NBL's going to be able to find that first, not quite the second. Trade's being good though for the T side, as now they look like they want to storm the A side.
It will be Ash to try and hold on from heaven though as the teammate arrives. The cavalry in the form of Dobbo is there. Ganofe taken down out of the round, and now Shatiri to tap down one alongside Freddy. Leaves Adam in a 2 versus 1, but will they expect him to come from heaven? It seems to be Shatiri holding it quite nicely, and so as he pushes on up, in fact, leg spotted, Adam reads into the play perfectly, but at the end of the day, he will be greeted with nobody, and instead, it will be with silence. The bomb in his sights, though, but with no kit, this round becomes very tricky, and Peak, they are teeing off a 10th, and it seems to be in their sights quite easily.
Yeah, Adam just needs to somehow stick the bomb and hope that they don't swing. Like, that's really his only chance. He's going to tap it, draw him out to the open, but the time's just not there. Another great tap comes through for Shateri. Double digits and a 10th now being found by the Peak side. Dobos kind of need to force by here. They need to be able to get back, put some pressure on their opposition, but just a couple of great entries coming through from Nofi, and then this Peak here coming through from Shateri up towards Event Player. Winning out a very nice round for Peak Esports, and well, you thought that maybe they might get slowed down going into the second half, but it looks like it's the complete opposite. They're going to carry that momentum forward.
16 rounds played, and Peak, fortunately, in a great position. Maze, beautiful adjustment. Aatrox no more, as that's already a 5th of the roster. Absolutely slammed towards outside. NBL going to duck away back into cover, holding a close angle, 5-7, ready to go, but Peak taking their time, and the next time NBL will spot one, he'll spot more than just one. In fact, I make myself eat my own words. It's Ganofe, the only man to be spotted, but still going to treat it with the rush, and the audio cue's given away. NBL now swings out, not good for anything. Ganofe lining himself up. Another Desert Eagle, though, from Ash, has claimed a soul, and we're back and forth within this one. It seems to be that Peak well under control to find themselves in 11th.
They've got to save here, the CTs. They can't just keep pressing forward from it. It just comes down to desperation, really. Like, when you're in a 2 versus 4, if you're on a force buy, you're not going to win that. Like, especially that lower bomb, so it's not going to happen. And for Dobbos, they just continuously went for a great adjustment outside from Maze. NBL got so close, up close to really try and do some damage from that ramp position, but not happening. Peak. Another very successful round for them, and Dobbos, well, they've got to be on a light eco.
Yeah, this isn't going to be great for them by any standard. It is going to sting most definitely, as you mentioned. It is just basically an eco. They've got a couple of pistols. Maze actually slipping right past. But actually, other side, 5-7. That is beautiful. I think that was a one-shot headshot. That was unbelievable. Maybe he didn't have helmet, but at the same time, I don't see how the 5.7 that powerful at close range. That is unreal. As now, Peak Esports the man down, and a Galil in the wrong hands. More importantly, Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. can make this round very expensive for the Peak side. Aatrox slowly maneuvering his way on through behind, and so for Peak, they've got to make their move quite quickly somewhere. Otherwise, this is just going to cost them completely.
Now, they do have eyes on the backstab, but it just comes down to the information gathering. Now, Aatrox has been able to clear out the lobby position, so thinking, okay, it's going to be a lower takeout from ramp, or maybe they start to get some outside control and split into the upper bomb site. They've got that Galil onto Dobbo. They've got some upgraded pistols as well. Anofi's now made a little bit of noise out from the Hell entrance, but it looks like it's going to be the split into A.
Adam posted up, waiting patiently. The Deagle shots trying to rattle on out, but ultimately Peak now looking to oppress with 30 seconds to go. They've got to make these kills happen, and it's a good 1-for-1, a great response, an even better one if Godoffer can pick up the kill, in which he does. And Dobbo now alone against 3. Peak, this is unbelievable. We both went different ways with our predictions. You predicted Peak, I predicted Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. But both of us expected a 3-mapper, and Peak seem to want to put an end to this spree right now as they pick up a 12th and double the lead of the CT side.
Yeah, I really didn't think it'd be going a 2-0 for either team, whoever was going to win it. I certainly thought it was going to be going to 3, but it's a little bit surprising as well when you kind of think that Dobbo's got off to a 5-2 start in the first half. Yeah, maybe they did start on T-side, you can have some exceptions, but this is their map pick, and Peak have almost looked more comfortable on Nuke than they did on Inferno.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Peak, they seem to be so diverse with their map picks now, and they seem to have Nuke well and truly in their grasp. Oh my god, Shatiri. Beautiful headshot, nearly a second. Ash gonna duck under the fire though. Back to a 4 versus 4, and Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. Minimal economy, so they need to make something work within this round, and Red Box is where all the players are stacked up. Dobbo, beautiful headshot on the first. I'll spot out a second, and here's the sound cues of the AK. Unfortunately, he's able to get away scot-free, slips away from Garage, and gets away from the presence that Peak have towards outside, and so now, the terrorist side, they have to rethink their strategy quite efficiently here.
That was a nice play from Dobbo. As soon as he sees that smoke going forward, just tries to see if he can get a spam, see if he can get a bit of a lucky shoulder. And now even taking the initiative to get quite aggressive in through Trophy. And Peak don't have the information if lobby is completely clear, so you can see them starting to use this util. Oh, the timing is everything again from Dobbo. He peeks fell forward, gets that secondary kill. Ash does get traded in the meanwhile. Now they'll know the backstab's coming through. Mantis advantage, and now the AWP gets involved from Aatrox. Pretty much just try and drop down into the vents, and Dobbo finds a 3K to find yet another round for the CT side. A much needed one at that.
A multi-kill on Dobbo himself to guide his team to 7, and well, he has put a silence momentarily to Peak. They've got plenty of economy to reinvest into, and there's no doubts about it that Peak can simply reinvest. They've got an AWP, they've got 3 AKs, and Shatiri actually on a Mac 10 here. I think money is definitely the problem for Peak. I thought they'd had a little bit more behind them, but a Mac 10 can be devastating on a map like Nuke. It can be switched out for the AKs. We've seen UMX do it throughout this tournament so far, where they opt for the SMGs. The vent dives worked out perfectly, and it's been so effective in close quarters that it's done its job quite nicely. But, as I say that, Ash to snipe down Shatiri with the M4A4, and already Peak down the man. And with 1 minute and 20 on the clock, they've got options still to explore, but that most certainly will be a detriment heading into this one.
Yeah, Dobbo could be on for a little bit more towards this outside control. We saw what he was able to do in the last round. Another outside player coming in. Haven't seen the cross smokes as of yet. If they go in dry, this is going to get very awkward from the T's. Bit of an off angle coming through. Boost comes up towards T-Red. Flash over the top. Again, great duel coming through from Dobbo. Try to tap up. Does get traded and does allow Peak this outside control to go in towards the wrap, towards a heaven position, or down in towards secret if they like.
This could be Peak's chance to get back into it, and they know that the players towards Hell, they can't allow Aatrox to survive. And not only does he survive, he picks up another kill for his troubles, taking his tally even higher. And Freddy and Maze now have to do it all against 4 hungry players. And Aatrox does not stop there. Finds one more, and Freddy cannot get anything done. Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. now at 8, reducing that round lead that Peak definitely had against them. And this is starting to shape up to be quite an interesting scenario.
I think they're back now. I think they're really starting to play some confidence. Yes, we're seeing some good peaks coming through. Great timings coming in from some of the engagements as well. And the money's just not here for the Peak side. They were able to win pistol, get that conversion for the 3-0 start, but for Dobbos, it's only a 4-round deficit. It's not a massive margin, especially with this AWP outside connecting shots like that. You almost feel that momentum and even confidence is now starting to go the way of the CTs.
Right now, Dobbo's looking to just try and make this a statement more than anything, as Dobbo lines up a second head, denied of a third by Sensei, but Adam, the BM, running and gunning with the M4A4 makes it work, and at 9 now, Dobbo's sitting quite comfortably. You were mentioning that they're starting to gain this momentum back, and that they're starting to progress more as a team, but Peak now need to flip this around, because that momentum might get out of hand in, say, a couple of rounds' time, if they can't cut this circulation off now.
Yeah, look, it comes down to what adaptations are we going to see from Peak? Is it going to be a faster play, a little bit of a slower, maybe a bit of a fake coming out? They've struggled to actually gain the man advantage towards this outside position. Adam holding close to the vent, waiting for a vent dive to come through, but not quite going to happen. Needs to make sure that he does fall back when that smoke starts to dissipate. Or body block comes in. Shateri actually does damage onto his opposition, however.
Beautiful open up. Could have been found, but Peak just shy once again. But as you mentioned, damage done to Adam, conversions happening, but not exactly kill conversions. It's more the HP advantage that Peak have granted themselves. There will be the double smoke towards outside. Freddy going to drop it from close, and so that will then allow for them to absolutely explode. And Aatrox, he'll spot the legs. Now, he didn't want to pull the trigger to divert noise and for him to know that he could see that information, because as long as Peak are throwing those smokes, he can continue to gain that information. A beautiful Molotov's flushed out Adam, and now has to swing him round towards single door, and Peak now looking to explode. Godofe needs to find this opener, and Adam 2 steps ahead. He's able to find a quick kill, and now in a 4 versus 5, Adam 9's up one more. Maze quick with his response, but in a 3 versus 4 scenario, Peak, they've got to find something quite quickly, and it just isn't piecing together.
There's so many players to this lower bomb site as well from Dobbo's. Oh, Dobbo's been seen, but he still lands the frag. What a duel coming out. Now Shateri is left to clutch. Try and bring that bomb back to the upper bomb site. Spam is trying to come in. A chance to at least get that extra little bit of money. Not a massive amount in the reserve here for the T side. Oh, does struggle to actually get that bomb down. Eventually will do into the 1 versus 3. Tries to reposition, but gets caught off from the AWP out from heaven. So, Dobbo's now get the retake together. They get to 10 rounds, but it just came to that call from Adam. Let's bring rotates to the lower bomb site. He gets 2 kills out from decontamination. A perfect read on the situation.
You couldn't have asked for a better round for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. They do cut the resources fine for Peak. Just heading into the next couple of rounds, it will be a struggle. And Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. setting themselves up very nicely to try and piece a couple more rounds together. We see now that the scoreline has reached, 22 rounds played, and it could not be tighter. Godofe finds the first. Adam, lightning fast responsive, back and forth towards A. Maze might be able to pick up another, but it's swiftly shut down. 2 kills though. Peak are going to be quite happy with that, but they know definitely they could have done better with that one.
I almost wonder whether they just go for a top site rush, because that actually looked pretty successful. And I think to myself, if they actually had rifles forward, then maybe they can just get those trades together. Might be an even playing field and get the util down to try and secure themselves a post plant. Freddy, I don't expect he'll get much from here. Even kind of surprised he bought into armor considering he's only got a Glock, but trying to see if he can find something towards outside. There is a player in heaven, but it just depends on whether the jiggle peaks come through. It's going to start the wraparound out from main. 2 kills already for Peak. If they can make it a 3rd, then great, but they shouldn't find too much here.
Freddy up close, Glock in hand, nothing too much to work with, and Dobbo executing him. Does pick up the Glock, and he throws it right back out. He's like, nope, I don't want this. Poor pistol, especially against the heavily armored now Peak side, who can invest. They can afford the head armor, they can afford the Kevlars, they can afford the rifles and the utility to go with it. This is going to be a crucial round. As you mentioned, the A rush on the pistols was very successful. Will Peak attempt to make that success happen once more? By the looks of things, they will. This Molotov lineup from Spawn will just launch towards top hut. flashbangs on through, and they might actually aggress themselves on out. We'll have to wait and see, but no. Adam to find the first. May's caught out. And in a 4 versus 5, once again, Peak, they just play super passive and they're capitalized upon once more.
Yeah, almost a double pump setup coming through for the T side because there was so much anti-rush utility coming out, and now they're going to start to focus in towards this ramp control, and if so, this should be an easy pick for Aatrox to find the first. AWP might peek straight into it. Oh, actually, no, it goes the other way. The bait comes through, the AWP doesn't find the connection. That's a big entry for the T side, and now a way to enter out towards the B bomb side. Player out towards observation already, might just get swung on from Chiteri. Util starting to come through, pushing the CTs further back.
Yeah, beautiful display from Peak to find that. The jump was used for the information, but more importantly, the AWP was there to convert. But how did Peak let that happen? Ash runs right through the players towards control room. They have no problems at all. Freddy, here's the push towards single door, or the AWP on Sensei to claim one more. Freddy now going to swing open the double door and try and create some distraction. Sensei, now Freddy, oh my god, Peak! 13 in their hands. And once again, they restore hope. That is unbelievable. Ash did everything in his power to halt the hype train of Peak. And once again, it has just been denied by a single-handed play from something I don't think either of us expected.
What a shot from the AWP. Sensei has probably one of the biggest moments he's had in the lower bracket final, along with his teammate, to clutch out that post-plant. 2 versus 4. And a big choke coming through for the City side with a 2-man advantage to rotate into lower after Ash did so much out from observation. And Peak Esports, well, they maintain the lead and they get another round for it.
This will really put a stamp on a 2-0 if they can find this round, because the money, again, not great for Dobbo's Bowl-Cut and Co. Peak, while they weren't able to piece together rounds, they most certainly were able to piece together a couple of kills, which equals the destruction and implosion of the CT economy. We know how brutal it is. The investments have to be made everywhere, and the budget cuts most certainly inbound, as Peak, 1 minute could separate them, quite honestly, from a 16th, because they have to invest at some point, and it won't be good for the Dobbo side. And so this round means everything right now for the CT side.
It's very silent. Probably one of the slower rounds we've seen without an initial contact Peak. First smoke goes down towards the outside. This is going to be a split towards lower. Take that ramp control, maybe even go in for a vent dive, or is it going to be a split towards the A side perhaps? Dobbo gets flashed through, a lot of damage, doesn't have a HE. The incendiary might try and force Noffy out into the open, but no, doesn't quite land in the right position.
Beautiful. They continue to push. Peak nosedive into the vent system. They are able to try and pick something up, but Adam, how has this gone undetected? He just ran right through, found a first, Dobbo with a second, Shatiri in response, back and forth once again, and 2 versus 4 is the aim of the game, as Peak now have to fight for survival towards B. Flashbangs are plentiful, the Peaks are there, and somehow this is happening, but a shot into the teammate most certainly will not help, as MBL and Ash line up one apiece, and it is 13-12, and a slither of hope once again back in store for Dobbos. It is 1 round in it. This is unreal.
Jeez, I don't know what happens with the comms there, but Sensei's playing out towards decontamination, and Adam just dropped into the vents and just doesn't even turn around. It's like he's got no idea after making so much noise coming in from behind him. You can tell that in rounds like that, with all the chaos, with all the utility coming through, with maybe the comms being quite loud, that sometimes it's plays like that you just completely miss. And unfortunately, the rotates came in so quickly to that lower bomb side that once Adam was able to strike out from the single door of decontamination, it forced the bomb plant to almost go quite open towards the ramp entrance. And from there, that's where Dobbos were able to do the majority of the damage. No bomb plant means that there's going to be a lack of money going forward. A half buy's got to come through into round 26 for the T's.
And this is where it can become devastating. Any damage done, again, is additional blows to the CT economy. They're still treading on thin ice. And the ramp rush inbound. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful from MBL. A fourth being found by Aatrox. And there will be no bomb plant. The M4 good for 1 more. But 3 players survive. And that's a very crucial round picked up by Dobbos. And there is 2 kills. It is a bit of damage. But it's quite honestly best case scenario for them.
Fighting for survival, Dobbos is now starting to put in some really good rounds together, even up against the Eco. Aatrox is certainly one of the players on the city side of Nuke that we haven't really seen getting too involved, but starting to hear some very crucial shots and some advantages being found. An aggressive play coming out outside, maybe trying to get a nade stack forward, get a player up towards the back of T-Red. They've pushed Dobbo very aggressively outside.
This could be problematic for Peak. Dobbo up close, and he could be good for both. He could laser these two players down if they don't clear the angle, slid all the way through to under Silo, and it seems to be that they don't think he's there. The flashbang goes on out. Will they clear him? No.
Oh,
Leicester
no.
first. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be it. The lineup is there. 1, 2, not a third, but that is big damage done. NBL in the meantime taking a shot. A leg shot, I do believe, from Sensei's AWP. That is ridiculous. Peak don't check it. And that is a crucial round to miss out on. And Peak need more than just a miraculous play to pull themselves back ahead.
Oh, and it might be Noffy. It might be him. Here's the player up from heaven. Could be on to bring it back to a 3v3. Could be on for a double. Timing. That's the first kill. Player out towards a closed vent. Needs to try and swing onto him. And even the NWP from the T side now starts to get involved. Ash needs a real big hole coming through from his teammate of Aatrox. They don't check the angle again. Finds the first. Oh, and he gets the second as well. It all comes down to the AWP player out from main. Sensei with the Glock round in the corner trying to tap through. But Aatrox out from Squeaky is going to be able to back him up. 14 rounds now and the lead out for Dobbos. But it was this play outside by the man himself. Great trigger discipline.
That is so unfortunate. Gnofe has control of all of sight. Apart from the man at close vents, they don't know if it's been checked. They don't know if there's a player there. And they don't clear it. And it costs them 2 more players. And arguably now, this is going to be a peak timeout by any means. Because Dobbo's there on the front foot once again. They are in the driver's seat. And they are powering their way through Nuke to try and slide it to map 3. And this is where it becomes a very, very crucial round. Peak, they're on a force buy. They want to get it done now, and they don't want to take it to overtime. They take a different approach to that of Dobbo's in map 1, and they're going to try and fight for survival and fight for victory to take this 2-0.
Well, we went 30 rounds in the first game. Now let's see if it happens the same now going into the second map of Nuke. Peak. Bringing players early towards outside. Nade doing very minimal damage from the CTs. But Dobbo has been a real big thorn in their sides in that outside position. This time around being a little bit more passive towards the top side. Peak. Maybe just a split into A.
This could be a sickening move for Dobbo's, but Maze. Oh my god, so close to Adam. Pushes at the right time, and this could be a free kill. The smoke phase, Maze makes all the noise, and they know that the player's there. He jiggles out, once again, close vent not checked, and it will be a detriment, but not for long. Gnofe to shut him out, and a 3 versus 4 scenario. NBL moving his way through towards Rap. Shatiri finds another onto Aatrox, and in a 4 versus 2, they're slammed shut once more. Round 28, and it seems to be that we're tied up at 14 apiece.
The timing on that was fantastic. We could see the late lurk was outside. They go in for the top split. And from there, like, Adam is holding that smoke for so long. And then all of a sudden, once he starts to hear some pressure, he gets pulled away. And that allows the Jiggle Peak to come through to not only find the early information of the player towards the back of default, but then to swing out to the closed vent player too from Adam. Money for the CTs is going to be in a very, very awkward position. Thank goodness they've been able to hold a couple of players forth. I wonder what they do here, because they're on double eco status, but Adam and Aatrox have a fair bit of cash, so do they buy around it? I guess they kind of have to, right? They've got an AWP and an M4 already in. You've got to force the issue here.
A second AWP being brought out as well. Talk about conviction that Dobbos are attempting. They're not looking to just try and hold on. They're not looking to maybe split up the economy and get a better gun than an MP9 across. They are convinced that these sniper rifles can do everything. As Gnofe makes his way towards Silo, this is Peak's only chance, because either way, whoever wins this round, the other team's money will be abysmal. Peak, they might be able to touch on a couple of AKs, but other than that, their buy will be minimized. Shatiri swings, good for 1. Ash responses at large though, and a 4 versus 4 early doors. An AK for an MP9 is most certainly a trade that Dobbo's, Bolcut and Co are willing to take.
They're trying to bait in this AWP. If they can get Aatrox aggressive outside, then there could be a chance for a swing, but no. Miss shot comes through, ends up playing quite passive, falls back in towards that secret control, brings Dobbo's attention back up to the top site. Pete going in for the elbow smokes towards the outside cross. What do they do with it, though? They've got a player very passive, sort of almost like a T-Roof player, trying to maybe wait for some aggression, but this could be just a play in towards Secret.
Absolutely, and right now they continue to edge on forward. They continue to try and find their way through Secret, and the success towards B at large has been mediocre from Peak. We've had some great rounds from them, but some poor ones at that where they can't get anything done. And this is one of those rounds where either Aatrox needs to turn up huge or Peak has to slam, because there's no way anything in between can happen to separate these two sides. 25 seconds, and actually, they take it back up to A. Beautiful from Freddy. They run right back up the vents, and they fool the side of Dobbo's completely.
Oh, what a play. What a play. That looked like it was going to be the lower take, and it wasn't at all. The lurk from outside splits in from main, and straight away that bomb dives straight up into the vents. They're going to go hunting. The more damage they do, the more players they take out of play from the city side, the more it's going to limit the buy. We know that they had to force their way into this. They've got an AWP and an M4, but they might lose a little bit more. Aatrox out from the vending machines, should be able to land the shot, and he does onto Freddy. Peak, though. Doesn't look like they want to swing any further. Dobbo now starting to get involved, but no. It looked like for a moment with a couple of kills that maybe they start pushing forward with the time left on the bomb. They opt to go in for the save. Peak, though, map and series point to go into the grand finals in Epic32.
This is crucial. All on the line now. Dobbo somehow need to piece together this one. And this seems to be the storyline that we witnessed not too long ago on map 1. On Inferno, it was this scenario exactly. Peak T side at 15, Dobbo CT at 14, and it's all down to the wire. As I say time and time again, the next 1 minute 55 isn't just for a win, it's for a place in the grand finals. It's a chance to dethrone the Kings UMX, and it's a chance to try and whip away the back-to-back victories for UMX. But I'm getting way too ahead of myself, because right now, the lower bracket final, everything is on the line for Dobbos.
I'm very surprised to see a P90, sorry, I should say, actually being brought down from Freddy. Maybe this is going to be something quick. Like, they've got enough money to obviously drop another AK from Sensei over to his teammate. So there's certainly got to be a reason of why they're going in for this SMG. Maybe have another one of those top splits. I mean, you've got to wonder, knowing how limited the economy is it better off to go for something a little bit further aggressive rather than running out of default? Freddy has been putting up some big numbers for this T side. 26 kills and 17 deaths. We've been to round 30 before, and we were there only an hour ago on Inferno, where Peak Esports were able to pick up their map pick. And now, one away, Dobbo's got to try and play for OT.
This is it. This is the one. And Freddy, just the P90. It's questionable. He could have asked for an AK. He could have got a drop. Instead, opting for the SMG, and he will be taking it right towards ramp. If it works, it's a big play. But if he doesn't work it out, then it could be costly. And there you go. It's already done the damage. It's found the opener. He's down to 19, but it doesn't matter because Pete have bought themselves the ban advantage. More importantly now, though, the flashbang's in, and Freddy up close, caught with an 8 out. And that's put things back 11 in a 4 versus 4. Gunoffe back and forth. Gunoffe with a second. And in a 4 versus 2, Peak. They got every single stone within them. They just need to find it. And oh, that's good for 1, but 6 HP. And it will not matter. Peak to dethrone the UK mix. It is Ash alone, already gone. And it's 16-14.
What a result. I don't even know. Words can't describe that performance. 16-14 twice, 30 rounds on both maps, but it is done there by the Peak side. Dobbos, oh, you can imagine the frustration there, not being able to close it out into OT on either map. But for Peak, the international squad have come into the UK event, and they're now going into the grand finals.
That is unbelievable. Just to give you an idea, Peak got dropped to the lower bracket by UMX in upper bracket round 3. They then went on to beat Operation Save Spot 2-1, Aura Esports 2-1, and they just closed out against the team that took a map from UMX, or rather didn't take a map but were very close to taking a map against UMX, 2-0. 2-0. They move to the grand finals. They will be competing for first place. But what a statement be made by Peak. And to be honest with you, I don't think Dobbo should hang their heads low in that sense at all. A Mix coming into this to move all the way on through, to move all the way to where they are. A third place finish, excuse me, I don't think should be frowned upon whatsoever.
Yeah, look, they're playing with a coach, they're playing as a mix, and they actually looked really decent today. I'm sure they'll be disappointed that they didn't even take a map and it was so close. I know that certainly someone like Adam, you know, being a caller, you look at a game like that and you think, right, you know, if that round would have been different, if we would have won the post-plant, if we would have won the retake, we probably could have won that 2-0. It's just sometimes the what-ifs that always sort of run through your head. But look, for Dobbos, unfortunately, they're eliminated out into third place. And look, for Peak, I think this is going to be a big performance and step up certainly for Shateri, because he used to play in the UK scene quite a lot. I know that some of the other players aren't from the international side of Peak, don't really play in a lot of UK events, but Shateri used to play with Vexed Gaming that were on the rise towards the end of last year. So this is sort of would be a great move or movement for him to be able to come back into a UK tournament and show that he's got what it takes with an international squad as well.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that Peak have definitely made a statement within this. Undefeated in the groups, move forward, you know, move all the way upper bracket round 3. That's the only time they lose out to UMX. And then they come back and destroy, well, maybe not destroy, but in terms of series 2-0, that should never have happened, I feel like. Dobbos definitely deserved a map 3, but Peak get it done with 2. They move forward, they move to the grand finals. And if I'm honest with you, heading into this, I thought Peak, they're going to be comfortable top 4. I don't think they'll make it any further. I think they'll do well, but I don't think they're going to get the results just yet. This roster is fairly new. You know, they played in advance. There's been a couple of roster changes here and there throughout their season so far, but all in all, this is a fairly new prospect, and the fact that they've just gone and put on a show, not just a performance, but it was the entire show for them. That has made a statement. So heading into the grand finals, if I'm honest with you, UMX heavy favorites, but Peak, they've showed us that they have sophistication to their maps as well. They have a chance.
Yeah, look, they have a chance to really do some damage, and I know that certainly I see a couple of the Peak managers and what have you on Twitter, and going into Epic31, they came in with a Bulgarian squad. I think that they got a top 10 or top 8 placing. It wasn't anything really to be too satisfied about, but they've come into Epic32 with a new lineup that have brought 3 players forward that have only got signed up in February, and they've been able to now move their way into the grand finals. I believe we have got an interview on the line, so let's throw it over to Jusic to see what they have to say.
And welcome to Epic Reactions, powered by Blue. We're here with Sensi from Peak Esports. Sensi, that was quite an incredible performance. You must have very sweaty palms right now. How does it feel going through to that grand final?
It feels really amazing, I have to say. It's my first Epic tournament I'm playing, my first international team, and I really have to say I'm very brought up because of today. We started at 11, playing the first game, our best of 3, and now we're playing our 4th best of 3 after playing 2 of them, and I'm just very outpowered, but I'm motivated for this grand final.
That's what we like to hear. So we had on Inferno, obviously, which was your pick there as well, confidence flowing on there. Obviously, you picked that map, you're very confident on it. Was there a part in that game where you thought things might not actually go our way here? We might actually have to try and take something out on Nuke.
To be honest, I went with my team into full confidence on Inferno because it was our only chance. We thought on Nuke we might lose the map and have to play the third map Dust 2, but we showed on Inferno that this is our map pick, we have to win this, and everyone was on top form, I have to say. On Nuke, it was kind of surprising for us because we never touched the map. We're a new team. We haven't cracked any map but Dust 2 yet because of the ESA Advanced we've been playing and playing both Dust 2. And it was kind of hard for us getting into the game, but in the end, we won the game on Nuke.
Yeah, and congratulations on that. So you are going to be guaranteed second place. So heading into the grand final, which is coming up very soon, how does the mindset go into that one? Obviously, you played UMX in the upper bracket. What changes this time round? What are you expecting from UMX?
To be honest, I think UMX is a good team. They're very strong. They have good individual skill. But this time we have to win this because we know how they play now. We can make us self-advantage knowing how they play, go better into the situations and win the rounds. And we will go full confident and motivated into this game.
Well, there we have it. We have it from Sensei there as well. Got to say, incredible performance for our Epic32. We've all been very, very impressed. We've all been marveling over the clips that we've got of you as well. So we wish you good luck into the grand final, and we will see you very soon. Good luck for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And there we have it, Sensei. You love to hear it. Full confidence there as well. Inferno, which was the Peaks map pick. We haven't really seen much of Inferno during this tournament, so I think we had Dobbo's really coming back strong on Inferno as well. It was at one point it was getting a little bit tetchy there as well, Tweg.
Yeah, look, I sort of mentioned it towards the end of that game. Like, certainly the players from Dobbo's are going to look at that and think, you know what, we could have 2-0'd. Because it was so close, it was so down to the wire. But unfortunately for them, I felt like they buckled under pressure in the really important rounds, and that's where Peak were able to really shine. So they get away with a 16-14 twice, and, well, it was a close affair, but Dobbo's can go out of it and say, you know what, we had a crack at this as a mixed team, and third place, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, and bringing on to Nuke there as well. We mentioned it pre-game as well, with Nuke being one of the unfavored maps for the both of them, kind of, in a way that they lost very heavily to UMX, taking nothing away from it. UMX are in a different caliber on that map, Retro. But I think that, again, we saw the swing of momentum again. We thought we could end up in another overtime situation, and they brought it back just at the last moments.
Yeah, I'm very surprised in that interview that he said that they never played Nuke before. I don't know, all in all, it looked like they were well rehearsed. They might not have been fine-tuned to the point sort of play, but they looked like they had knowledge of the map as a team, and that stunned me in that interview. For him to say that they've never really practiced it, the first time them playing it, and they somehow pull off a 16-14, it's mind-boggling to me how well they've done in this tournament so far. And as you mentioned, they're guaranteed that second place now. They move on forward. I could be happier for them, actually. I think that was a stellar performance from them, and I don't think either team should be ashamed of how they played in that best of three.
Dweg as well, do you think we're going to have some quick VOD reviews in regards to Peak when they play UMX? Or do you think we're going to see that map pick of Nuke finally banned?
You know what? I reckon they... Look, it's tough because you ban Nuke and then they pick Vertigo. You ban Vertigo and then they pick Nuke. So I think that no matter how Peak actually go into the veto process, you're not really going to get too much of an advantage. Maybe you get yourself an advantage on the third map, but yeah, again, like UMX have looked so strong over the course of the upper bracket. You know, they're probably flying into this. They've had a little bit of a moment to maybe watch into this game, see if they can spot out some weaknesses and things like that. But they're going to be refreshed to come into this. And for Peak, I mean, look, maybe riding the momentum, they got themselves a 2-0. Let's see what they can do in terms of damage in the grand finals now.
And we're going to be looking forward to that one. That's going to be coming up real shortly. Just before we go off there, I want to ask you two, who is your player of that map? Because I've got mine all locked in. I wonder about you guys.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Retro?
It's so hard to call. I think it's many names you could throw up there in the air. I mean, I think all of Peak. I don't think I can pick one if I'm honest with you. I think all of Peak just played exceptionally. Dobbo's, Bolcuts, and co. I think on Inferno, I would say Adam definitely is a shout in that sense. He was phenomenal in the mid-round calling. Yes, he didn't have the brightest of games. He didn't drop 40 bombs. He didn't do everything that we expected from that team. That high tier level, but what he did do is strip Counter-Strike to its roots and figure out the problems that Peak were having and just throw it back in their face and gain rounds from it and gain momentum. I mean, that Nuke game, well, honestly, it could go either way. I think Sensei had an exceptional performance with the Orbans. I think I'd have to say him out of anyone, but once again, I think it goes without saying that everyone on that server has a reason why they should be nominated.
Yeah, I kind of agree to that to an extent. I think you've got to say Sensei, right? Like, although he was really flashy, he was certainly an AWPer that was fighting man advantages. He was fighting opening picks. He was doing his work. He played super confident. And, like, he was just super consistent over the course of both CT sides, T sides, both maps. He was constantly putting up numbers, constantly picking around. And when I compared the AWP to AWP, I thought that Aatrox was very, very quiet in that game. We saw that how big he was up against UMX in that last map of Overpass, and I was going into it thinking, right, we could have a big AWP battle on our hands. But really, for me, like, Sensei just completely shined over Aatrox completely in that best of 3.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And there we are. We had the predictions. Obviously, Dweg and myself getting that one right. Obviously, I see your prediction there as well. And I do see where you were coming from. It could have gone any way. Both of these maps, momentum's swung in both directions. Hats off to Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co. with one of the best names that I've seen in epic.LAN. I love that. Very well done. And all this to say is to wrap up the game. Do we have any final thoughts left of the game, Retro?
I think Peak, their momentum is too much at this point. They've stormed through this lower bracket after being sent down there by UMX. You know, they're now facing once again. Either way, either story that we picked, it was going to be that one team was sent to the lower bracket by your finalists right now, and now they have to slog back through, and it just makes it even better for Peak that they got sent back in the second upper. They are now back through, phase through the lower, beat everyone they could, move back up to the finals. But for Dobbo's Bowl Cut and Co, you know, they were my prediction, and I think, admittedly, it was a reckless one. It really was a 50-50, but at the same time, of the 30 rounds played, they claimed 28. And so it wasn't exactly like it was a narrow miss. It wasn't like it was a narrow, it was a 2-0, admittedly, but it was 16-14 on both maps. It really could have gone either way. And so obviously commiserations to them, but congratulations to Peak.
Absolutely. And just echoing on that as well. We're going to be jumping into the grand final. That's due to start approximately in the next half an hour or so. Before we chuck it to a break for that one, Retro, this is your last cast of the day, I believe, and of Epic32. And by all means, the stage is yours to bring that one to a close. Say whatever you want, within reason, obviously.
Thanks for everyone. The support over this tournament is amazing. Obviously, thanks to our sponsors, thanks to everyone that's joined over the streams. You know, being my second epic.LAN, it's been awesome. The people behind it as well, you can't thank them enough, Jakey, and of course, Salty J. They're two phenomenal people that work on this event, and obviously all the casters, you yourself, Jusik. I think this couldn't happen. It sucks that it's online. You know, everyone wants epic.LAN to be a LAN. But it can't happen right now, but the response online has just been amazing. So I think thank you to everyone watching as well.
All right, so grand final UMX versus Peak will be coming up real shortly. Before that, we're going to take it to a break. Can UMX bring their second crown in a row and take the top prize? Or will Peak find another level of a peak? Find out after this.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?